ჩვენ ფორუმთან შემოერთებისთვის, დასწრებისთვის. გვინდა დავიწყოთ მე-6 ინტერმმართველობის ფორუმი, რომელიც ვირტუალურად ტარდება. მცირე ტექნიკური შესავალი გვინდა გავაკეთოთ ენასთან დაკავშირებით. ენის შეცვლა ამ შემთხვევაში ხდება საკმაოდ მარტივად. ინტერნეტის შეხვედრით ჩართული ხალხი კომპიუტერებით არის დედამიწის ხალხი, ესე ვთქვათ, material, რომელიც ცვლის ენას. Slow technical announcement about the language. You can switch the language with the icon on your desktop. The globe icon, you can select English. So English language will be useful for translation. And the German is for Georgian or original language. Okay. დიდი მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ. მინდა გთხოვოთ ასე რომ
Thank you very much once again for those of you who have joined our meeting. Those who are not the panelists, please mute your microphones and disable your video. And now I would like Nini Gavzelishvili from the Communication Commission to help us with moderating. Thank you very much, Ucha, for your very brief introduction. And without a longer ado, I would like to ask Mr. Akakis Agirashvili, the Deputy Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development, to make an introduction, and he will open the 6th Forum of Internet Governance in Georgia. I would like to welcome you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and a great pleasure for me to have joined the 6th Internet Governance Forums in Georgia. And it is organized the initiative of the Georgian Internet Governance Forums, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development, etc. I would also like to ask those who have supported this initiative of IPNCC, the Council of Europe, ICAN, local and international organizations, representatives of the civil society for being engaged in the work of this forum. GeoIGF that has been in fact implemented since 2015 has already become a very authoritative forum that is very, very important in terms of developing internet in Georgia. The Internet Governance Forum organizes different activities and launches different projects that support the development of internet in in Georgia. In fact, here we see the joint efforts of the academic community, private companies, civil society organizations, telecom operators, etc. And when it comes to developing internet and developing the digital economy, the digital society, it is very important to emphasize that over the past years, different reforms have been carried out in Georgia, also different programs and projects have been launched, and all of this has supported and promoted introduction and implementation of a new cutting-edge technologies. We're very well aware that we are now living in the internet and information technologies age, and Georgia is striving to develop the digital society and the digital economy. We see this as a priority for our country, and the challenges related to COVID-19 have showed once again how important it is to have a smooth operation of internet. It is of top priority for us to have in our country proper provision of internet services in different sectors of the economy, because this provides access to healthcare, this provides access to different economic initiatives and different economic activities. And in order to sustain the trend towards the development of digital society in Georgia, the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development works along many different initiatives. Jointly with the World Bank, we have elaborated the national strategy and action plan for the implementation in Georgia of broadband internet, and we are in the process of implementing these activities. We have also launched the project of internetization, which involves and implies, in fact, 164 villages joining the internet. So the population of these villages is over 200 persons, and all of these villages will have the possibility of using the internet services. Our top priority goal is to provide access to the companies and organizations to have access to 100 MB internet in the villages that have the population over 200 persons are provided with internet services. The villages in the Tusheti region, in some other regions of Georgia, have already got internet access. We have also started implementing these activities in the high mountainous regions of Georgia, for instance, in Tusheti, and we are striving to develop those services that will help improve and promote the e-commerce so that the citizens of Georgia and members of the public of Georgia can get these services without any interruptions. We are also working to create the internet hub. We are also implementing activities within the framework of the EU digital program, and we are also in the process of implementing different activities that are envisaged in the association agreement action plan. And all of these activities will be particularly important in the post-COVID pandemic era, so to say, and the participants and panelists in the following sessions will be discussing at length those activities that will be implemented. Of particular importance is internet governance. For us, it is very important to ensure open internet and also safe and secure internet. Of particular importance are the issues pertaining to gigabit society, protection of personal data in the digital age, also protection of the rights of young people, of children, safe use of internet, and also other issues such as cyber readiness, computer literacy, etc. And this forum will be discussing this broad range of issues, and I'm more than certain that all those who participate in this forum, and these are representatives of different relevant organizations, representatives of public institutions, representatives of the private sector organizations, civil society organizations, they all have a very, very important role to play in promoting internet and promoting information technologies in Georgia. And I would like to thank you for participating in this forum. Thank you very much, Mr. Kakis Agirashvili, for participating in our forum. Now I would like to invite Madam Londa Toloraya, the State Inspector, to make her statement. The floor is yours. Londa, I would like to welcome all of you, distinguished participants. I would like to ask the organizers of this very important forum, also the organizations that have provided support in the organization of this forum. I would like to welcome all the participants. I think that this is a very, very important platform to discuss extremely important and significant issues. And this year, this platform has acquired a greater importance because we have found ourselves in the world where it is absolutely inconceivable to work, to communicate, to hold meetings. So in fact, we get almost all possible services through internet. I think that this provide an opportunity for sharing our views, exchange our views, and exchange of our views and exchange of our ideas, including with our international participants, will be very useful in order to somehow overcome the challenges that we have found ourselves facing. Of course, internet governance is very important for the development of digital society. We all know perfectly well that development and evolution of information technologies has a very important role to play in the development of society, in the development of economy, in the development of the world as such. But we should not forget that information and technologies and communication technologies also imply a processing of a tremendous amount of personal data, and this increases risks related to the protection of personal data. Therefore, it is necessary to give due attention to this issue. It is necessary to welcome the initiative of the government of Georgia towards the promotion of internet, the so-called internetization of our country, and the government has already taken strides to work in this direction. As I've already said, the use of information technologies implies processing of a tremendous amount of data, and I'm indeed delighted to see that the service of the state inspector that is the body in Georgia that has the mandate to process the data and oversee the processing of personal data is involved in this activity. I would like to tell you that we are very actively involved in the issues related to the control and supervision of personal data protection. So we in fact try to ensure that the personal data and the rights of human rights related to the protection of data are duly taken into account when it comes to the processing of data, and we will be able to give you more detailed information within the session that will be discussing issues pertaining to human rights. and protection of personal data. We will also be discussing today issues pertaining to artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence, the so-called AI, is very broadly used by public, governmental organizations and also private sector organizations. This is a very, very important thing because artificial intelligence provides an opportunity to take very expeditiously and very speedily the relevant decisions. But again, we need to remember that this should never lead to any discrimination, breach of human rights, or other issues that can evolve if due attention is not given to the protection of data. I would like to once again thank the organizers of this forum. The service of the State Inspector will be very actively involved in all the sessions, and the service of the State Inspector will always be and stands ready to be involved in similar activities, because when it comes to the development of information technology, it is extremely significant never to forget about human rights. And when we speak the processing of data, we should remember that these data belong to individuals, very concrete people, and it is necessary to ensure proper processing of their data, because otherwise this may lead to the violation and significant breaches of their rights. I would like to once again thank you for putting together this forum. I would like to thank you for the support, and very, very many thanks in general. Thank you, Londa, for your welcoming words. You have raised very important issues, and we are certain that during the panel discussions and during the question and answer session, these issues will be discussed at length, including with the involvement of the Office of the State Inspector. And now I would like to give the floor to the head of the Council of Europe office in Georgia, Ms. Natalia Votova. You have already heard that the support from the Council of Europe was immense, because the Council of Europe has assisted and supported Georgia in creating the International Government Forum in 2015.
Yeah, can you hear me? See me okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you, first of all, for the invitation for me to be here behind my screen, because nowadays is what everyone among us is doing, and it also shows the importance of this forum nowadays, because nowadays everything is about internet. We live through internet most of our days, and here in this context, it's also, we can see the many problems, the many issues that this cyber world, to which we were used, of course, before COVID, raises, the challenges that I raised. So for several years already, the Council of Europe naturally moved into this cyber world through the actions in the last 60 years the Council of Europe has been conducting in its member states. You know that our organization is about human rights, and most importantly, our organization is about rules. So challenges, our main tool is to establish rules and to help our member states implement them, and also see what are the difficulties, what are the problems that we can face together. So we, through this forum, and by the way, I would like to congratulate the organizers for this forum, and I'm looking forward to the, I'm sure, very interesting discussions, because nowadays we have many of these online discussions, and it becomes even more critical to have them at a certain level and to have it very interesting. And I'm sure that your forum will absolutely meet this challenge. But coming back to the Council of Europe, so in the last years we really got very strongly engaged in issues like fight against cybercrime, protection against hate speech, data protection, fight against child pornography, fight against cyber bullying, etc. I will have several of my colleagues who will speak these days, and they will provide you with their perspectives in the different area where they're specializing, either in the field of human rights or cyber security, or in terms of cooperation projects that we have here in Georgia. So I will stop here. As I said, I'm looking forward to to the discussions during these days. To have such a forum in Georgia is very important in order to bring all the people specializing in these areas and to have the perspective from different angles, but also to have the international perspective, including with the Council of Europe expertise. So thank you once again for having me today. We are very glad that we are offered the opportunity to support you, and we'll be looking forward to our further cooperation. Thank you.
დიდი მადლობა ქაბატონ ნატალიას მხარდაჭერისთვის.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Natalie, for your support. And here I would like to underline very special importance for your expert support, which is, by the way, well presented in our agenda, as well as the newest regulations of Europe and the know-how of the Europe in the cyber and the digital world. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. De Christian, who represents the RIPE NCC, and he is the constant supporter of our forum. I also would like to ask Mr. Chris just to summarize the yesterday's event, just to say a few words. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Ucha. And good morning to all distinguished fellow speakers here and to everyone who's joined for this event. The RIPE NCC, as some of you may know, is the regional internet registry. So we manage registration of IP addresses across the region. You may also know that we facilitate the work of the RIPE community, and that's the open community that makes policy regarding how IP addresses are managed, but it also serves as a platform for sharing information, best practices, research, new ideas, and allows people to learn. But open, active communities like RIPE have been vital to the way the internet has developed and grown so quickly over recent decades. But with that growth has come a lot of many new issues, social and political questions that intersect with the technology and technical policy in ways that we're still learning to understand. And that's where venues like the Georgian IGF and other national, regional, and global IGFs are growing increasingly important. Not because they're places where you make decisions or change policy. It's because they're a space that can bring together the different perspectives and help create understanding of what we can do better, where change could be made, or how to drive that change. So it may mean that we go from here to talk with governments, to change regulation or draft new legislation. It might mean you go from here to work with those in the technical community to define new standards in the IETF, or maybe to change IP address policy in the RIPE community. So this is not the beginning of a discussion probably, but more importantly, it's not the end. So I hope that the discussions today lead everyone here to greater insight, understanding, and perhaps spark inspiration for how and where to take the discussion next. Ucha mentioned that yesterday was the network operator group, GeoIGF2020. I wasn't able to take part in a huge amount of it, but I know that a number of my colleagues did, and I'm pleased that we've been able to contribute to these kind of discussions, whether that's using RIPEstat, which is one of the tools that we presented on yesterday, or through the training that we do, through funding for developers and entrepreneurs via the RIPE NCC Community Projects Fund, or through the cooperation that we've had now for a number of years with the Georgian National Communication Commission. I want to finally really strongly applaud the organisers here and the community that have been able to ensure that the Georgian IGF was able to go forward this year. We're coming to the end of a really challenging year for the world, and a situation that's created a lot of new and unexpected challenges. This year's 2 RIPE meetings, and also many of the other events we at the RIPE NCC usually organise, including ENG, have all been virtual events. So I very much appreciate that going virtual is not the easy option here. It's a whole new challenge and takes a lot of time and effort above what many of us might have expected. Like you, we've tried to make the best of that situation, and in many cases, virtual events have actually seen an increase in the number of participants. So while many of us are missing the chance to get together and talk in person, we do need to find ways to maintain that broader outreach and inclusivity that a well-run virtual event can offer. So the work that you're doing in staging this event today is part of a pretty big experiment to see how we do internet governance while actually allowing all of the internet stakeholders to take part if they so choose. So with that, thank you very much again for having me today. I'm really proud that the RIPE NCC has been able to support the Georgian IGF each year, and I wish you all the best in the coming discussions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christian, for your the welcoming remark and for the support of the IGF and the other events here. And now I would like to give the floor to the president of the ICANN, Mr. Yoran Abi, and I would like to avail my appreciation and thank you very much for connecting with us from Los Angeles. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I think I'm going to tag on what Chris talked about. First of all, like I would say, I made a promise to a friend in your country many years ago and come and visit you. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to during this year, but I will make a promise to you. I really would like to go to Tbilisi. It's on my bucket list to see. I have friends who visited, said it's a beautiful, beautiful city with a lot of history. Anyway, it's a real pleasure to be here today. And it's good to be here and making this announcement together with you at the opening of the 60th Internet Governance Forum, and which we also have supported since the inception. We have seen how it become an important annual event in the country, and may I also say in a way in the region, and I wish you every success with this. And today I'm pleased to announce that we are doing a memorandum of understanding between ICANN and the National Communications Commission to cooperate and align priorities where possible for ultimate goals of keeping a single, open and globally interoperable internet. What is ICANN then? I mean, ICANN, every time you go online, you touch on something that originates from ICANN through its DNS. And our role is primarily mission is to contribute to the stability and security of the internet. And this is only possible with the working together with stakeholders from a very wide community. And that is important. Whether it's lending through our technical expertise or addressing DNS security threats, it's all about keeping the internet as a trusted resource. Because in this, really, trust is key. I mean, the internet has really brought us together, and because it's borderless and it's owned by no one, yet everybody, we just share it and trust it. But sometimes we may forget that we have to stay alert, we have to stay self-informed, and we have to stay involved. Internet is not done, and internet is our shared responsibility, and it's our responsibility to keep this public service as a trusted resource. And that's why I'm so happy today that we found a very solid partner in GNCC to help fulfill this mission. And we look forward to working together on different areas in raising awareness and understanding of the importance of the security and stability and resilience of the DNS for an interoperable internet. Sometimes when I speak to people, they sort of accept the internet as something, first of all, the definition of an internet, which is a hard thing. When I talk about the internet, I'm not talking about the platforms, the social media, or anything. I actually talk about the interoperability of the internet itself. And many people seem to now think that it's done. No, it's all about connectivity, and it's but a lot of people are online. It seems to be working quite well, and we can do a Zoom call like this for me in the middle of the night. But it's not done. And we need to continue to work together to make it better, to have more people connected to it, but also making sure that we could do that on in their narrative and their context. So I would like to take the opportunity also to thank again our partner and co-organizer, Caucasus Online, who has been a very solid partner over the years. And we worked hard to make the 5th Eastern European DNS Forum happen last month, if only virtually. It's definitely a distinct Georgian focus. I also like to thank the Ministry of Economic and the National Communications Commissions for the support of the forum as well. Proving yet again the importance of working together. So the MOU today is an important milestone for us. And I hope it's an important milestone for you as well, as it reaffirms the value on the inclusiveness, the nature of the multi-stakeholder model in promoting the technical measures for a stable, secure, resilient DNS, which is, and Chris, again, sorry for pointing at you, but you're a good speaker. It's largely, I mean, why internet governance has evolved organically through a very international multi-stakeholder model. Some of you might know that I used to work for the Swedish government and were also active in the EU. And I said in a speech just a short while back ago that, internet will not exist if it was done by governments, bureaucrats. It's done through a multi-stakeholder model from people all over the world engaging in this. And that's why this has become the fastest growing technology in mankind. And the process of doing this is very new. I mean, still, when we talk about the multi-stakeholder model, it's a new thing, how to interact, and we have to roll that together. But we do that because we think that together, ICANN, together with its technical partners, actually provides, which RIPE is one of them, where we're partnering of actually giving a service to the world. One thing to think about is that internet is actually global and local at the same time. When you look at traffic streams, how people interact with the internet, it's quite local. I used to tell the story that my teenage daughter, when she wants to talk to me, wants to use social media, even if she's in the next room, or sometimes even if she's in the same room. And which means that one of our biggest tasks to get the next billion users online is to get them to transform this global thing into something that works locally. Local language, local scripts, making sure that people can use their own local keywords. It's an obligation for us to already have it and an opportunity for people who don't have it. Well, there are more than 4 billion internet users from different cultures, economic resources, and it creates enormous opportunities and possibilities for everybody. But once someone told me what I think is very true. One of the big things with the internet is it actually takes away one of the biggest disadvantages of being poor. The fact that when you get online, you can get access to information that rich people or the elite always had. And that is really what internet is for me. So I'm really grateful for you sharing this vision with us. And I'm very grateful having the opportunity to even virtually to be in Tbilisi. And I'm looking forward to hear more what's going to happen during this IGF. So thank you very much.
დიდი მადლობა იორანს
Thank you very much, Joran. Thank you very much indeed for really very interesting the emphasis, the focuses. Thank you very much indeed, because it is very, very valuable to have the ICANN support. And we know that the Georgian domain .g liberalization, we are owing also the ICANN and your contribution, because you share tremendous knowledge with us. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Merab Katamadze from the Communication Commission. Mr. Merab, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ucha. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start with greeting you on behalf of the National Communication Commission, and I would like to congratulate you on the occasion of opening the Georgian Internet Governance 6th Forum. Internet has never been as important and as significant for the survival of the society as it is today during the COVID-19 pandemic. Let us stop for a moment and think, is it really possible to continue living in this world without internet today? I would like to emphasize here that the crisis that has been caused by COVID-19 pandemic has been overcome by Georgian internet and by Georgian digital society. And I would like to take this opportunity and to thank them for helping Georgia to survive in these very difficult times. Internet plays a central role even in such realms as family relations and relations between friends, to say nothing about economy and sustainable development. One can safely state today that internet has been transformed into infrastructure. It was the communication platform in the past, but it has been transformed into the infrastructure. Internet services and internet facilities will have an important role to play in ensuring security, safety, and it is only secure and a safe communication network that will ensure confidentiality and protection of individual rights and freedoms. This will enable the private sector to attain success in conditions of equitable and fair competition. Internet provides unique opportunities within an infinitesimally small period of time to create wealth, huge wealth, and this is of particular importance for developing countries, for newly democratic states, in order to gain a firm footing in the world today and to ensure a proper life for the citizens of these countries. Internet influences even those who do not at the moment have access to the internet, but internet will ensure even better opportunities if everyone has access to the internet and to the electronic service. I would like to emphasize here that the Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, and one of the goals ensuring interconnected society has not yet been attained. 3.6 billion people, that is almost 50% of the world population, does not have access to the internet. In Georgia, the number of internet subscribers is about 1 million people, which means that almost all clients of the companies have the access to internet, and 80% of these clients have a fiber optic connection. And in this regard, Georgia is on the cutting edge of developing internet. I would like to emphasize that we are now in the process of constructing the first 5G network in Georgia. So transformation to the full use of internet, in fact, brings about very critical questions. So is it possible and is it feasible to use everything that is technically possible through internet? So does this create risks for the society, for human rights? Because we see in the internet unprecedented spread of hate speech. Also, how to protect media freedoms, freedom of expression, how to protect the rights of minors when we see everything in electronic forms. All communications are done in electronic form. And these are open questions. We do not yet have any answers to these questions. And it is necessary to debate on this question. And there is a tremendous amount of debate on these issues. By the way, today, the European Union will be having a forum where they will be discussing these particular issues, the challenges related to the development and spread of internet and the challenges that are created particularly for young people and for minors. So it is necessary to have a broad-based approach here, involving the private sector, the academic community, involving the younger people, involving the civil society organizations. It is necessary to create a forum where we can hear the voice of each and everyone and the voices of all. Today, we will see the signature of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Communication Commission and Internet Corporation for assigned names and numbers. We have been cooperating with ICANN for 10 years already, and we are indeed delighted to be able to state that the signature of the MOU between the Communication Commissions and ICANN will help us to move to a further to a further stage in our development. I would like to thank Mr. Goran Marbi. I would like to take this opportunity and to extend our profound and very special thanks to the Council of Europe that have helped us to create this forum. Very many thanks to IPNCC, to RIPE, to all our partners, and needless to say, our heartfelt thanks go to the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development that has been engaged in the operation of the forum since its inception. And I hope that within the framework of this forum, we will have very frank, very sincere, very open discussions. I would like to take this opportunity to wish you every success in this forum and in your further work. Thank you, Mr. Miravka-Tamadze, for your very interesting address, and you have raised very important issues that definitely need to be discussed further. And now, as it has already been stated by some of the speakers, we will be signing the Memorandum of Understanding between the Communication Commission and ICANN. And I would like to ask our speakers, Mr. Miravka-Tamadze and Mr. Goran Marbi, to come to the virtual table so that they could virtually sign the memorandum, and then they will show us this very important document. Can I take the floor, Madam Moderator? In the year 2015, when the National Communication Commission has was leading YAPED, the network of Eastern Partnership countries, communication commissions. Goran Marbi was vice president of the network. We have very good experience of cooperation, and we very much hope that this cooperation now, including also within the framework of a memorandum, will help us to promote further our relations, and also will promote further the development of internet in Georgia. We are showing you the memorandum that we will be signing now.
Thank you. Can I take the opportunity to say that that was the first time I promised to go to Tbilisi to visit you, and I have failed so far, but I give you a promise that I will come as soon as this is over. And I also convinced Chris from RIPE to come with me at the same time so we can have a beer there and some wine, maybe, if that's okay. Sorry, Chris, for putting you on the spot.
Thank you very much indeed. Sir, would you please to show the signed document in the screen, because then we will publish them in the relevant websites. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And now we give the floor back to Ucha. Thank you very much, Nini. First of all, I would like to congratulate the entire country, Georgia, for formalizing this memorandum. I would like also to congratulate all the people who have been involved in this process. And now I would like to ask Ms. Jane Coffin. She is the first vice president of the Internet Society, and the topics which are so important together with the Ministry of Economy to be considered. It is about the community internetization and the others. All of these issues are related to her. and that is her great contribution. And as the great friend of Georgia, I would like to make her welcoming remarks. Jane, please.
Thank you very much, Ucha, and hello to everyone. Georgia has a special place in my heart. I've been to Tbilisi many times. I used to live in the region, and have watched the country change over the last 10 to 15 years with respect to a great amount of connectivity and partnership. Thank you to the ministry. Thank you to the regulatory body. Thank you to Ucha, who's been such a great partner. We have worked very closely with you to help build out connectivity to some of the hardest to reach places in Georgia, from Tusheti to some of the other regions where community networks are now something that you should know that Georgia is very globally well recognized for. You landed on the page of a very well-known publication in the New York Times in 2009, I believe, where your story of the Tusheti project for connectivity was shown to people around the planet about the importance of connecting the unconnected. More than ever, this pandemic that we're going through around the world has shown us how important the internet is and connectivity is. It's a lifeline for all of us. Children are having to study online. Parents are working from home. I'm sitting, you can't see it, but I'm sitting in the living room of my parents right now in a very rural part of the United States. We lost power yesterday, which made me really think hard about the importance of connectivity because I had to run around to another town to get a Wi-Fi connection. This brings home the issue of the importance of working together across all stakeholders. And just a quick recognition of the great work that partners at ICANN and RIPE NCC have done as part of the internet community. It's a pleasure and honor to work with Yoran Vahan and others. Back to the connectivity issues and the importance of connecting our people. Connectivity is a lifeline. It's also a driver for socioeconomic development. Every country needs well-connected people, and different options for connectivity, complementary ways. We had the previous speaker speaking about 5G. 5G is a very important technology. Lots of spectrum is needed in different spectrum bands to provide that connectivity. We appreciate the great work so far with the government in Georgia and the regulatory body to help free up some spectrum for the community networks. There's plenty of spectrum available in many areas, and we want to thank the government of Georgia and the regulatory body for all of the important work with partners like the Internet Society, obviously with some of the other donors on the ground there in Tbilisi. But we really are keen to stress that this partnership and collaboration has helped build more infrastructure, connected more people, and provides more opportunity. I help run teams at the Internet Society that build infrastructure, that work very closely with regulators and policymakers, because we know that this is highly important no matter where we are. And we just can't thank you enough for the great work and collaboration in the region, especially again, on the community network side, but also in just broadening the opportunity for building out also internet exchange points, so more traffic can be exchanged locally in Georgia. And to Ucha for all the great work that he's done, and for the people on the ground that are part of the Internet Society chapter. Thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for all of the great collaboration. Again, our organization is committed to working more in Georgia and providing more assistance, whether it's through equipment donation, work with Ucha, whether it's training, bringing great experience from Georgia as well, with respect to the important work you've done to allow for more connectivity. We often use Georgia as an example when we're telling the story about the importance that a good regulatory or a policy decision can have around the world. So you're a model for other countries. Not only are you a model with respect to connecting people, looking at complementary forms of access, but you've taken risk and you've actually shown people that through a good policy decision or forbearance of regulation, you can help create change. And so do know that we use you as a great example and partner around the world when we're talking about the importance of building out connectivity. And again, some of the teams that I have the pleasure of working with around the world are building out these networks that provide connectivity to people that don't have it in urban, remote, and rural areas, but also working hand in hand with regulators and policymakers and global organizations like the ITU, regional organizations that also are focused on more connectivity, whether it's working hand in hand with RIPE NCC or others to bring in more connectivity and more training. It's very important. So Ucha, thank you for the opportunity. It's late here in the United States, but I just wanted to make sure that I had an opportunity to thank you very much for the great partnership. And it's through the good work that we do together and the great work you've done in Georgia. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, very much. It's a big honor to have you here on our IGF. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks. ამ შემთხვევაში ჩვენ უკვე შეგვიძლია წავიდეთ ამ პანელის
So now we can
დასრულებისკენ.
just finish this panel.
კიდევ ერთხელ დიდი
And
მადლობა
again, I would like to thank all the panelists for their opening remarks, for our support, for being with us. So now I just announce technical break, 5 minutes, and then we go to the next session. And the next session will be about the Gigabit Society. And then we will be speaking about the different issues related to the government system, etc. 5 minutes break, please.
დაახლოებით 15 წუთით გადავაცილეთ გრაფიკის ნათი, მაგრამ რა უშავს მეგონი.
არა უშავს, საინტერესოა.
დიდი შესვენება გვაქვს და თუ ჩვენი ტექნიკური ჯგუფი აგვიტანს.
დაახლოებით ახლა მე ვფიქრობ, რომ 10 წუთს 15 წუთს ამენტი არ უნდა მივცეთ, ხო?
Dear friends, I would like to welcome you. I would like to welcome Madam Nadia Kuprashvili, who will be moderating this session. I would like to welcome Sofio Tvalavadze, who will be the online moderator as regards the interpretation. You have two options to follow the English or the Georgian version of this forum. So at the bottom of the screen, you will see the globe, and there you can choose the interpretation button and have the option to choose between English and here it says German, but here in German you will hear the Georgian interpretation. So we will first listen to the presentation, but at the end of the session we will have the question and answer session. This is what I wanted to say by way of technical announcements or technical comments. When you finish your speech or presentation, please unmute your microphone. Nadia, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for asking me to moderate this very, very important part of the forum. We will be discussing Gigabit Society. This is not the first Internet Governance Forum that I am participating in. I have participated in all the 5 forums that were held previously. Now I'm taking part in the 6th forum. We have already heard about the need to technically improve the Internet operation in Georgia and Internet penetration. This is really imperative objective, but also it is necessary to discuss socio-economic and intellectual accessibility, because it is not only about technical access and technical accessibility that Internet depends on. It is also necessary to have the socio-economic and intellectual accessibility, and this is an issue of particular importance for us. And we, representatives of the media, work to cover the life of people, including in rural areas, and these people should also have access to the Internet. The first speaker in this session will be Eka Kubusidze, who is head of the ICPD department at the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia. Eka, the floor is yours. I would like to welcome her. Many thanks, Nadia, for giving me the floor. We have been working together and cooperating for quite a number of years, and I'm indeed delighted to see you as moderator of this session of this panel. Very many thanks to those who are with us at this session and this forum. So it is an unfortunate occurrence that we are not able to work in a face-to-face format, but we all know what impact the COVID-19 pandemic has had on the whole world, and this shows once again how important it is to have access to digital technologies. We are living in the digital age, but because of the situation caused by COVID-19, one of the top priorities for Georgian government is the development of digital economy with the use of information and communication technologies. This panel is going to discuss gigabit society and Georgia, and I would like to brief you on several projects that have been initiated by the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia this year. The government of Georgia approved the strategy for the development of the broadband internet infrastructure in Georgia, and this has been done in conjunction with the World Bank. We have also approved the action plan for the implementation of this strategy, and these documents have been developed in full alignment with the goals and objectives of the relevant strategy of the European Union. I would like to take this opportunity and to thank the European Union for allocating the financial support for this strategies, activities, and this strategy has been developed in conjunction with the support with the World Bank. The technical parameters of this strategy's introduction in 99% of the Georgian territory, 4G internet, also for all the institutional subjects, 1 gigabit per second, so provision of such internet, also provision of the possibility for all families to have access to 100 megabit internet. So this does not mean that all families should be purchasing the 100 megabit package, but this should be a possibility. If they want to buy less speedy internet, they can do so. So these are the parameters that have been envisioned in the relevant strategy of the European Union. We very much hope that these goals and objectives will be attained in the year 2025. Also, our strategy envisions creation of the relevant hub in Georgia, and in fact, taking full account of the geographical position that Georgia has. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic has been an obstacle for us because we were planning to organize relevant activities in Georgia where we would be discussing these opportunities. We were intending to invite very, very important players in the world of the internet and in the world of the digital society and digital economy, so representatives of Amazon, etc. So, but COVID-19 in fact created challenges in this way. But of course, we have not stopped in fact collaborating and negotiating these opportunities with relevant players. We continue the negotiations with the players. We also work to create the regional hub. So this is included in the strategy that I've mentioned into the action plan, and we see this as a top priority for Georgia. We know that provision of access is very, very important, and this is really great. And there is a very important project that is an OpenNet project. I will not be speaking in length about this project because Marika will brief you on this project in greater detail. Also, very, very important for us is introduction of broadband internet across the territory of Georgia, and OpenNet project is a very, very important step in this direction. We have also launched the Login Georgia project, and this will help us to attain the strategic objectives that we have, and the very concrete activities that are envisioned in the action plan will help us to achieve very, very specific and concrete goals. No matter what access we have to the internet, if there is is no demand, particularly in the regions, if there is no computer literacy and internet literacy that would enable people to get all the possible benefits of the internet access, then there is no point in developing the internet. Therefore, in the strategy that we have elaborated, we have mapped out several strands. One of them is raising awareness of the public. Also, we work towards increasing and enhancing demand for internet, particularly in the regions of Georgia. The national strategy also envisions the possibility of developing the community internet. And we know that with the support of the government and with the support of the Minister of Economy, and definitely with the support from our donors, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the donors for providing support to us in fact providing the internet connectivity in the Damakri region of Georgia, and we managed to include in the internet network 100 villages, and the ITU has in fact expressed greater interest, and they asked us to share our experiences in ensuring internet penetration in the rural areas. 250,000 lari have been allocated from the state budget for the implementation of this project, in addition to the support, general support that has been provided by the donors. So this is a very important strand in the strategy that we have elaborated. We continue working in this direction. This is community internet penetration in Georgia, and we are planning as a further step to provide the necessary facilities and infrastructure in the Ajara region of Georgia, and we very much hope for the support of our donors. ISOT has provided support to us, and I would like to take this opportunity and to thank the ISOT partners for the support that we have received from your organization, and we will continue working together to provide internet penetration in high mountainous regions of Georgia, such as Ajara and other mountainous regions. We are definitely in need of such support and assistance. Also, the Association of Small and Medium size internet providers plays a very important role, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank UCHA and the companies for carrying out very important activities in the regions of Georgia. So we know that a lot has been done to provide internet access in the Budamakari district of Georgia. So the necessary infrastructure was introduced there, and also the educational activities for members of the public were carried out in order to enhance the computer literacy. We are working to ensure harmonization with international standards. We have drafted the law on e-commerce, so the draft law is almost ready, and we have already reached a pre-agreement with the public institutions, so to discuss this draft law together, and we very much hope that this draft law will be discussed in the parliament within a very short period of time. Why e-commerce is very important? Because it is really imperative for small and medium-sized internet providers, because today there is no law that will provide protection of small and medium-sized operators. So we can adduce very many different examples here. For instance, violation of intellectual rights. In fact, when e-commerce platform was created, it turned out that certain products were sold through that platform, but it turned out that these were not the genuine products, these were fake products. And then there were very, very huge penalties that were imposed on the platform, and the European Union has elaborated a relevant regulation to that. And we also have envisioned in our draft law certain provisions that will exempt the intermediate providers of the responsibilities where they are not of their liability if they are not liable. When it comes to the internet, the issues pertaining to internet safety and security of particular relevance. When it comes to young people, to school pupils, to school students, it is necessary to protect the younger generation from harmful influence and impact of certain materials in the internet. We have joined the global movement in this regard, and you may know that we received technical assistance from the ITU to develop a vision for protection of minors from harmful influences of the materials that may be disseminated through the internet, and the relevant manuals and textbooks have been developed both for school students and also for teachers and parents. And it is very, very important that the platform that has been created at the initiative of the Ministry of Economy could enable everyone to discuss these multitude of issues that are relevant when it comes to protecting minors from harmful influences of the internet. When it comes to our vision for future, together with the World Bank, we started working on the national strategy for developing a digital society in Georgia. So we've already started this work. The working group has already been created, and next week the working group will hold its first session. So we will be developing the strategy, this global strategy that will in fact put together all strategies and action plans that have to do with the communications sector, with the digital society sector, etc. And the document will have, and the government will have a unified strategy that will in fact involve all different strands of activities that are of importance for the development of digital society. Digital society has already become a term that is very widely and broadly used. I would like to inform you that we have invited very many different players into the working group because we want to have the involvement of different public institutions, the relevant organizations representing the private sector to work on this strategy. We will be also creating a group that will be composed of representatives of the private sector. This working group will make its input into the development of the strategy. This is in a nutshell what I wanted to tell you by way of providing information to you on the activities of the ICT department of the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia. I would like to once again thank the National Communications Commission, the Association of Communication Operators, of course the Council of Europe for generous support in organizing this forum, and the development of the Internet Society. Very many thanks to all of those who are interested to take part in the GeoIGF. Thank you, Eka. Yes, indeed. You have very correctly mentioned that these issues may be generating questions, and there are already certain questions, but we will have the question and answer session by the end of this session. Eka Kuputid already spoke about the ISOT contribution, and now we will give the floor to our next speaker. Representative of ISOC. Representative of ISOC. Mr. Massimiliano Stucchi.
Hello.
Yes.
So,
Romaris, dear.
sorry.
Yeah. You can
Oh, okay. So
hello.
I've heard a lot of interesting points here, and I see that we all know that Georgia is heading to the right way. I come from a country, Italy, that has a very similar project. There is something called open fiber, and Italy has a similar plan as Georgia by 2025 to cover the whole country with gigabit Ethernet. Open Fiber is a publicly owned company, which means that they are forced to provide the same economic situation, the same prices to all the operators who want to provide service over them. So what happens is that Open Fiber provides the low-level infrastructure, and then every ISP in the country can apply to resell part of their service. Now, this is more complex in the end because Open Fiber, so the government divided the country in areas, and there's a classification of A, B, C, and D. So A are the major cities, C and D are the very rural areas. And Italy is a country where there are many, many rural areas together with also very large cities with 2, 3, and many cities with 1 million people. This has been working pretty well so far, where it has brought high-level broadband to a very high number of people, although because of COVID, and you also mentioned it, the previous speaker mentioned it during her talk, is COVID delayed many of the plans. So this is an example of how also other countries are trying to develop a gigabit agenda. I now live in Switzerland, and this is another example where I think I read a month ago that the town where I live has reached 100% coverage for fiber. So 100% of the houses have direct fiber connection. And this is due to the fact that there is a slightly different approach. Countries, little towns have their own utility companies. So we have small utility companies, and I could actually show you the building where it's headed because it's just across the street from where I live, and they provide electricity, water, and now internet. So they are also run by the government, and they work in some cases at a loss because their mandate is to provide service to every single household in the town, or there are also regional organizations that do the same. So this is a similar approach to what they have in Italy, where Open Fiber, that's a big organization that covers spans the whole country, but in a more local way. Switzerland is has a federal government. They like to break things into smaller problems, while Italy generally likes the larger approaches. There have been a lot of discussions about how this can be achieved in different parts of the world, because of how this project can be done. Because in many cases, the countries have left it to the private companies to provide coverage, and this we have seen that is an approach that in many cases doesn't work for the rural areas, because there is no economic incentive to reach a single household in a small valley. And we have seen how other approaches actually work. You have great examples, and I know my colleague Jane also mentioned it in the previous session. Community networks there are the solution, and not an approach, not a private company approach. But start looking at this, we can think that looking at the different solutions that countries have put together, we can see that there is a common area where you need to have an entity that is run by the government or run with the help of the government, that operates in many cases at a loss to provide. This is my also personal opinion, is you need someone to provide the physical connections, and then you have to provide a common ground for ISPs to work and to provide the service, to be able to then provide additional services on top of the physical connectivity that's provided. So having a common ground for operators to work should be the way to go, and reinvesting the money that is generated by this entity that provides that puts the cables in the ground, I'd like to say, that provides the physical connectivity, to provide even more, to extend the coverage, or to keep managing in a better way. So this has shown, at least in Italy, has shown to have a very good impact on broadband in the country. There's still a lot of work to do, but so far the plan has worked. There is another aspect that you need to consider, and it's that Open Fiber was given every right to run cables wherever they wanted. So the electric company, the National Electric Grid, gave them all access to every single duct, every single part of their infrastructure, so they can put their fiber in every single place. And this has been helpful for them as well, because they have the freedom to run these cables in the best way possible. And this has brought a lot of advantages to them, to be able to provide services to more and more people. One last thing is, I told you that there's a classification of areas in Italy, and the government has realized that not everywhere you could reach those areas with fiber. So they gave Open Fiber the opportunity to reach some of these areas with backhaul, with links that are done with wireless. So in areas that are more rural, they tried to cut costs a bit by using wireless backhaul, and then there is the mandate to actually run local fiber. So what they are doing is they are preparing the ground. So let's say there's a small town with 10 houses on the mountains. They get fiber service to the home, but the backhaul could be done from the local exchange to a remote exchange via wireless for the moment. And then there is a plan by 2025 to run full fiber everywhere. So they have found to be a way to provide service now that can be upgraded at a later stage. And then operators have all freedom to use all this service as much as they want. So this has brought the cost of broadband really, really down in Italy. And so this has proven to be, so far, this has proven to be a very good way of working. And I can tell you also here in Switzerland, it also works. I can rent a fiber, for example, from the local authority for, it's the equivalent of 20 euros per month. And that's me as a normal citizen, 20 euros per month. I can rent the fiber from my house to the local exchange. And that's the same price that gets that is applied to network operators. And on top of that, the network operator can decide their own price. So you can buy full gigabit service right now for about 70 francs, Swiss francs a month. That is 65 euros per month, but that is full gigabit, 1 gigabit down, 1 gigabit up. And it's across the services available about in 70% of the country. And also you have to imagine that Switzerland is also a country where you have a lot of rural areas on the mountains. And there used to be an incumbent called Swisscom, but now the incumbent has been put aside a bit, and all these small regional or local operators, well, not operators, utility operators have taken the role of providing the last mile to all the network operators. So these are two examples I can give you about how this is working in other countries in Europe, and I hope this can be helpful to create more discussion on this topic. So thank you for the opportunity to speak here.
Just the opposite. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot indeed, because you really draw our attention to very, very interesting examples. We also work in the direction of the community, the network and the development, and the people like Ucha, they do their best. We also have some good practices, how it is possible to have the good cooperation and operation at the community level. First of all, I would like to change a little bit the plan and ask to Ms. Maya Sulaberidze. Please, now the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nadia. Yes, thematically speaking, what I'm going to say is very much relevant to what Max Tucci stated in his very interesting presentation. I would like to state very proudly that the OpenNet project is very similar to the Open Fiber project, which is really great and which demonstrates that Georgia is not lagging behind the European partners and European friends, because we very often say that we're striving and aspiring towards Europe, and we are implemented a project that is very similar to the project that was described by Mr. Stucci. I would like to greet you once again, congratulate the organizers on the occasion of the 6th Georgian Internet Governance Forum, and I'm more than certain that this will be as successful forum as the ones that were previously held. Now, several words about the project that I was asked to present. I would like to share with you my very short presentation. In fact, today's reality and today's challenges have shown very clearly and very visibly and vividly how important it is to digitally transform the economy. You know that Georgia is implementing the project of internetization, and this is is done in order to support the investors, and within the project we will be able to ensure the unified fiber optic network in Georgia. It will be possible to provide the relevant services across the territory of Georgia, and it will be possible to ensure connectivity between any 2 points. I would like to state, and Max also stated, that this infrastructure will provide non-discriminatory and open access to all operators, which means that any operator, no matter where he or she operates, if there is an open network in that region, the operator will have a non-discriminatory access to the network. Several words about the geographical area. We are now talking about the regions where the private sector is not very much interested in providing the service. There are no private operators, or so far during the private operators have not expressed their interest to develop the network within the next 3 years in the villages where the population is over 200 persons. You may know that Georgia is implementing, with the support of the World Bank, the internetization project. The project Login was launched, and this project is indeed very, very important. It does not imply only creation of infrastructure, and Eka Kubusidze also stated that creation of infrastructure is only one of the stones in this huge building of internet. Login Georgia also envisages support to different legislative tools, creation of legislative tools, etc., and also support to the use of digital services by the communities. So we work in this direction. Eka stated that it is very important to have the relevant infrastructure, but at the same time, it is necessary for members of the public to have the relevant skills, to have the relevant literacy, to have demand for digital services. And in this regard, we will be working towards raising awareness, carrying out educational activities, and the COVID-19 related challenges have demonstrated very clearly how important it is to have digital services available, particularly in education. And we will be implementing the activities to ensure the internet-related services for the members of the public who do not yet have the necessary computer skills, and we're working to enhance their skills. Some figures that I would like to share with you. Fiber optic infrastructure will be constructed along 5,000 kilometers, and 50,000 members of the public will get access to the internet. So this project will promote the access, or will improve the accessibility to broadband services for the members of the public. This will enhance competition, and this project will help better access and more active use of digital services and internet by representatives of ethnic and social minorities. The project will be effective up until the 29th of December this year. This means that we are in the preparatory phase. We have already elaborated the documents that are of relevance and of importance for the practical implementation of the project. We are now working on the manual that will provide detailed information on the stakeholders, OpenNet, Ministry of Economy, other players, and the duties and responsibilities of all players will be very clearly formulated. So this is the preparatory preparatory phase of the project. We are also preparing the necessary groundwork for those who will be involved in the project. Despite the work that we are implementing together with the World Bank, OpenNet started implementing the pilot project. This pilot project is being implemented in the Ozurgeti municipality. The project implies a provision of services to 49 inhabited populated areas, and it will provide access to internet to over 28,000 citizens. And within the framework of the agreement, the contractor was tasked to prepare the design, a detailed design. It took, in fact, quite some time for the contractor to prepare a design, despite the fact that the conceptual design was prepared and the construction itself started on the 11th of October. What is the situation that we have today? Over this period of time, 60 kilometers of infrastructure has been created. So the trenches have been prepared, and over the 60 kilometers of the route, the necessary cables have been put in the ground. The work is carried out along 3 directions, and this is done fairly actively. And I would like to tell you that despite all the difficulties that we have been faced with, we nevertheless launched the project, and over an hour and a half, despite certain challenges, we nevertheless managed to have the necessary infrastructure installed. The contractor is working, so the contractor is in fact fulfilling the duties and responsibilities that it has, and despite all the difficulties, the construction is going on as Max stated. So the open fiber, as you said, is accessible to all operators, and we very much hope that this open net will also provide the same opportunities, and we will be using the energy infrastructure that is already installed, and this will definitely facilitate our work. As of today, the work is carried out in full accordance with the plan that we have elaborated. This is in a nutshell information about OpenNet and the relevant project, and I will be happy to take questions. So the questions are definitely already been sent to us, and we will have the question and answer session by the end. Now, I would like to invite Ekaterina Medadze, head of the Telecommunication Market Regulation Department of the Communications Commission. The floor is yours.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great honor just to speak on behalf of the GNCC, and we will be speaking about 2 projects. One has been already implemented, and another is in progress now, the last year, also this year. So that is 5G. First of all, it's a distribution project for the 5G frequency, and another is about the mobile virtual operator, the access of the mobile virtual operator. I have the presentation. I'll try to share my screen with you and show what it is about. Can you see my presentation? Not yet. Not yet, Eka, not yet. We only can see some black background.
Kawatnaika, შეგიძლიათ აირჩიოთ პრეზენტაცია, როცა share screen გააკეთებთ. ანუ მანდ უნდა აირჩიოთ ფანჯარა.
კი, ეს არჩეულია, უბრალოდ მე მგონი.
უნდა გადახვიდეთ ფანჯარაზე პრეზენტაციაზე.
The participants try to help her to open the presentation. In fact, we see some background, but not the presentation itself.
ან share screen გააკეთეთ და მთლიანი
Maybe
screen
you
აირჩიეთ.
use share screen and then
ანუ
go
გათიშეთ
through.
share screen და აი screen აირჩიეთ, ანუ მთლიანი ეკრანი რომ ჩანდეს.
დიახ, ეხლა მე მგონი
უკვე ჩანს.
Yeah, we can see it. Okay. As I've already mentioned from the beginning, I'm going to speak about the new technologies and the new projects, as well as what the 5G can provide, can deliver to Georgia. You know that it is very relevant issue today, technologies, digital technologies. And of course, when we speak about it, we also have some the negative experience against the background of the COVID-19. When it comes to the IoT, as well as the atom internet communications, etc. Here, we first of all have to encourage and speed up, accelerate the process of introduction of those services in Georgia. And the 5G, this is a platform for the future generation, and it provides with the possibility to have some technological breakthrough and to establish and introduce the new services. And for the GNCC, it was quite important to work on the strategy for introducing the 5G. In July of 2019, we elaborated the concept paper and published it. So this document had the aim to explain the practical exams for the 5G, what could be good and relevant for Georgia, as well as distribution of the frequencies based on the best practices of European countries. Of course, the most important, it was in fact the development of the strategy and the views of the GSCC and sharing the strategy and view to society. After that, when we have learned the best practice of Europe and also the colleague regulating bodies, the GNCC identified the frequencies for 5G service. And we identified here 700 megahertz, 800, 3,400, and 3,800 megahertz of the resources, frequency resources. Then the consultation processes we continued, and together with the GNCC and the experts, we also invited the consulting office, the Ernst and Young, the company which helped us to calculate the cost for it. And this document was already accessible in April 2020. And we identified the distribution price as well as the service price. And we identified also the timeline until June in order to have some feedbacks from the operators and the other stakeholders. As I've already mentioned, the entire resource that is 400 megahertz. And here you can see, and maybe see from my presentation, the specific the areas which the bands will be accessible. And as you can see here, the highest the band is here from 3.4 to 3.8 gigahertz, which was identified for Georgia. Of course, I mean for the 5G service. The next, I would like to touch upon very briefly uh, the issue related to the, for instance, relevance of 5G in our country, in which places and in which sectors. You know that they are already used in many different service areas, including the transport, agriculture, healthcare, and we also think that it would be very, very good to introduce it for Georgia's reality, to have the testing regime, for instance, the smart emergency services, which can identify how the services can be provided, as well as the emergency treatment of the patients, and other goods which the 5G can deliver to the society. We all understand that, first of all, this is the speed of the internet. And of course, that is, first of all, the thanks to the broadband internet. And here we need to introduce the niche, um, which can get interest among the consumers, among the users. And it is quite clear that 5G technologies now are assumed as the fourth industrial revolution, as a part of the fourth industrial revolution. Therefore, that is, first of all, for the B2B, to the industrial companies. And in our documents, in the course of the consultations which we have with the operators and the stakeholders, we try to put the emphasis on the opportunities that 5G may deliver to the society, to the country total. Very briefly about the coverage and the obligations on coverage. Of course, we have this consulting document, which was already published in November, and its framework includes very specific phases, steps, the year by year, also by geographical zones, the technical parameters, and the GNCC already elaborated, you know, that the uh, obligation on coverage, and it is based on Georgia's the broadband development is a national strategy 2020-2025. And the obligations include and cover such specific parameters like, for instance, the coefficient or ratio of the settlements, as well as the ports, the railway stations, airports. And in the document, you also find the level of the service as well as the speed which we have to achieve stage by stage for specific geographical area. And as I have already mentioned, that the stage by stage approach we have for 2, 3, 5, and 7 years of stages. I mean, this is about the plan for coverage. If I go back to the 5G services, I would like, within its context, to speak about the next important project because it really goes ahead. That is very important project. Second project, that is about the mobile virtual operator and its access in Georgia. And I'll try just to explain what it is, how it is linked with the innovative technologies, as well as with the services which would be delivered by the fifth generation of the networks. Yeah, I would like to say that MVNO and its access, uh, and it was decided in 31 December of 2019 by the Commission, and the last week in November 27, we already witnessed the first stage of the enactment of such access of the MVNO, for its realization. And specifically, it is about the offers for invitation as well as the technical offers, the first deadlines for them. We already overcome it, and we already got the feedbacks from the operators, but we still need their feedback, and it is very good step ahead. Generally speaking, the entry of the virtual operators is very good example and a very good solution, because it is especially important to improve the purchasing, retail selling, as well as introduction of the innovative services. And in addition to the very good examples that there are as thousands of niche where you can find the virtual operators acting there. We know that in Europe, where they already have good experience, now they start so-called the second wave to popularize MVNOs and also to introduce new innovative services, because they provide the fastest way for the services. Therefore, they are most effective, most efficient, and if they can provide the fast monetization of the 5G, then they are recognized as the best operators. I will touch upon this issue later on, but those who are using the telecommunication, the services, there are already the second waves for the developing of the MVNO. Exist on the one hand, yes, we have quite a well saturated market here, but however, at the same time, they have the new opportunities in, in finding the B2B segments where the MVNOs have their own experience, they are well specialized and can deliver the goods and the services brought by the new technologies. So in this particular document, the GNCC underlines that the internet, big data, to be well developed and well introduced, including the niche for the new technologies. Here, of course, MVNOs play very important role at the telecommunication market. And we are using our opportunity. We, of course, try to make them more popular in the Georgian market and the make relevance, the 5G is quite progressive, and until the end of December, we continue consultations with the stakeholders. We of course expect the feedbacks from the operators as well as from other stakeholders. So I wanted to speak about these two important projects. Therefore, we think that in the telecom segment, we can find the good place for Georgia. So thank you very much for very detailed presentation, for very good information. Ekaterina, we have already got the questions. It is related to the, for instance, deadlines, etc. And now, of course, we would like also to touch upon the issues related to the community. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Levan Ardoteli. It's a guest house. The owner, it is a high mountain place, and maybe now we have the most interesting intervention from his side.
Greetings and many thanks. I will tell you how internet changed Khersureti, our high mountainous region of Georgia. First and foremost, young people are now able to stay in our homes, to develop business, to have communication with our relatives, with our friends, with our beloved ones. And one of the causes for out-migration from Khersureti was impossibility for communication and the non-availability of internet. So I have a family hotel. So I created it 3 years ago, and I told you what problems we used to have when there was no internet communication and internet availability. I had to come to the hotel once in several days, and when it is not possible to communicate with the visitors, this creates huge problems for the hotel owner. And actually, I had to answer their questions, their queries, but it was not possible to do it expeditiously. And if you only provide a reply after 4 or 5 days, this damaged the business. But now, once we have the internet, so our communication has been expedited. Very many people would refrain from visiting our hotel because we did not have any internet availability, but now we do have. Internet has changed our world. In fact, if you come to Khevsureti and see that for yourself, so you will see that very many young people in Khevsureti are not now intending to leave their native land to go to Tbilisi to earn some economic opportunities. And now we want to stay in our homes to develop business here. Very many thanks. Thank you very much, Levan. And by the end of the session, before we provide to the question and answer session, I would like to ask Ucha Seturi, who has provided a lot of support together with his association to Levan, to many other communities in putting together the internet.
Thank you very much, Nadia. Thanks a lot indeed. First of all, I would like to say that maybe it's a quite a unique possibility. And then also talked about it. The community internet, the internetization was well reflected in the governmental document. And Max also talked about it as an alternative. So where, for instance, business cannot go, there we need to cover the regions using the community projects, community network. And community networking would be the best outcome. And it is quite hopeful decision, I would say. We of course would like these projects to be continued. We also need to help these people because that is a quite good social activity, especially for such regions of our country which are quite different, quite unique, because it is really different in Georgia, which is really very important for each of us. When we speak about Ardoti, the Sureti, Vajapshavela, the great poet of Georgia, etc., we consider it as some remote place. But in fact, this is a Georgian territory populated with Georgians, and we have to think how to solve their problems. What I wanted to mention here, and because we have to also keep the timing. The project has been already completed, regardless the COVID, they have Sureti and Arhoti Valley, as well as the crossing of the valley, etc. They were for the second period of time they closed. We managed to close the project. The beneficiary is the local community of the project, and I would like to start with the thanks, with the acknowledgement. First of all, thank you very much to the USAID and the US Embassy in Georgia who supported in developing the community network there. They found the leaders because they have to manage that network there. It is their ownership there, and it is, of course, the excellent gift from the US side. Also, very big thanks to the Ministry of Economy because they were the most important supporters of this project. And the grant was allocated by the government. It was about $100,000, and using this grant, we purchased the radio equipment as well as the special pillars, and I already talked about it. And of course, the older people, they have some problem on using the gadgets, but we have this special project to distribute the telephones to them. Then I remember another informal meeting with the Ministry of Economy, together with the ISOP representatives. And as we all understand, these projects have been quite well implemented. We also have Udamahari and plus more 4 points there. And together with the ISOP, we have to mention here the Czech Republic who financed and funded the terminals, especially for the families with the children. About 90 families they financed. And I would like to pay this special tribute to the Embassy of the Czech Republic and those who provided free of charge services like Beeline. For instance, they at 4 locations provided about 100,000 lari the services. Our operator, MBNet, and Litfox, and especially MBNet, which is the implementing body. And they, in fact, they tried also to deliver the trainings and education for the service providers. And they use their own hands because unfortunately you know that the driving is only possible to very few locations, and we had to take the equipment by hands using courses. Also, local police helped a lot, and through the joint effort, through the joint the approach, we managed to complete this project. Also, to connect the prescribers, and now we have some minor the things to accomplish in order to have the maximum speed the provided there. And finally, this project will be, of course, concluded, and we are going to have some the final conference together with our partners. Thank you very much, Levan, for your intervention, because each such good example is very, very important, because you know that the number of population is very limited there, and we really need the successful stories. And I do hope that together with our partners, we will be able to witness the economic the development, economic examples, good examples, of course, the progress there. And when we have our population with the better access to the internet, it makes us happy. Thank you very much, of course, again to each and every partner. That's all I wanted to share with you. We already exhausted our time. However, I would like to use this time for the Q&A. Ms. Eka, it's mostly to you. Mr. Shota put the question to you. It is about the quality of the internet, and we also have the specific question: what has been done for the hubs, regional hubs, and for introduction of the 5G. Next my question is to Ms. Marika. It's about deadlines for introducing the 5G, and it says that they promised for March or February of the next year, and about also issuing the licenses. And maybe I try to find the next questions. It's about next question is the technical and economic documentation for the equipping with the internet, the remote settlements. And the next is why there are no the tax advantages, especially for those who arrive to this area. So let's start answering from the side of Ms. Marika, then you, and it is mostly the question related to the 5G. Thank you very much, Nadia. Thank you very much to the author of the question. I have these questions. First is about the IXP and how to solve this problem, why the internet exchange point issue is not well decided. And first of all, I am going to speak about the IXP. Yes, of course, we understand that IXP must be neutral, and the division of the government is also just to keep it neutral. We are not going just to establish some technical technical manner from the side of the government. We always expressed readiness, and still we are ready to provide assistance to the private sector to form the neutral IXP. What is necessary from our side? Mr. Shota, maybe you also attended yesterday. Here the problem is, first of all, the interest among the operators. First of all, the operators shall learn or study or know, and we now all understand that the existence of the neutral IXP in Georgia can improve the compatibility between the different providers. First of all, the both large and small, the ISP, the operators, they have to be ready just to establish the neutral IXP. And when it comes to the government was and still is ready to assist the private providers, the private sector. Now about the quality of the internet, as I know we have very little time, but Mr. Merab so talked about it, talked about some statistical data. At the end of 2019, the number of the prescribers for the fixed the brand, it was 475,000 more prescribers we have in comparison with the previous year. And with regard of the households, more than 80% of them are covered now. The same apply to the mobile coverage. The 3.5 million was the number of the mobile internet the users, and 93% is it's the coverage. So we can see the huge increased numbers. This direction is being improved constantly. And again, Marika also mentioned in her presentation, and I also said that the strategy that was approved from the side of the government, that is very close and in coincidence of the gigabit, the policy of Europe. So, as I do not have much time, Nati, I cannot hear you. Unfortunately, we do not have much time. Okay, you can go through the strategy and you can find the answers in the strategic document. Now about the hub. I already mentioned in my presentation that we had to organize the eBay, Amazon, and the other major players. The start, I mean, we wanted just to form the regional hub. Uh, Part of the Euro Asia hub, it still continues working at the level of the regional level, also international partner organizations. But unfortunately, we failed. Thank you very much. But you can see here is the question about the fiber cable, its extension with regard of the regional direction. Miss Marika, yes, 5G is not about me. I just respond with regard of the regions. As I already mentioned, we are now at this stage of the preparation of the WB project, World Bank project, and of course we have the consultations and we work together with the GNCC as well as the government and of course the particular ministries how the region will be covered. And we also include here the existence of the demand of the internet operators as well as the development of the potential the regions, I mean the regions of Georgia, and on the basis of evaluation of those criteria and communication with the providers, we identify the priorities, which regions will be covered during the next 5 years. Thank you very much, Marika. So, of course, you talked about the deadlines, but if you would like to say a few words about the deadline, I can provide you with some time. Okay, I will be very brief. I mentioned about the deadlines in December this year. We already expect the last stage to be finished and finalized this project. And the first priority from the new year will be announcement of the auction related to those frequencies. So thank you very much indeed. I'm really very happy that this session also is well balanced from the gender point of view. And we had very interesting presentations. Now we have 5 minute technical break and then we convene again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Natia. 5 minute break.
This session. Once again, very welcome. Thank you, Ucha. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sobogiadze, and I represent the State Inspector's Service, and I'm really delighted to have the opportunity to meet you on the line, and we have an opportunity to discuss such an important topic as artificial intelligence and personal data protection. The opportunities that artificial intelligence opens on the one hand, and difficulties and challenges and problems that this creates vis-a-vis personal data protection. So we'll be discussing these issues. I would like to take this opportunity and to thank the organizers and donors of this forum. So we will be discussing human rights protection, personal data protection, and we hear these terms all too often in our everyday life. But I would like to emphasize that these are not abstract, they're just nice sentences and nice phrases. These are issues that are of relevance for all of us. And protection of personal data in the information technology age is something that is of particular interest and particular importance for us. And we'll be discussing these issues in this session. Artificial intelligence is in burgeoning stage in Georgia now, and we see each and every day artificial intelligence entering every segment of life, and now it is not a fantasy as shown in fiction books or films. This is today our everyday reality, and artificial intelligence impacts all segments of our life. We can analyze things, we can understand things, we share technologies. This help us to better understand things, and we will be discussing on these issues from the perspective of the protection of human rights and personal data protection. We wanted this session to be as diverse as possible. Therefore, we invited speakers both from the human rights activists and human rights organizations, public institutions that have to do with the protection of personal data, and on the other hand, people who are representatives of the technical field and academia. We want to take on board your interest as much as possible. Therefore, it will be very important for you to be engaged in the discussions. You can send us your questions, and we will do our best to have your questions answered as exhaustively as possible at the end of this session, because we will have a question and answer session. I would like to wish all speakers and panelists to present their statements very successfully. Now I would like to introduce our first speaker, Yannick Minekor, who is head of digital development unit at the Council of Europe. We're delighted to have you at this session, and you have taken time out of your busy schedule to join us. It will be very important for us to see how you at your organization see these things, and we will be very happy to hear your recommendations and your advice. Thank you very much indeed in advance.
Thanks a lot. I hope the connection is okay. It seems good. So, hello everyone, and my warm thanks to the organizer of EGF Georgia for including me on the panel today, where I will talk to you about the regulation of artificial intelligence. I hope that this will contribute to a fruitful dialogue to ensure that this technology is used to the best of its abilities. I am Yannick Minekor. I am a former French magistrate and now head of the Digital Development Unit in the Information Society Department at the Council of Europe. And as you know, the Council of Europe is this organization with 47 member states, and we promote human rights and we protect democracy and the rule of law. I am currently working on the subject of the regulation of digital technologies in general, and I am involved in particular in the work on a future legal instrument on artificial intelligence led by the CAHI, which is an ad hoc committee on artificial intelligence. I take the opportunity to thank especially Mr. David Karashvili, research manager from International Relations Department at State Inspector Service for its particular involvement to its important work. My purpose will therefore to share with you the motivation for such a work. Innovation and regulation are often opposed, whereas in reality, there can be no sustainable innovation without a minimum of agreement between all the stakeholders on the objectives of this innovation. Cooperation and dialogue is key in today's regulation. So let me start just maybe with some examples about the use of artificial intelligence. And as you mentioned, it's not a fantasy. This is already a reality all around the world. Use of artificial intelligence offers, of course, huge opportunities. For instance, the American startup Moderna accelerated its researches on the COVID-19 vaccine thanks to bioinformatics and artificial intelligence. DeepMind presented 2 days ago groundbreaking results on solving protein structures, which is key to fight this kind of virus. In the same time, use of artificial intelligence could create sometimes more uncorrect situation. Just then, this is of course a funny example. A camera powered by artificial intelligence got confused some weeks ago during a football match and focused on the bald head of the referee instead of the ball. But more seriously, and this is, in my opinion, an important concern, the use of artificial intelligence creates a lot of troubles also. For instance, in United Kingdom, with a system that automatically generates exam results after cancellation of A-level exams due to the pandemic. These 3 examples show exactly the benefits and the risk of the generalization of technology, non-mature technology sometimes in some fields. And this issue is not the technology itself, of course, but the use of this technology without sound evidence and an insight on some particular application. And to answer to that challenge, ethics of artificial intelligence is again everywhere. And this ethics of AI try to solve all these issues and create trust. But is this enough? We conduct in the Council of Europe, and I encourage you to go to our website, www.coi.ent/artificial intelligence/AI. We publish on our website a data visualization with an analysis of more than 360 non-binding policy text on artificial intelligence, with a peak in 2018. And of course, these non-regulatory initiatives have opened the debates on artificial intelligence. But there are some issues that are not resolved and that could hardly create trust among users. For instance, the lack of common definition on some concepts. For instance, transparency. Transparency from the point of view of Google, if Facebook has a meaning and understanding, maybe for a civil society organization, there is another understanding. I refer for that to a very interesting study conducted by ETH Zurich, by Marcello Jenka and Efi Vaiana, which was written for the KI, where these 2 researchers assess exactly that point, that a concept in ethics, such as transparency, for instance, has different meaning. The second risk is, for me, the risk of ethics washing, raised by several academic authors. And you can very easily understand that. When you create rules for yourself, it's clear that there is some limits. And the last thing about ethics of artificial intelligence is surely the lack of enforcement. What happens if a rule is not respected at this stage? Nothing. So I think there is a strong need of hard law for some application of artificial intelligence. States must respect human rights, but according to the European Convention on Human Rights, they have also the positive obligation to ensure that human rights are respected from, for instance, operation from private companies. So a very short word about Council of Europe and our experience in regulating technology, because maybe it sounds strange that a human rights-based organization, international organization like us, has strong interest in technology. The Council of Europe's mission is to guide its member states towards a better protection of human rights in accordance with the values of democracy and the rule of law. This organization, my organization, has already produced landmark international legal instruments in the field of regulation of digital technology, as early as 1981 with Convention 108 on data protection. We call that the grandmother of GDPR, and you know that GDPR is this text in European Union about data protection. I should quote also the Budapest Convention on the fight against cybercrime, and this text was born in 2001. As a previous French magistrate, and I work in prosecution service during years, I use that text to fight cybercrime, not only in France, but it helps me strongly to cooperate with other countries. This experience of the Council of Europe legitimizes the organization to intervene in coordination with other international organizations, such as OECD, United Nations, including UNESCO, to set legal standards for artificial intelligence. A wide number of Council of Europe institutions and structures already address a wide range of AI-related issues from their sectorial perspective, providing important research material and developing tools. Georgia can already have access to that, and this is already a reality. Among others, I can quote, for example, the excellent recommendation of the Commissioner for Human Rights called Unbox Artificial Intelligence, 10 Steps to Protect Human Rights, where the Commissioner developed the idea of an impact assessment on human rights before to sell a product or for governmental organization to use the product at a wide range. The recommendation of the Commissioner is to run a study to assess if there is a risk on human rights or not. I can quote also the European Ethical Charter on the use of artificial intelligence in judicial system and their environment. This time, this is a CEPEJ who has promoted 5 key principles for the use of artificial intelligence in judiciary. I can also quote the guidelines on artificial intelligence and data protection from our specific committee on Convention 108 about data protection and personal data, but also the CDPC working group on artificial intelligence about criminal law. This working group recommended the creation of an international legal framework and instrument to establish specific national legislation regarding driving automation and automated cars. And I will conclude my examples with the latest reports by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, 7 reports published in October this year, which clearly show what are the challenges on the use of artificial intelligence. All these documents are the vertical and specialized approach of the Council of Europe. And more horizontally, the CAI, this ad hoc committee on artificial intelligence, has been mandated in September 2019 to study the feasibility of one or more legal instruments on the basis of a broad multi-stakeholder consultation. And the mandate of the KAI is to work with governments, of course, but also with all the stakeholders in that area. And the KAI will work on a cross-cutting sectorial legal instruments, possibly binding, able to shape common principles for the application of AI. I think this is now the best way to answer to the challenge raised by artificial intelligence. A high level, but binding legal framework. Some application create surely more risk than other. And it is why any new binding legal instruments must be proportional to provide a good balance between enforceable rules to protect individuals and society, and on the other hand, encouraging innovation and sustain economic growth. We have good examples of that in the pharmaceutical industry, for instance, or in car industry, where strong regulation does not hinder innovation, but conversely ensure trust. Risk to mitigate with artificial intelligence are well known and documented now. Discrimination, risk on human agency, democracy, freedom of expression, human dignity. Again, I refer to these reports for the Parliamentary Assembly, where especially the report from the Member of Parliament, Deborah Bergamini, clearly state the need of binding legal instrument. But we support the idea of a risk-based approach. And this risk-based approach has also been raised by European Commission in its white paper and is actually discussed within the KAI's working group, such as the Policy Development Group. This means not only that the risk posed by artificial intelligence system should be assessed on this systematic basis, but also that any mitigating measures should be especially tailored for this risk. In addition to the risk-based approach, where relevant, for instance, where a certain AI system in a certain context poses a significant level of risk coupled with a high level of uncertainty, a precautionary approach could be considered. I think that all these elements could be part of a binding legal instrument such as a convention or framework convention. The feasibility study is actually ongoing. No decision has been made about that, and the 47 member states continue to discuss about that. And this discussion will continue during the during the next plenary of the KAI, and there is a first version of this document of the feasibility study that will be discussed in December 2020 during a virtual meeting at the Council of Europe. And I will conclude with just some last words that future instruments should therefore be also able to fit into a broader mechanism for worldwide global regulation of the digital transformation, as encouraged by the United Nations report, The Age of Digital Interdependence. Moving to principles to practice will not be a simple task, and a binding legal instrument will not be a silver bullet to solve all the issues raised by the application of artificial intelligence. It is why the KAI could also propose a set of non-binding instruments, such as recommendations, guidelines, and books, as concrete answers and to precise and specialized issues. Some concrete tools could be recommended and defined, such as human rights impact assessment to measure the risk and also audit labelization, and a strong instrument to regulate artificial intelligence, certification, where I think if we want to ensure trust of users and citizens, having certified AI system from some particular application could be relevant. To sum up and conclude, my view are this one. I think we should need a binding instruments, a convention or framework convention with horizontal character that could consolidate general common principles, contextualized to apply to AI environment and include more granular provision. This instrument, which could include appropriate follow-up mechanism and processes, could be also combined with additional vertical binding or non-binding sectoral instruments from Council of Europe if it comes to human rights, rule of law, and democracy, with some sector-specific principles and requirements. In my opinion, this combination of horizontal tool and vertical tool would allow to provide the required level of guidance to private actors wishing to undertake self-regulatory initiative afterwards. This approach would allow for the flexibility required for technological development. And again, I think this construction of regulation must be based on consultation, dialogue, and the Council of Europe will open in 2021 a huge multi-stakeholder discussion and consultation to build a proper regulation, again, proportionated to the challenges. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much
for Mr. Yannick for your intervention. Of course, we had very important emphasis from your side. First of all, related to the, for instance, the private sector, public sector, the combination, vertical and horizontal approach, the importance of the dialogue. And of course, we fully agree that this field must be regulated. And here we really need the binding documents. And maybe now we have quite interesting presentation because from 2021, the Service of the State Inspection plans to continue working in this direction and have the cooperation with each and every public and the private sector. And the next speaker will be Tate Kinkadze. She represents the State Service, and she will be speaking on this issue and why it is so important.
Greetings. In fact, the most relevant issue is why it is important to protect personal data in the context of the use of artificial intelligence. The answer is very simple. We speak about the use of cutting-edge technologies, and when it comes to artificial intelligence, this means decision-making in an automatic mode, and we need to give due attention to the accuracy of data. So why we speak about protection of personal rights in the context of the use of artificial intelligence differently from human beings? Actually, artificial intelligence has to extract the necessary data for the decision-making processes. And so artificial intelligence depends very much on the data. In fact, similarly to human beings. And you know perfectly well the terms, the provisions that exist in the legislation. So there is a term, decisions made in an automated basis or automated decisions. Automated decisions, the term tells for itself. This means that decisions are made automatically without the involvement of human beings. And this implies a collection of information and gathering of information about human beings or from human beings, processing of data, and then making a decision in different fields and related to different topics. And this is very often used in the process of marketing related activities. For instance, instance, banks divide their clients into those who pay the interests in due time, or those who do not pay, the so-called problematic credit earners in other contexts. We need to carry out our online activities in such a manner that would not interfere in our personal life. Now, what I want to imply here, if, for instance, inaccurate data are used, this may interfere with a fundamental right, which is the right to privacy. And we speak about the use of huge amounts of data by artificial intelligence. In fact, the data used also when artificial intelligence algorithms are used and tested, and it is necessary to balance properly the use of artificial intelligence and also the obligation to protect personal data. And the relevant institutions are faced with a task to create such a legislation that will not impair the use of artificial intelligence, but at the same time ensure proper protection of personal data. I can see here in the agenda that there will be a presentation by a developer and AI engineer, and he will be speaking about the technical aspects of this issue. For my part, I can tell you that the State Inspector Service gives huge priority to this issue. I will give a very brief overview of legal regulation. There is a law on personal data protection, and also there is the European law regulations related to that, GDPR, and also the relevant convention of the Council of Europe. And these legal instruments, in fact, contain those principles that underlie the activities. The data need to be processed in a fair way, in a very safe way. So there are responsibilities envisaged there. So when it comes to transparency, for instance, when it comes to data processing with the use of artificial intelligence, and this is a very, very complicated system, and it is necessary to process data in such a manner that will ensure transparency for the owner of personal data. It is also necessary to imply that the State Inspector Service presented a new draft law to the Parliament of Georgia that concerns protection of personal data, and this draft law is fully in line with the relevant European legal instruments. In fact, why we have drafted this law? Because the current law does not answer the technological challenges that we see each and every day, and the new draft law envisions certain novelties, and I will speak very briefly about that for us. Similarly to any other oversight body, the most important issue is to ensure full protection of human rights, including the right to the privacy and the protection of data in any activity. So the current law envisions the provision whereby any person can demand actually information on what data related to us is being processed by one or another public body or a body that is responsible for processing the data. And if we are not fully satisfied in terms of transparency of this information, then we can in fact demand having this erased, and the data subject has the right not to give consent to having the automated decision made if this automated decision will have impact on his or her life. I will give you a very, very simple example. For instance, when an automated decision is made with regard to what this person is supposed to do, and the data subject has the right to request and obtain information about himself, and the principle of transparency is very, very important. And if this and in fact if there is no proper awareness of this principle, it will be very, very difficult for the data processor to in fact provide the necessary information to the data subject and ensure proper transparency. Also the data subject has the right to get well at least certain information about the algorithm used in the processing of his or her data, and the decision that was automatically made with regard to this data. Why I am saying all this? In fact, when the decisions are made, it is necessary to ensure full transparency, and in fact, it is necessary to take into consideration certain recommendations. I have already told you about the principles, and Yannick also spoke about the principle of transparency, and also I will speak about the principle of minimization. In fact, some would think that the more data are used, the better, but in fact, this is not correct. It is necessary to use for decision making the minimum amount of data that is necessary for making this particular decision, and this is the data minimization principle. Also, the data cannot be stored after the objective is attained for which this data have been processed, and this is the principle of limiting. And Yannick also said, and I would like to add that it is necessary to manage the data. Developers, i.e. engineers, need to analyze, to identify the risks that may evolve that can create problems with regard to the fundamental rights and freedoms. And the more developers think about those risks, the better, because it will be much easier to prevent such risks. So now several words about the recommendations of the international best practices indicate that it is really very important to have an alternative, so to say, way to process the data. For instance, if data owners do not want to have their data processed by information technology users, then there should be an alternative for the data to be processed manually with the use of the human resource. Also, it is necessary to remember about the principle of privacy assessment. So this is a very, very important principle for those who process the data. They should not be waiting for the oversight body to be inspecting them. They should work with due diligence themselves, and they should should satisfy themselves that the product that they make is fully in line with the legislation and is human rights friendly. Another issue that I would like to emphasize is privacy by default, and this means that those who process data should be ready even in the process of making their product should think about protection of personal data, and this would help them to rule out from the very outset such threats and such a risk that may have to do with the protection of human rights, or for instance, the right to privacy, violation of the right to privacy, violation of the personal data protection rights, etc. In fact, the data on human beings, on individuals, are processed in different ways, in different sectors and in different contexts. Therefore, we need to know actually what data are processed. It is necessary to have a proper awareness of the individuals, and also it is necessary to raise the awareness of developers, of AI engineers on the need to protect personal data, because when they are aware of the imperative importance of the personal data protections, and the product that they will be putting out will be fully in line with the standards, with the principles of international legal instruments and also of the Georgian law. I try to do my best to formulate very briefly the recommendation that we would like to give to the relevant professionals. Thank you very much. Thank you, Becca, to you. You have placed an emphasis on very, very important issues such as protection of personal data, and we are hopeful that the recommendations that you have stated are really interesting for the participants of this forum. So in fact, it is necessary to strike the balance on the one hand to promote technological development, but on the other hand to be fully aware of the need to ensure protection of human rights and protection of the rights related to privacy, personal data protection, etc. And these are the questions and the issues that are of relevance for developers and engineers, and we have invited a representative of this community. I would now like to give the floor to Giga Chokheli, who is a developer and AI engineer. What is it that you take into consideration when creating products?
First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me and providing with this opportunity to speak about this issue. When it comes to the specificities, so what type of recommendations are there for the performance, for the working process?
Of
course, there are different techniques, like for the anonymity of the data, different strategies, how to keep the confidence. But if we review the existing situation in a broader manner, how we, the developers, approach this issue, how we can use it, that is what I would like to speak about. The technological problems which we are solving related to the artificial intelligence, it is one issue. Another issue is that philosophical, ethical issue, which in fact are less concentrated on and not very much paid attention. I mean, from the side of our developers. One example I can share with you how it is neglected is the story from 2016. In 2016, I attended the Harvard Innovation Weekly meeting, and it was emphasis on a virtual reality, technologies for the virtual reality, but you can find what is the attitude. During the entire day, we heard many different speakers, about 100 or 150 the people were present there, representatives from the different companies, technologies, but the last one, Last session was about the ethics and about the regulations, including the virtual reality. We only 10 or 15 people were there, the present. The professor from the Harvard University, journalist, the moderator. And the major question which I raised there, I said, where are the people who in the previous session talked about the technologies, about the companies, those who in fact have to aggregate the billions of the income, the revenues? And I got quite a real answer from the moderator. He said that none of them um, was qualified to enough to speak about this issue. So that is the good picture to observe how big problems we are facing here. The people who are creating these technologies, we are not qualified just to be responsible for our technologies and for, let's say, decisions which we made. In reality, I think it is very important for the billion of people. And first of all, I would like to consider three directions. That is safety. With respect of the safety or security, the newest example is the background created under the COVID-19. So the mobile, the GPS, it was before used for to observe the people as a system for the observation about the movement. And in the case of the infections, it was possible to identify the contacts, relations. It could be investigated and tested. But on the other hand, we got quite a strict answers how this data then would be used, for instance, outside of the interest of the COVID-19. Next is the issue related to the development. For instance, the self-driving car, let's say a vehicle. It's a philosophical question that if there is emergency situation and the weather, the car, for instance, shall have the accident with four people or one child? We have no answer to it. So, of course, such questions are quite exceptional with respect of the IA, but it is very important because more than million people die every year in the course of the car accidents. Therefore, the self-driving car, its proper implementation finally shall be focused on the safe driving and the reduction and prevention of the number of those who are perishing in the course of the car accidents. Next issue that is the digital economy. And, and one of the example I can draw, let's take YouTube. YouTube, as well as the business model, which is based on the advertisements and advertising system. So our intention, our time is used for the different companies as the source of income. But the algorithm, in fact, it will just generate more income, more revenues, because they must be automatized and used using the artificial intelligence. And here we need to take into account different conditions of the person. So if you go deeper to the recommendations by the YouTube, you really find quite a negative the results, including the psychological condition of children because they were got injured psychologically because the child was alone with the IP and saw some content which was damaging for a child. And one of the author of the safety of YouTube, the algorithm, Julian Second, said that we have to use YouTube the, with the special browser, which can just the block that function. works like a filter. Against this background, when we speak about the revenue generated using the advertising, etc., it's okay, it's clear, but then we can speak about some perspectives. That is, first of all, automatization of the offices. And we are facing this reality, and not only now, maybe also in the future. And one of the decisions or solutions which have been has been proposed, that is universal, the general income or revenue. And Mr. Eric Brynjolfsson from the Stanford University, who is the head of the Department of the Digital Economy, says that development of the artificial intelligence can help us to eliminate the poverty and the in the world. Here we need, by the way, good cooperation between the companies and the legislative bodies. And for me, as for a person who is engaged in this particular field and this sector, I have the responsibility for the deeds and for the business I am doing. And not to be focused whether my code written down today will work or not, and how it will be applied. That's the most important. So, one of the examples can I also draw here. I had my classmate in the calculus class, and he wanted to work in the governmental organization in the United States and to work in the robotics direction. And when I asked him whether he had the idea how his code would be used, he said that he did not care. So, again and again, my focus is that we have to be responsible. We have to be responsible for our developings, let's say this way. Thank you very much, Mr. Giga, for it was really very important and interesting issues raised by you. And it is also quite important to take responsibility of each and every participant, each and every stakeholder, because all the goods which comes from the technologies and from the artificial intelligence, it should not be used to the damage of the mankind or even one individual. So I think that it is quite proper that this discussion we start very actively consider this field because it becomes more active just today in our country, and the good approach, proper approach, will help us to find the better use of the artificial intelligence. Of course, it has no alternative. It is being developed in a very active and intensive manner. You made very good focuses that here we need knowledge, proper attitude, and as well as the awareness raising. Therefore, we included in our panel the Business Technology University. They work in this direction, and as far as I know, they also plan to have the doctor's program instead of Ms. Hatuna. Mr. Ziad Gabisonia will make the presentation. He's the head of the doctor's program, and I would like to ask Mr. Ziadi to say about these perspectives and show the role which is today on the shoulders of the.
Thank you, Stofo. I would like to welcome you. And I would like to tell you that there will be very many changes in the education sector due to the involvement of artificial intelligence. And these will be global changes. And we think that the model of education will be changed. And there will be absolutely new professions evolving that do not exist today or that did not exist several years ago. And in fact, there will be a complete complete change in the professions that are demanded or that will be demanded in the market. And educational institutions have a very important role to play. The education system, including the tertiary education system, does not only involve education, this also involves research, and this is very important when it comes to the development of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, as you may know, was created in the universities, and it was the university professors has raised this a very interesting new idea. There were several stages of development, including the so-called crisis or winter periods, but once the neuron networks were created, a new era in the development of artificial intelligence started, and this in fact places the educational institutions faced with the new challenges. The leaders in this direction today are the US and China, and in fact their leadership can be seen in the first place in the fact that they invest a lot in the education, the research. They carry out research and they attain very, very interesting results. Georgia is not among the leaders when it comes to research, and we do not claim for that in the nearest future, but we want the education sector to be at par with the challenges that we see today. At the Business and Technology University, we are now developing a new doctoral program. This is digital management and artificial intelligence, but we do not want this program oriented towards the IT engineers. We want this program to be oriented for policy makers, and this doctoral program has to be created for those key sectors that will enable Georgia to use artificial intelligence. The four industries is the system of justice, of course, the system of education, agriculture, environmental protection, and also healthcare sector. And we see that the issues pertaining to data processing against the backdrop of the COVID crisis has attained particular importance. What is the situation with the legal framework in Georgia? We think that it is necessary to start working on the national strategy for artificial intelligence. The advanced countries do have such strategies, but the developing countries have also started working on the strategies for the development of the artificial intelligence. This will be a key document that will stimulate the development of other documents. Of course, the protection of personal data is a very important component here. At the same time, it is necessary to very correctly develop technologies. You know that there is a division, so to say, in the public opinion. In fact, some people think that artificial intelligence only involves red-eye robots that will be creating only evil. But of course, everyone knows that this is not the case, but we should not be, in fact, we should not be guided by some other extremes, so to say. It is necessary to correctly formulate the legislative framework. I said that the first step in this regard should be this strategy, and at the same time it will be necessary to create the other documents that will be based on the research. So the universities do work on AI related research. Of course, it would not be correct to say that the Georgian scholars, Georgian scientists see the AI related research as a priority for Georgia, and the main cause for that is that research in this field is very, very expensive. You know that there are fundamental research and applied research, and the research that is based on the data processing is very, very expensive. And I think that we need to collaborate with those countries that are very competent in doing research in AI: China, US, Japan, European Union. When it comes to research, the European Union created legal framework related to AI related ethics, and it has created the necessary working group that will be working on the European strategy. And we need to be integrated as much as possible with those who work on different legal instruments. And I think that it would be an illusion today to think that Georgia is in a position to independently conduct AI-related research. This would not be a serious statement to make. If we look at the countries that are comparable to Georgia in terms of the size of the population, size of the territory, I think that a very interesting example to be guided with would be Estonia. And I think that it would be a top priority for Georgia to collaborate with Estonia in this regard. On the one hand, they also have the experience of the Soviet past. At the same time, today Estonia is the member state of the European Union, and they have access to cutting-edge technology. The Tartu University, the Tallinn University, they do a lot of research on artificial intelligence, and I think that it was very useful to cooperate with this country. This is in a nutshell what I wanted to say, and I can provide additional information during the question and answer session. You have placed an emphasis on very, very interesting issues. You mentioned the importance of international cooperation and also cooperation at the national basis. And our institution that is the State Inspector Service collaborates with the Council of Europe when it comes to developing standards, and of course we will be sharing the recommendations with the relevant institutions. The Memorandum of Understanding has been established between the State Inspector Service and your university, and of course we will do whatever we can to ensure the protection of personal data in the use of artificial intelligence. And we think that multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary cooperation is the way out of the very difficult situation. It will be impossible for any one institution or agency separately to regulate these issues. Therefore, we decided to establish memorandum of understanding with different organizations or educational institutions, different agencies, and we want to develop very actively our cooperation with you. Our next speaker, Mariam Sharangia, represents Georgia's Innovation and Technology Agency. It would be very interesting to hear from her as to what is the experience of taking on board the recommendations related to the use of artificial intelligence. The floor is given to Mariam Sharangia.
Thank you very much for inviting me and organizing such an interesting event. First of all, we all agree that the development of the AI is absolutely inevitable. We, as the agency, of course, see it's a positive way, and we all agree that it must be used both in the business as well as in the public sector. We, first of all, need to conduct the research, and I think that the Becca and the other representatives have already talked in a quite detailed manner about the legislative changes that are absolutely necessary to have the artificial intelligence well developed in our country. I also would like to say that with respect of the startups, I think that we really need to conduct the study in order to identify the needs and what type of the legislative changes we need to introduce in order to establish the good environment. We had some case with the fintech, and now we have some research related to the startups and the other representatives of the ecosystem, where they identify their problems, what type of impediments they are facing, what type of barriers they have in our country to have some speedy development. And then, of course, the agency will initiate some changes based on the analysis. Here, we really need this type of the initiative, also with respect of the artificial intelligence. When we speak about the grants, we do not have any grants for the development of the AI. Although that is increasing sector, and if you go through the statistics, the increase is quite stable in its trend. And the agency has some prototype grants for 50,000 lari, also 100,000 lari, and then later on, even 600,000 lari. It is absolutely open for any type of these startups, including the AI startups. After me, the Dachi will be speaking. He is the founder of the Pulsar, and he will speak how the grant, in fact, helped him to develop very good project. Speaking about the agency, mostly we have the role of the facilitator because quite often it happens that the startups have quite a good solutions for some technological domains and not only in one industry but putting together the several industries. And when they apply to the agency, we try to communicate them with the bigger companies and to find the possibility of the assistance. For instance, we had it with the mayor's office, with the municipalities, also with the ministry of finance, and our startups help them to have more effective processes. But it is not one-way movement. Quite often, the bigger companies come having these certain the challenges and the problems, and they think that the AI can help to solve the problems. So then we can, for instance, recommend them some companies, those who are able to solve this type of the problems. And also, if there are any startups, we just communicate them, they help them to get in touch and get in contact and solve the problems. I think it would be quite interesting to listen to Dutch's positions. He's going to speak about me after me, because he knows more about the private sector. So thank you very much, Mariam. I think that it was really very important information, especially for those peoples and the companies who now plan to be engaged, to be active in the development of the artificial intelligence, new technologies, and yeah, we have quite a very good shift to the next speaker. That is Mr. Daci Choladze, the head of the startup the company. And please, Mr. Daci, now the floor is yours. What do you see at the Georgian market? How these products are in demand at the Georgian market? And how it is possible to conduct the additional research, additional studies? What can be done as a complementary? And also, on the other hand, what type of challenges do you see?
გამარჯობა, მადლობა მოწვევისთვის და საინტერესო საუბრებისთვის. მოხარული ვარ, რომელიც მონაწილე ვარ ამ ღონისძიების. შევეცდები ჩვენი პულსარის პერსპექტივიდან იმ თემებზე ვისაუბრო, რასაც განიხილავთ. თქვენი კითხვით რო დავიწყო, საქართველოში და არა μόνο საქართველოში, პრინციპში მთლიანად ბაზრის ძალიან დიდი წინახტომი გამოიწვია დღეს შექმნილმა მდგომარეობამ.
The situation, current situation led to the transformation of the market. So the face-to-face meeting, in fact, is not possible today. And probably one year ago, people would expect that the format that we're using now would only be actually used after 10
დააჩქარა დღევანდელმა ამ შექმნილმა სიტუაციამ. მაგალითისთვის ყველაზე მარტივად შეგვიძლია განვიხილოთ ზუსტად ამ პლატფორმის Zoom-ის background removal-ი, რომელიც ნიშნავს, რომ იქიდან გამომდინარე, რომ ყველას ვერ გვექნება საოფისე გარემო მოწყობილი იქ, საიდანაც შეიძლება ვერთვებოდეთ თუნდაც კონფერენციაზე, თუნდაც შეხვედრაზე და ასე შემდეგ. Zoom-ი თავაზობს, რომ ჩვენი ფონი შევცვალოთ რაღაც ისეთი გარემოთი, რომელიც რაღაც ნეიტრალურ გარემოს შექმნის და აგვარიდებს თავიდან თქვათ რაღაც იმპერკულოზს, რომელიც შეიძლება გქონდეს სივრციდან გამომდინარე. ხო, შესაბამისად, სწორედ ამ ნაწილში არის ზედი მოდელი, რომელიც ლაივში ახერხებს გაიაზროს რა ხდება ბექგრაუნდში, გამოარჩიოს ადამიანი, გამოყენოს ადამიანის ფიგურა მთლიანი ფონიდან და მოხდეს იმის საშუალება, რომ განვასხვაოთ, გაიჭიროს განსხვავება ამ ობიექტს შორის და გამოყოს ადამიანის ფიგურა. ეს არის ერთ-ერთი ალბათ ესეთი მაგალითი, რომელიც ბევრად უფრო გამოყენებადი გახდა დღეს, ვიდრე ამას იყენებდნენ მანამდე. შესაბამისად, დავით შეიძლება დაგჭირვებოდა საერთოდ ამის გამოყენება, იმიტომ რომ უფრო სრული სამაგრო ერთვებოდი ჩვენ Zoom-ის კოლზე და რეკთან კომპიუტერის კოლზე და აღარ შესაბამისად, ტენდენციები, როგორც დანარჩენ მსოფლიოში, ასევე საქართველოში არის ის, რომ მიწევს უფრო და უფრო სწრაფ ტემპში, აუწყობფეხი, ბევრი ისეთი პროცესის გაციფრულებას, რომელიც ბევრად უფრო დაბალ ტემპში მიდიოდა. იქიდან გამომდინარე, რომ პულსარი ოპერირებს როგორც საქართველოში, ასევე ამერიკაში, ჩვენი პერსპექტივა რაღაც უფრო ორ საკმაოდ განსხვავებულ ბაზარზე იშლება. ვიტყოდი, რომ ამერიკის ბაზარზე გამომდინარე იქიდან, რომ მოცულობა ყველა მხრივ ბევრად დიდი არის, მათ შორის მომხმარებლების მიმართვიანობის მხრივაც კომპანიების მიმართ, იქ უფრო კრიტიკულად დგას იმის საჭიროება, რომ ავტომატიზაცია მოხდეს ბევრი ისეთი პროცესის, რომელშიც ვთქვათ, ბევრი მომხმარებელი საჭიროებს ყურადღებას, როგორც არის ვთქვათ, call-ცენტრი, მომხმარებლების მომსახურების ცენტრები და ასე შემდეგ, სადაც მომხმარებელი გამომდინარე იქიდან, რომ ციფრულ არხებში მიჩვეული არის სწრაფ კომუნიკაციას, მისთვის მოცემულობა თავით არის, რომ კომპანიასაც უწევ კონტაქტება შესაბამისად, ეს მოლოდინი, რომ გამართლდეს კომპანიას უწევთ, რომ ბევრი რაღაცის ავტომატიზაცია გააკეთონ თვითონ შიგნით პროცესებში და მათ ოპერაციებში, იმისთვის, რომ ამ ტემპს ფეხი აუწყონ, მაშინ როცა შეიძლება რამდენიმე ათეულიათას მომხმარებელი მიმართავდეს კომპანიას, რომელსაც არ ყავს რა თქმა უნდა, მეორე მხარეს რამდენიმე ათეულიათასი call-centers ოპერატორი, რაც შეუძლია, რომ შეესაუბროს მომხმარებელს. აქედან გამომდინარე, სწორედ ამ ტენდენციას ვართ ჩვენ მორგებული ამერიკის ბაზარზე და ჩვენი პროდუქტი ზუსტად ამას მიემართება, კერძოდ ავტომობილის სადილერო კომპანიებისთვის ვაკეთებთ მომხმარებლების ავტომატიზაციას ციფრულ არხებში. შესაბამისად, ეს ტენდენცია საქართველოშიც რაღაც კუთხით არის, მიუხედავად იმისა, რომ შეიძლება არ ყოფს იმხელა ბაზარი, სადაც შეიძლება ამხელად მომართვიანობა და უფრო რაღაც დონეზე განკლავებადი კომპანიების მიერ მომხმარებლების მომსახურება არის რამდენიმე ნაწილი, რომელშიც გარდა იმისა, რომ ამ ყველაფრის მოცულობიდან გამომდინარე ავტომატიზაცია საჭიროებს, ასევე საჭიროებს იქიდან გამომდინარე თუ რა შეუძლია თავად ხელოვნური ინტელექტი მოდელს რო გააკეთოს ადამიანის ნაცვლად. მაგალითისთვის ავიღებდი ჩვენს ერთ-ერთ სერვისს, რომელშიც პულსარი პიონერი იყო ჯერ კიდე წლების წინ, ეს იყო 2017 წელს, როცა პირველად შექმნით დისტანციური ვერიფიკაციის სისტემა, იმისთვის, რომ ჩვენს მომხმარებელ პარტნიორებს კომპანიებს შეძლებოდათ მათი მომხმარებლების დისტანციურად ვერიფიცირება, რაც ნიშნავს, რომ მომხმარებელი აჩვენებდა თავის დოკუმენტს კამერას, აჩვენებდა თავის სახეს და ჩვენ შევძლებდით დოკუმენტში მოცემული პიროვნების მონაცემების ამოკითხვას და სახეების ერთმანეთთან შედარებას. ეს სერვისი ჩვენ 2020 წლამდე დანერგილი ჰქონდა ალბათ ორ კომპანიაში და 2020 წელს, როცა ეს რაღაც გარდაუვალი გახდა, ამის ბაზარიდან გაიზარდა ჩვენს მოგონებათა ძალიან მომხმარებლები და ყველა უფრო ასწრაფდა. და როგორც ასწრაფდნენ კომპანიები ამ სერვისის დანერგვაში, ასევე ასწრაფდა მაგალითად ეროვნული ბანკი, რომელსაც 2017-დან მოყოლებული ბევრი ბანკი ემუშავებოდა იმაზე, რომ ჩვენ ეს სერვისი ძალიან გაგვიმარტივებს პროცესს, მომხმარებლების კომისარები იქნება, მაგრამ არის რაღაც რისკები, გაგრძელები და თქვენ გამჭირდება რეკომენდაცია და რეგულაცია. შესაბამისად, თქვათ ეროვნული ბანკი იყო საკმაოდ ემჩინელი ამ პროცესების მიმართ და ნუ რაღაც ძალიან ცოტა ნაბიჯები მაშინ როცა დადგა ბაზარი იმის წინაშე რომ ფონდებს არ გავატარებთ ინდუსტრიულ მაშინ კლიანი სექტორი ძალიან დაზარალდება როგორც ბანკების მხრიდან ასევე ეროვნული ბანკის და რეგულატორის მხრიდან ძალიან დიდი ძალისხმევის შედეგად მოხდა ბევრი ისეთი ნაბიჯის სწრაფად გადადგმა რომელმაც იმოყვანა იქამდე რომ დღეს რამოდენიმე ათეული კომპანია იყენებს უკვე ამ სერვისს და შესაბამისად ესეთი მაგალითები ტენდენციებს კარგად განსაზღვრავს და გვაჩვენებს რომ ამ ტექნოლოგიების მიმართულებით სწრაფმოძრაობა უფრო საჭიროა იმიტომ რომ რაღაც მომენტში ეს ტექნოლოგია პრინციპში გარდაუვალი ხდება პროცესის პროცესი არ ჩავარდეს და გაგრძელდეს
because if you want your processes to develop and to evolve, you need to introduce new technologies. And I have given you an example of the National Bank of Georgia. In what concerns the challenges from the perspective of the startup, you see challenges everywhere. At every step that you take, the challenges that have to do with the funding, with the finance, with the market share increase, etc. But I think that it is necessary in the first place to speak about those challenges that in fact impede our growth. And there are certain challenges related to the legislation, and we need to join with our users in order to somehow promote certain changes to occur. So we see such challenges not only in Georgia, but also in the US market where we work. So I told you about the challenges related to distance verification in Georgia, and some time ago the National Bank was very much reluctant to implement this technology. So we sometimes need to use the cloud service, and we need to somehow base our services on the servers that are physically present in Georgia. But for that, it is necessary to have relevant regulations. So in our case, this would lead to the increase in the cost of the services, and this in turn would lead to the situation whereby our services will not be fiscally attractive for our customers. So there are certain regulations that do not allow you to implement the service that you can provide in an ideal way. I can give you an example from the US context. There we see, email is the first channel of communication, first port of communication for customers and for companies. But at the same time, we see an increase in the popularity of SMS-based communication, particularly when it comes to the commerce. For instance, if a person finds a car, a vehicle that he would like to buy, it is very comfortable for this person to communicate through SMS with car dealers. But this is fraught with certain risks because in different states, in different territorial units in the US, the regulations related to mobile communications are different because in some states this SMS communication can be blocked, and this is fraught with huge risks because the
სწორად კეთების გამო.
financial
აქედან გამომდინარე,
penalties and the fines
თუმცა SMS არხი
imposed on the
გამოირჩევა
company
თქვათ
can be
მომხმარებლის დიდი
very, very
აქტიურობით.
high. On
შესაბამისად
the
არის
other
ძალიან
hand,
ინდივიდუალი
these
არხი,
SMS
რომელიც
communication channels
ბევრად
imply a lot of
ჩვენს
activity
პროდუქტს,
on the
თუმცა არის
part
რისკის
of
შემცველი
the
გამომდინარე
customers.
რეგულაციიდან და
But on
აქედან
the other
გამომდინარე
hand,
ჩვენ
it is
გვიწევს
fraught with
აქაც
risk because of
რაღაც
the
რეგულაციის
regulations
გამო
that exist in different states
თქვათ
in the
იმის
US.
თხოვნა, რომელშიც ჩვენ არ
Therefore, we need
გავაგუჭებთ
to
რაღაცას
take into
რეგულაციის მხარეს და
consideration
არ
these
დავარგოთ
regulations
წესებს, თუმცა
and
კვლავ რაღაცა მაქსიმუმს მივაღებინებთ ჩვენი პროდუქტიდან,
in
ჩვენ
fact
მომხმარებელს.
identify such a
შესაბამისად,
way to
პერსპექტივები
provide services
საქართველოში
whereby the customers will get the
საკმაოდ
benefits
დიდია,
of the
ვიტყოდი
service
რომ
we provide. At the same time,
ბაზარი
does not
თითქმის ყველა
impair
ნაწილში შეცვალა
the situation because of the fines. Now,
პანდემიამ
what is it
და
that I want to say?
ჩვენ
Yes, the
ჩვენი
situation
სერვისების
in the
მიმართაც
Georgian
მოთხოვნა
market
საკმაოდ დიდი არის.
elsewhere has
აქ
been
ხო ერთი
very much
კითხვა კიდე
influenced by the
გიორგისგან,
COVID pandemic. There was
თქვათ
one more question
არიან
that was
ისეთი
asked
კომპანიები და
to
ორგანიზაციები,
Georgi. So what
შექმნის
are the
სერვისებს იყენებენ.
companies, the organizations that
ბაზარზე
use
ვართ
our
ახლობით
services? We
ახლობით არ
have
გავედესტებ
been
პრინციპს. ყოველთვის
part
ჩვენს
of the
დასაწყისიდან
market starting
პირველ
from
შექმნით ჩვენი
early
კომერციული პროდუქტი ეს იყო
2017.
T-bot-ი
The first
TBC
commercial product
ბანკისთვის.
that we
მას
created
შემდეგ
was
TBC ბანკთან
T-bot
ერთად
for the
ძალიან
TBC
ბევრი პროექტი
bank.
გავაკეთეთ.
And after that,
ვიტყოდი რომ
we
TBC ბანკი
launched very many
ხელოვნური
projects
ინტელექტის
jointly with the TBC bank.
რეალობაში
I can
რეალურ
tell you
პროცესებში
that
შემოტანასთან
the
მიმართებაში
TBC
ძალიან
bank
მნიშვნელოვანი
is
მოთამაშე იყო
on
მაშინ და დღესაც რჩება
has
და
been
საკმაოდ
cutting
დიდი წვლილი
edge when
მიუძღვა
it
იმაში,
comes
რომ
to introduction of innovative technologies, and it is to their credit that in fact they trusted us and they introduced many of the products that we have created, and they use these products in their in-house processes and also in the services that they provide to their customers. So they in fact have cooperated with us, with our company Pulsar, that has created the technologies, and we see an increase in this tendency, and we see now increasing number of companies approaching us for our services. For instance, the service that would transform the audio text into the written text and vice versa. So we see the high demand for some of the services. We see also other players in the market that offer the customers services similar to what we offer, but those companies they purchase these technologies elsewhere and they offer them to the market, whereas we create our technologies ourselves. We also provided a product for the tourism administration. This was a guidebook for tourists. So we analyzed the posts in social media, and in fact based on the product that we created, the books intended for tourists were published. Now we work with the Tbilisi municipality, and we work towards the automation of the transport and traffic movement processes. We are already in an advanced stage in terms of developing a technology, and we think that we will be able to create a very good tool for the Tbilisi municipality that will enable them to analyze such processes that are simply not possible to analyze without the artificial intelligence. So how to analyze the movement of transport in the different districts of Georgia, and these technologies enables us to analyze this. And this is a very graphic example of how data can be processed, how the advances in technology can be applied, and these are the technologies related to artificial intelligence, etc. How can all these be utilized in an environment that today is very, very specific, and probably sometime in the past these tendencies were simply not possible to identify. Thank you very much for your presentation. You have provided very interesting information. You have also compared the domestic market in Georgia and the US market, and you also identified certain challenges that you are faced with. In fact, sharing data implies a processing of personal data too. And it is very important for each and every sector to be engaged in a dialogue so that the regulations could be developed in such a manner that would not impair the development of new technologies, the use of new technologies, at the same time to ensure the situation where you, the developers, the AI companies, give due attention to the protection of personal data, to the issues pertaining to human rights. I would like to thank you very much for answering the question. And now I would like to ask the co-moderator, Sofo, to articulate other questions. I would also like to welcome you. So the questions that have been asked are really very, very interesting, but bearing in mind that all panelists provided very interesting presentations and very exhaustive information, I can say that many of the questions have already been answered. There are only two questions left. One question concerns the coordination mechanism, and the author of the question is asking whether or not there is any coordination mechanism for public institutions and of private sector organizations that use AI, and whether or not it is possible to cooperate with the academic community, and whether or not there is a coordination between the academic community and the private sector. So this question, in fact, can be addressed to all panelists, so you all can answer this question. And another question that I believe is intended for Becca. The question is formulated as follows. If the AI project is implemented, is it possible for the State Inspector Service to provide a recommendation with regard to the protection of personal data in the process of implementation of that project, and whether or not there are such examples? Thank you very much. So far, I will start with the second question. In fact, the State Inspector Service is the agency that is responsible for the due and proper approach to such an issue as data processing. Therefore, any public institution and any private sector organizations can approach the State Inspector Service, and we, for our part, will provide the necessary consultation and the necessary recommendations. And in fact, we will provide advice that will help the data processor to work in full conformity with the provisions of the law. I will also try to answer the first question that you have formulated. In fact, different organizations, different institutions cooperate on a regular basis. This year, this summer, there was a meeting with the representatives of the educational institutions and public institutions. This was the first meeting where we shared information, but we are planning to have such meetings on a regular basis. This direction of our work is seen by us as a priority strand of our work, and we will be very actively involved in all discussions related to the use of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much, and we would like to assure you that we stand ready for cooperating with all different institutions. And now I would like to ask Yannick to sum up and provide recommendations. You've heard about the challenges in Georgia. What would you advise and recommend us to do, given the realities that we have?
Yeah, thanks a lot to give me the floor for a short word of conclusion. The first thing about coordination, and I want really to raise that, is that there is already a kind of global cooperation between international organizations. You could have the feeling, if you see what happens worldwide about regulation of artificial intelligence, that there is a kind of competition between some international organization. You see guidelines from OECD, you see recommendation from UNESCO, for instance. European Commission is also working on that. But there is really an excellent dialogue between the organization to propose, and I hope very quickly, a global framework on regulation of digital and artificial intelligence. And I want here to thank also United Nations and our contacts in the framework of this digital roadmap, where there is really a great job done about that. And to conclude from my side, and it will be not an official statement from Council of Europe, but more personal view about that. I think we should avoid, when we discuss about artificial intelligence, to think that this is a solution to every problem. It's a little bit like if we have invented a hammer, and we consider that every troubles, every issues are nails, and it's false. Hammer is very good to use with nails, but you cannot use that on eggs. So my advice is really to assess exactly what artificial intelligence can do, and meaning now machine learning and statistical approach of environment and data. And once we have a clarity about that, and again, a clarity that came from academia with the support of also private sector, I think we can begin to invest real good application of artificial intelligence. But if we consider that AI could be applied everywhere without any strong regulation, I think we will have an issue. And I hope that the Council of Europe could help to promote this clarity of this dialogue. And thanks again to have inviting me.
პირიქით დიდი მადლობა თითოეულ გამომსვლას, ამით ჩვენი სესია დასრულდა. იმედი მაქვს საინტერესო იყო და წარმატებებს ვუსურვებ შემდეგ.
Our session is now over. I think it was interesting, and I would like to wish success to other speakers, and I would like to thank the organizers of the forum. Sophie, yes, indeed, the discussion was interesting, and I can say that that was the first case when we were talking about the artificial intelligence in this format, about the confidence, and I would like to thank you for such a diverse contribution. And now we will have a technical break for 45 minutes, and then we will come back with very interesting and important issues that is about the upper level domain and security and the challenges that we have come across. Also access to data, the protection of data. So now we can have a break for 45 minutes, and at 3 o'clock we will come back with this very interesting session. I would like to ask online moderators of the panelists, please be back 5 minutes before we resume. And thank you very much. And now we are on a break. My greetings. Just a few technical details about the forum. One, Ms. Zia has an assistant, Mr. David, and he will help her in asking the questions about the Q&A, and then Zia will decide how we'll do that. And the session is divided into two parts. First, it will by Javika. This is DNS. And I would like to thank Eka for that. But the second, .g domain. And the presentation will be about that. And Zia will be doing that. But I would like to ask you for the interpreters not to speak. Well, I ask the participants and the speakers not to speak too fast because the interpreters need to do their job properly if the speed is okay. And then, please, we will get the questions in the chat box, and I will ask David Dato to look at the chat box and the Q&A. As for the translation, let me say that in English as well. For English, you need to find the globe.
English is English, and two others are native Georgians.
Ucha is speaking sometimes English or Georgian. Right. It was just an instruction about the translation. And now we are now streaming it live on the IGM website, and that was very briefly what I wanted to say. So now, Zia, the floor is yours, and let me wish you a successful session. Ucha, thank you very much for your support. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to the panel, dear friends. Before we start, by the way, I would like to ask you, please turn on your videos, the participants of this session. Please start your videos. Congratulations with the successful progress of the sixth International Forum. Dear friends, my greetings, everyone. As Ucha said, I would like to repeat, my name is Mzia Gogilashvili. International Relations As for today's session, this is about .GCCLT challenges. But other than this topic, as Usha already mentioned, we will be speaking about a very interesting topic. This is DNSSEC. DNSSEC in this, well, currently the whole world has shifted to the remote work and the internet plays much functions, and the domain names and the internet that is inseparable. And for the security of security of DNS names and internet that is inseparable. Domain name security in station. This is a DNS protocol's additional protection mechanisms. And that makes it possible that the communication is integral and not tempered. But I only possess a minimum and dilettante knowledge about this issue. But as for the detailed information about the DNSSEC and its significance, then Mr. Champika will be speaking about that, because Champika has a huge experience in this issue. Well, dear Champika, first of all, thank you so much for your engagement in the session. And we are very sorry that, well, today we have to host you remotely, but we keep our fingers crossed, and we hope that our mutual enemy named COVID will leave us alone soon, and then we will get back to our ordinary hospitality. And could you please, Champika, introduce yourself first and tell us everything about DNSSEC?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, let me share my slides.
Thank you. We can see your screen, Champika.
Okay. I hope you can see it is in the full screen.
Yes, yes, thank you.
All right. Hold on, just let me go to the front. Okay. By the way, can you see my video as well? Is it visible? Hope you can hear.
Yes,
yes.
We can see you.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry for the little delay and setting it up. And I hope you can all hear me and see me well. And so in this talk, I will give a very high-level presentation about DNS security extensions, or DNSSEC. Now, before we really talk about DNS, it is important to understand how DNS work. And so in this diagram, you can see that we have a user, and typically a user would send a DNS request to a recursive server. I mean, this type of DNS request can be anything related to, say, browsing or sending an email or using a mobile app. And nowadays, even things like IoT related queries and things like that. So this DNS query would go to a recursive name server. Typically, these recursive servers are operated by the internet service providers, or ISPs. There are also public DNS service providers, DNS service providers who operate these recursive servers as well. Queries go to recursive name servers, and then the recursive name servers would first talk to root name servers to get a response about the TLD domain, the name servers. There are over 1,000 or so root servers scattered around the world, and then it would contact, most likely depending on the nearest root servers or the most optimal root servers, the query would go to root servers, and then root server would give a reference to TLD name servers. So in this case, the user is querying for www.example.com. So the root server gave the name servers of .com. And then the recursive server will contact the .com name servers, again, the most optimal one. And then .com name server will give a referral to example.com name servers. And then the answer, the IP address of the web server of www.example.com will be received from example.com name servers. And then that answer will be given to the end user. So once this answer is given to the end user, the recursive name server will keep the answer in its memory or in the cache. So this is how a general DNS query get resolved. But only problem is by, the DNS protocol was designed back in early 1980s. So in the design itself, some of the security features were not handled by the protocol itself. So that is why we have to have some security mechanisms to handle security issues related to these query responses. So in a typical query like this, there can be some security issues. Say, for example, this recursive name server would not know exactly whether it's talking to the right root server or whether it is talking to the right .com server in this case, or whether it is talking to the right example.com server. So any of these servers, could be operated by attackers. So the recursive server could be going and talking to wrong servers. And the other thing is we also do not know that when the answer comes from either from these root servers or from these .com servers or from these example.com servers, the answers could be changed in the middle or intercepted in the middle, or these are called man-in-the-middle type of attacks. The answers can be changed. Or when these answers are kept in the recursive caches or in the memory, the caches can be polluted or poisoned. Means the attackers can change the answers which are in the caches so that the client will get wrong answers. So instead of client going to the right web server, the client can be going to a fake web server or kind of, a web server which is operated by an attacker. So these type of security issues are quite a lot in the DNS space. Or sometimes even these recursive servers can be hijacked as well. So it is also possible that the client queries could not be going to this recursive server, and instead it could be going to a server which is operated by an attacker as well. So you can see that there are many type of security issues can occur in the traditional DNS queries without any security mechanisms. So this is why in the first place we have to have some security mechanism to protect these infrastructure. But when you try to protect your DNS infrastructure, obviously we have to have several mechanisms, several security features. One of the important security mechanism is called DNSSEC or DNS security extensions. The whole idea of DNSSEC is to protect our DNS data. One thing to note is that DNSSEC will not protect everything, all the DNS related security issues, but it will solve one of the very important security problem, which is actually protecting the data, right? So that is where the DNSSEC comes in. So in here, you can see that earlier we were not sure that we were going to talk to the right root server, or we were going to talk to the right .com server, or we were going to talk to the right example.com server. But if we can deploy DNSSEC, then we can have an assurance whether we are talking to the correct servers or the right servers. And the other thing is that we can also have an assurance that the data in the middle will not be changed or meddled around. So these things are called basically providing the authentication and then providing the integrity of the data. So authenticity means basically, are we really talking to the right servers? Are the answers are coming from the right servers? And then the integrity is that the data is not changed in the middle. So whatever the data sent by these servers, these are authoritative servers, whatever the data sent by these servers are being correctly received in this recursive server. So these are the things that we are going to achieve in DNSSEC. So this is just a sort of example to show in a very high level. Say if a client is going to visit a bank website, say if the client want to visit majorbank.com in this case, and it is getting the IP address from the DNS, but an attacker can intercept, an attacker can provide a fake IP address or a wrong IP address. So the client or the user will end up in going to a wrong website of the bank. And then the user can provide the credentials, and then the attacker can capture this credential and can even save it in a database and so on. But if there is DNSSEC deployed, this can be detected. In the recursive server level, it can identify that this data that is received from the attacker is not the correct data. So it can basically validate that data. And then the recursive server will not send that data to the client. So instead, the client can basically client will not get that data. So we can make sure that client can go to the right place. So this is just an example to show how important the DNSSEC is. So now trying to sort of give a very high-level objectives of DNSSEC is to achieve authenticity and integrity of DNS data, as I explained to you earlier. We have to make sure that we are going and talking to the right servers. And also the integrity of DNS data means it is not modified in the middle, or it is not changed in the middle. And also this would allow domain name registrants to cryptographically sign their DNS data. So if a registrant gets its own domain, or any organization gets their domain, they can cryptographically sign their domain, the DNS data related to that domain, and secure that DNS data. And this would also allow DNS operators to validate all this DNS data are coming, they are correct data that can be validated. And then the DNS resolver can provide this validated data to the clients. So the validation will happen at the DNS resolver level. So earlier, as I said, typically the DNS resolvers are operated by network operators, ISPs, so they will do the validation part. And there also it will provide an assurance to users that the DNS data they are seeing or they are getting from these DNS resolvers are valid and correct and true. Now, this would also help us to prevent DNS threats and abuses. Now, earlier also I told you that there are many types of DNS abuses happen, DNS hijacks, cache poisoning type of abuses, phishing sites, and so on. So these type of threats and abuses can be prevented by implementing DNSSEC. So now DNSSEC has been there for like last 20 years. There have been, in the IETF level, the protocol development work has happened a long time ago. So the organizations, they have been working on or deploying DNSSEC for quite many years. But also at the same time, we see that some organizations, they have not deployed DNSSEC much. Of course, these are some of the reasons that we find that some organizations, they find there are some challenges in terms of deploying DNSSEC. When we hear to some of these organizations could be operators, they could be DNS service providers, DNS operators, and so on, or enterprise level organizations. Some they find that they do not know much about DNSSEC. And they're also quite busy in putting a lot of other security fires, things like network security issues. There are other security issues in a typical organization, so they provide more priority for those rather than providing much priority for DNS. And also some organizations, they have this FUD, or the fear, uncertainty, and doubts. Because when it comes to DNSSEC, there is cryptography involved, there are keys involved, key managements involved, signing is involved, managing the signatures properly, without expiring those signatures involved. So because of these things, some DNS administrators, they have some fear, some uncertainty, not fully sure what to do, and some doubts. And also some lack of turnkey solutions, also one of the reasons. So these type of reasons we hear from different organizations. Also, we hear that when we ask this question from the users tend to say that they can't implement DNSSEC mainly because they are DNS providers or registrars. They don't offer the DNSSEC service. But when we try to ask the registrars or providers, they say that there is a lack of demand from the clients or the users. So that is why we don't deploy. So this is some kind of a chicken and egg problem. So we have to break this and so that one of the parties can deploy so that the other party can get the benefit out of that. So these are some common challenges we see in the field. Also, now there are many different type of organizations, industry sectors, personnel from different industry sectors could be listening to this presentation. So if you are a registry, if you are a registrar, or if you are a DNS operator, we would highly encourage that you offer DNSSEC services to your registrants. So this is quite important. So this could be even making sure that you have your software that you are running in your name servers, they can support DNSSEC, they are up to date, and so on. And also if you have some internal systems, you have to make sure that it can handle DNSSEC, it can support DNSSEC. Also, if you are from a corporate world, if you are a company, or if you are a financial institution like a bank and so on, our recommendation is that you sign your corporate domain names. So signing means, because you could be either outsourcing your authoritative services or you could be running internally. Either the case, if you can digitally sign your DNS data, this will provide that protection. Also, if you are, some organizations could be running your own DNS resolvers. If you are running your own DNS resolvers, always it is recommended to enable DNSSEC validation in your resolvers. If you are an ISP or if you are a network provider or a network operator, because you are providing DNS services to your clients, to your customers, you can always enable DNSSEC validation in your resolvers. If you remember that first diagram I showed you, it is the resolvers that do the validation. So if that validation can happen in your resolvers, then you can provide good answers, validated answers to your clients. If you are a government, if you are someone from the government or any policy making organizations, bodies, we would always encourage you to consider DNSSEC compliance, coming up with policies, guidelines in relation to DNSSEC compliance so that organizations can deploy these. From ICANN point of view, as you may know, ICANN has got contracted parties like generic top-level domain registries or ICANN accredited registrars and so on. So if you consider the ICANN registry agreements or registrar accreditation agreements, these sort of compliances are there included into these agreements as well. So in a similar way, you can also consider these compliances as well. Now, from users' point of view, we would always encourage, maybe if you are a user, ask your ISP or the service provider to turn on DNSSEC validation. Now, in general, for everyone, of course, this talk is a very high-level talk. In general, if anyone is interested to learn more about DNSSEC, I think it would be really good if you can learn more about DNSSEC. And I can do offer various training and resources in relation to DNSSEC, and we are we are happy to provide more details about these resources and training. I think this is what I wanted to cover in terms of DNS and DNSSEC and securing your DNS infrastructure using DNSSEC. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to take any questions now.
Mr. Champika, thank you so much for such an interesting and informative presentation. Well, as for the questions, we don't really have any.
There are no questions. There was one, and it's already answered in this.
Yeah,
yeah.
დიდი მადლობა. ესე იგი, როგორც ვიცით, DNS-ი უკვე მსოფლიოს უამრავ ქვეყანაშია დანერგილი.
As for the DNS, it has been introduced and implemented in many countries of the world, and there were many stages of implementation and countrywide. This is a CCLT administrator, and in our case, this is Caucasus Online. And then other ISPs can be linked to that, DNS resolvers and hostings. As far as I know, the Caucasus Online has been quite rigorously working about that, and in the nearest future, the NSSEC will be introduced and implemented in Georgia as well. Fatuna, let me address you now. My greetings, Museum. And I would like to welcome the audience. I absolutely agree with you. Yes, this is the correct information. And GZone administrator already spoke about that and emphasized these issues. And we have declared our willingness, but just to have the will and desire, it is not enough. We have taken some steps already so that GZone administrator can introduce and implement DNSSEC, because we also think, and by the way, we heard an extraordinary and wonderful presentation by the previous speaker, and he also highlighted the risks as well and explained how important this problem can be, especially today in the area of the domains. We fully acknowledge this responsibility, and we are now working with our technical personnel, and within my capacity, I don't think it would be quite reasonable to speak about the technical issues, but my technical team, they are working closely with other international partners, including ICANN, to ensure that we do it correctly and do it right, so that the users can get the benefit of DNSSEC correctly, because it was mentioned already. Yes, there are some deficits in regards to the DNSSEC, some shortcomings maybe, because some organizations are skeptical about the introduction of DNSSEC, but we have understood what the risks are. This is why we assume the full responsibility, and we acknowledge what it means, and we admit that this is necessary and we need to do it. More than this, last year, and you know, 2020, this is the year full of and loaded with many difficulties. And for some, and we had some recommendation meetings with ICANN, and we even invited specialist Edward Lewis from ICANN, and he is one of the chief consultants on technological issues, and our technical units got some recommendations, and we received valuable advice. But as for this kind of ready protocol, and we are now working on the DNS, and we don't really see the ready recipe for its introduction and implementation. It was mentioned that many organizations and companies, they have been working on that for many years. For us, of course, it would be good to implement everything and to do the reforms fast and to include the DNSSEC, because G-Zone has undergone many reforms and introducing the administrator and so on. And with this reform, our direct obligation is to introduce and implement DNSSEC as well. So we continue working in this direction, and we work with accredited registrars. This is not a process where you only have administrators making decisions. Of course, other partners should be ready for that, other subjects and users as well. Fatuna, thank you very much. It's so good that the administrator is working on that, and I have no doubts, and I'm confident that quite sure we will have a DNSSEC. The administrator carried out such a huge reform since 2012, and everything changed profoundly, and G domain and G zone administration and registration has changed a lot in a very short period of time. So I have confidence, and I'm sure that you will cope with that. Hatuna, we all know that this year has been a very difficult year because of pandemic, and you know what I want to know? You, as an administrator, how would you evaluate, or what would be your feedback about this year? And I also wonder, the registration of domains, has it gone down? Has it reduced because of the pandemic, or do you observe any increase? Just a little statistics maybe you can have. Yes, thank you, Nzia. And I agree with you absolutely. 2020, well, I will not take much of your time, and I will not discuss the difficulties and challenges that we see in 2020, because we all know what is happening. But I think you would agree with me if I said that for this field, for this sphere, this is one of the very interesting and distinguished period. This is not my subjective opinion only, because of what we see now, the activities and many different sectors that would never, or maybe only after some time, they would think about moving to the online domain, and now they are shifting to the virtual world, and they have transposed and transferred their businesses online. By the way, let me divert a little. One of our registrars, UNBG, had a very interesting post, and in this post, they emphasized before, small and medium businesses mostly. They were saying that, you see, we are so small and we don't need websites, and our users are not ready to work online and remotely. But all these opinions and all these attitudes, they are now invalidated. They are null and void, because the trend is fascinating. Online and internet activities, there is so big demand, and this rate has gone up so much that, of course, that is directly reflected on the businesses of the domain name. And it did not really happen only in the G zone, of course. This is what is happening globally, and this is what the statistics suggest worldwide. You have just asked me whether it has increased or decreased. Yes, it did increase significantly. And why? As I have already mentioned, the businesses, the businesses, they realize that this is the only way to communicate with their users, or the customers, sorry. And you would never imagine, and they would never imagine a few years ago that they would use the internet so frequently and they would shift to the virtual domain because, let's say the learning, studies, government activities, legal trainings, seminars, everything is now done remotely. All types of activities, this is now we're doing in online. So the demand on the registration of the domain name, that's natural. It is increasing. In the beginning of 2020, and we usually get recommendations and we also do the analysis and analytics from ICANN and also from the Union, Union in the Europe. And also there were reports and newsletters. Even in the beginning of the year, in March, there was an increasing dynamics that has never been for many years in the past taken altogether. You see, the entire community, they shifted online and they are now implementing almost all types of activities online. In fact, we are using a term, corona economics, the first time I heard that, I saying Coron economics. Yes, yes, this is exist. And there was Forbes Georgia published a very interesting article about that, and they provide a detailed explanation about what Coron economics is about. And IT, online, internet, this domain. That was one of the key subjects, and how it will change the attitudes of people, the new skills that we will acquire, and how much investment will be needed, and how it will change. What about the changing the attitudes of the people? Sorry for interrupting, but this is, you see, we're now sitting and we're looking at each other's screens. The attitudes change, right? This is the reality that we're now facing. And the G zone, in fact, replicated this trend that is now happening globally. To illustrate that, I don't have slides, but actually I don't have a presentation, but I would like to show you one slide. Anyways, could you share the screen, please? Yes. You can see that, right? We see something, but not a slide. We see that Khatuna Chubitize has started screen sharing on the black background. But what we see now. It says it is paused. Does it need any kind of endorsement from your side or anything? Could you please turn it off?
Rosa share screen.
Well, something is not functioning. Well, anyway, maybe you can say that verbally. All right, so let's see if we can activate that. But what I wanted to show you, this slide, that was about the growth dynamics, the trend of these new registrations, just to prove that, yes, it is increasing, that starting from 2018, 2019, we only had 6% growth rates. I mean, the new registration, of course, there was, something would be annulled, cancelled, but when the reform started, but actually the cancellations were more than the new registration. But 2019, that it was equal, but now we're in a stage that the new registrations significantly took over, and this is based on the demand. It's now much more than before. It's now 14 or 15% more. This is what our calculation suggests in regards to the cancellations. We had a growth of 14 or 15% as compared to the previous period in previous year. And there was a very interesting statistics sent by the Central Union from the from the EU, where the G zone that's ranked second after Iran with its 16% as of October. You can imagine, you see, there are so many countries in the list, and the G zone was second, ranking second. And of course, we are happy about that. And this is also a big responsibility. And now we see the slide. Yes, indeed. This is the increase of the portfolio, and then in regards to the portfolio, we see the dynamics and the trends of the new registrations and the growth rates. Yes, indeed, it has grown and going up, and we see that it's a huge responsibility because, in general, the people who work in this field, who are represented in this area, the administrators and the registrars, those who are the registering subjects, I mean, entities that register the domain name, oversight, the control, risk assessment, to make sure that everything is smooth and functional. And our efforts have tripled. We understand that the portfolio has increased, but what about the partners? The portfolio is increasing, but what about the number of the partners? To tell you the truth, I have one slide that consolidates all the information that I wanted to communicate with the audience. And now what we see, there are 3 companies. And this year was very difficult when we were facing so many challenges, and the entire process was at a very low level of development. But still, we have 3 new accredited registrars in the G zone. This is Honeyhost, which is a local company, the Georgian one, and also we have 2 foreign registrars. These are the pioneer foreigners, and that was very important to bring them in into the G zone, so the G zone goes out of the frames of Georgia, boundaries of Georgia. But our registrators who were also able to do that, Czech Grancy and Turkish Atak domain. Although the things have been quite complicated, what we do actually, we've been working online without any impediments. Well, still there are some challenges, or maybe in regards to the partners or the new registrars. You need some personal meetings, in-person communication, planning, or discussion. But still, even without that, we were able to add 3 more registrars, and now G Zone has 16 accredited registrars, and we are quite happy about that. Perfect. On this background, could you please tell us G domain names registered in Georgia and others, the percentage distribution? When we talk about having a desire to do so, and when we encourage our registrars to work on that, or other registrars, maybe they can be interested in the G zone. They may have domain names in other zones, the companies and legal entities, but they may be interested in G zone as well. It can be attractive for them, especially when we claim that, you see, the regulations are now streamlined and technically we are ready, and also we can meet all the standards that has been introduced and implemented in many countries, and there are best practices about that. But still, the foreign registrants, well, they are not quite actively represented in G zone. It's 3.5%. I mean, the names are registered by foreigners, but as for 96%, these are local users. On the one hand, this is good, but at the same time, this is bad, and I will tell you why it is not so good. It is good that the Georgians and the Georgian businesses learned that it is a necessary requisite or accessory or attribute for them in this internet world. They need to have it for their activities. And here the registering companies are also playing a big role for grabbing this interest because there is a domains market, there's a platform where, by the way, this platform is quite active. But on the other hand, this is bad because still we were not able to make the foreign counterparts interested in a way that to come to us and to have a very intense registration. However, I think many things lie ahead of us and we will have it in the future. Great. Khatun, just a divergence. May I ask you something else? This year, because of COVID, content-wise, did you register any names that are related to COVID as a name, COVID? Yes. And I would like to recall the recommendation sent by the center, and they were asking us just to observe and keep an eye on it and to conduct observation whether we would have the names like that registered or not. You know, and the public knows very well that well, in terms of a content of the web or that is on the web server, we don't control that. But you see, there was a big risk in this period of having the fake news or misleading the users or customers. We did not want some names to be used for the sake of disseminating the fake news or for misleading the users. So this is why we observed the registration of the names like that. And we have selected some words, websites, and you cannot really control everything every day. I mean, the entire database. But you see, we had some keywords for the search, and at the end of every week, we were doing the monitoring with the keywords. But as of today, if we can have any kind of creative imagination, there are about like up to 100 domains like this in the G zone. It's a high indicator. For the portfolio with a 51,000 portfolio, I mean, for the zone, just could you please provide one example? Just one. There are many. COVID, go pandemics, COVID sanitation, and COVID in every combination. But you know what? One of the reasons of the monitoring that we did was what kind of content can be uploaded on that. On the one hand, you see, you may register the name, but what for they need this particular name? This is not our duty to kind of observe the contents, but still, we just wanted to know it for ourselves, and this is why we did the monitoring. And let me say, the government structures responded and they created new websites so that they could use it for information, for statistics. And there are many like information online stores and protective equipment, medical supplies. They sell it online. By the way, there are good websites, children and COVID. Yes, about children, risk groups, and how to cope with that. Educational, I mean, awareness. And the contents are good. But as for keeping the balance, I had mentioned that there are about 100 domains. It's 50-50, where we already have some contents and the other half is not used. And I hope that they will not be used and the names will remain as a name and it will just become a history.
იმედია. იმედია. ხათუნა,
Hopefully, this will happen like this. Khatuna,
ბევრი შეიძლება ვილაპარაკოთ.
We may speak about for a long time, but we have little time. We are pressed in time, but I would like to touch upon one issue. And again, it is, well, to get back to your reform. Creation of the Consultation Council. We have Sandro Karumidze from the Consultation Board, coordinator of this Consultation Board. Sandro, could you please tell us first? Why was it necessary to have this council? And just to tell us about the council, its composition, and how it works. Sandra, could you please? Do you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you well. Hatuna, by the way. Could you please stop your video or screen sharing, sorry. I will try to share my screen, but before I do that, I will start now speaking. And the purpose was, so why this council was created, to have the space where we would collect many different opinions about the domain and so on. But first, it was the company Sanet. And as a result of the merger of many companies, then it became the legacy for the Caucasus Online. And this domain was given to that. And the domain was supposed to be used for Georgia, for the users and for the internet community of Georgia. And then to take into consideration the opinions of this community, and it should not be something that would be focused on the profit or one company only. So they needed to have a platform for sharing opinions. It is always difficult, and this process took place individually. Those who were administrators, they would contact different trustworthy people, including myself. There were cases like that, and they were asking what I thought about a certain issue. This process was not transparent. There was no accountability to the public, and there was no confidence, no trust. The administrator was doing something, maybe they were doing something good, and they wanted to do many things good, but there was no trustworthiness, there was no confidence. For increasing the confidence, we formed this council in 2018, a council or a board, to address at first glance basic issues, but these were the issues that would represent some threats. Let's say there was an opinion that, you see, all the foreign registrars will invade Georgia, and the Georgian domains will be registered by the Chinese people because there are billions of people living in China, and we will lose our domain. But this issue was not promoted, and there was no space for them to that. Well, somebody would write something on Facebook and get a reply, and there was a discussion, and that's it. But when the council or advisory board was formed, this board, now this is the place where the opinions can be exchanged among many different stakeholders or interested parties. And let me now explain how this advisory board is functioning. The Caucasus Online had a negotiation with the Internet Society Georgia office so that this society, based on its decision, they would form this advisory board and invite people from different sectors, from different areas. Can you see that? My screen? Yes, we can see that. So there is Caucasus Online, and there is a Internet Society Georgia chapter, and there is a memorandum of understanding between them, and that sets out the procedures of operations. And then Internet Society developed its charter. In this charter, they invited five different representatives from five different areas: government agencies, NGOs, providers, registrars, and other registrants, people who want to get registered. These are the five groups. As for the state, in this, then so Ministry of Economy is there, the regulators, and also the Patents Bureau, on Inspector's Office, as we call it. And this is the place where the ideas are shared. And this is where they discuss it. And if the council, if the board decides something, then they will approach the Caucasus Online. They may or may not take it into consideration. And this is how it works. And the board itself, they may send an advice with this initiative or any external one. Because, by the way, the board sessions are open, it is done online, and they can attend remotely. They can also participate into that, and any issue can be raised. And the board, as a result of the discussion, they may also send some advice to the Caucasus Online. This is the outline. Most importantly, here we have transparency, openness, and this is the place where any issue or any topic can be discussed. This is how this board is working. That was very briefly. Sandro, thank you very much, and we will get back to you again. And now, in this board, I am a member of the board myself, and I know that all the registrars are the members, including the domain.be, and we have a representative, Mr. David, here. And I would like to ask a few questions to David before I will get back to you. First of all, let me ask you.
Mr. David, now I would like to ask you, as a registrar, how do you view the domain market today in Georgia, especially against the background of the COVID-19? What type of challenges and problems we are facing? Please. First of all, welcome everybody. Hello. I would like to welcome the participants, I don't know, audience, watchers, the listeners of this forum. I cannot say that we need to be concentrated on the problems and challenges, because for us it is maybe the best period. When I say for us, I don't mean only the registrars, but the people who are engaged in any digital form and this system. Because as Hatuna has already mentioned, I also like to speak about this issue from the different grandstandings, because such organizations now started the thinking about the internet that they really required to be convinced, and still they are not they finally convinced. Did you know anybody who said that internet was not good one? Yes, yes, because in my activity I had the connection and the relations with different type of the organizations, including some marketing organizations, the producers, the entrepreneurs, etc. But what I would like to say now is that, yes, it is important how the business has been planned. There are some companies who, in fact, started working from home. As we, for instance, from the very day of our opening, we decided not to have the office. And when the people have some question and we say, we do not have the office, yeah, they are shocked. And we say, yeah, we are listening to you. I'm in online, on the phone. Maybe a year ago, it was quite a surprising. So for the companies who they worked without offices, they had quite a peaceful situation from the very beginning. But maybe the most unprepared, it was the technological companies, web studios, because yes, of course, we can issue the domains. We also can work out the hosting. We also can develop the emails. But when it comes to the designing the web the pages, our market is still in the, let's say, the form of 2019. It means that you need some meetings, some of the face-to-face, the conversations, and they hardly adopt this new reality. And today we have so many smaller businesses which really require some e-business, the approaches, and there are some companies helping to the enterprises to design their web pages. But today, really, we have the quite a rapid increase of the domains rather than the designing of the web pages. So that is the illusion that all of the domains are registered to have the web pages. We know for sure that it is not so because it is, by the way, registered like the real estate, waiting for their the future development. When Hatun talked, I wanted to make some remark, but I will do it now. So it was mentioned that G zone is not so attractive for the foreigners, that maybe the registers failed to do something in a good manner. You know what it happens some 20 years ago. There was a reality when each country had only one zone, and if you failed to find it, because the generics were busy, so you could go to DE, then to GE. Today, this creativity can multiply by 500. It means that there are some 500 zones which are alternatives for the words that are busy already in the zone number one. So it can be the sector, region, city, settlement. There is a quite a wide the alternative. Why not G? Sometimes G is part of the word, and if it is part of the word, you can find hundreds of domains which are registered by the foreigners. In total, you can find 600 of such. Most of them are registered, but the most of them are registered by Georgians in order to resell it. With regard of the domain market and the other initiatives, yes, it has its future. And that's why we try to make some investments in this particular business. However, I think that we have to do it together with the administrator. And from my side, it would not be good to say that we try to do something and we fail. No, no, of course not. We had no time. We were very busy to sit and speak to the Caucasus about it. But when we go and start considering this issue, I think we will be quite ready for this conversation. If we take into account the business economy, what is going on today, of course they may not be financed without the Caucasus, because there are several issues we have to do together. I am listening to you. How do you see what should be done? Yeah? This cooperation, the cooperation between the administrator and the registrar in order to implement the joint projects. I think that this cooperation still is in progress, and it was in progress also in future. Okay, then I put a question in a different manner. What you would improve if you are an administrator? I'm not an administrator. I wish all the best to the administrators. But what is now assumed? We need to understand, we all need to understand that first year, maybe first 2 years, we all were busy just to clean our backyard in a different aspects. Because you remember, first we had the 30 or 35,000 domain transfers in order to avoid some heart attacks of people. Then the development of the processes, because not everybody is the well acquainted with the structuring the domains and the caucuses as well as the registers. They really were engaged in the processes which needed the deeper implementation. The salt was changed by the Caucasus and many different changes. And I can say that then we managed to they pursue it without any problems, tangible problems. But now, day by day, we have more time for the peaceful initiatives when we can think about the market development, educational development, and the different components which are also necessary. As far as I remember, in January, before we got the lockdown due to the COVID-19, we planned in January and in February just to meet the students community, registers, and the administrators to explain together what is the domain. But since then, the entire globe has changed. Now, if we evaluate, for instance, this cooperation, at the example of our company, I can tell you that we have we are being developed quite well. We of course have some questions related to the economic, but the models of these services more or less are better developed. The processes also are quite well developed. Even every month, we are considering about some new approaches, etc. The process is quite dynamic. And from this point of view, I can tell you that everything is being developed in quite a good manner. Thank you very much, David. I have a lot of questions to you, to Andro, to Hatuna, but Ucha said that we have very little time. Therefore, we can go to the conclusion of this session. And I would like to put the question to all of you, Sandro, David, as a representative of the register. You already mentioned about it. But Sandro, you as a representative of the council, and Hatuna as the representative of the, administration, how can you see your future? Please, very briefly. Okay, let them to develop the ideas and I try to find my slide. Okay, Sandro, let's start from you. I am the member of the council and I'm really the fan of our council. That is a very good principle of the multi-holder approach. First of all, we speak here about the identification, about consideration, and frankly speaking, I really very much eager when the council renew its sessions. And then I would like to ask Hatuna, what is she going to do as an administrator in this field? Okay, of course I'll tell you. The situation is as follows. This council has the 2 years of the existence. We had the meetings, official meetings. We considered 16 issues, and officially we also issued some decisions at the current stage. The council, the council of directors, made the decision just to analyze this 2-year experience and already start the negotiations to the Caucasus Online for improving the activities, the performance. And of course, if both of the sides have the interest to maintain this council, of course, then we need some specific, some concrete changes. It would be, for instance, ISOC and the others. We really need some negotiation on the details, how we can improve the council's performance. For instance, over the recent period, we did not witness the active involvement of the council, but it is quite natural. But on the other hand, some of the issues have been quite well decided. People have the problems we know, but they don't apply to the council. It's another issue. So we need to agree our joint steps. And I do hope that since the beginning of the next year, the council will start its active performance. Hatuna, what about you?
მიკროფონი გაქვს. აი ხო.
გესმით? ისმის ხომ?
კი, კარგად ისმის.
Yeah, your voice is excellent.
საბჭოს სანდროს აზრი რომ გავაგრძელო.
So just to continue the Sandro's approach, first of all, I would like to thank our colleagues and partners because they worked together with us on those reforms. And was it a successful story or maybe unsuccessful story? We did it together. We, by the way, managed to reach the consensus. And of course, Internet Society, registers, all of them were very good in the cooperation. Thanks a lot for your really very kind cooperation, total cooperation. And these 2 years, in fact, took the special steps for introduction of some novelties, and neither the registers nor the administrators had the time to sit down and develop some the already done or ready-made recipes. And of course, we wish to have 2021 to start these specific projects. Could it be registration of the domain or the selling operations or the others? We wish to be much more flexible, etc. So, yeah, I agree that we already adopted the decision together with the ICO about the reforming the council. We of course conducted different type of the meetings. We also elaborated the recommendations, and many of them took on the board. Some of them were not, and what I remember among them, that is the adding the new zones. And we in fact decided to elaborate the special criteria, how to add the new zones. We had some issues still under questions. And of course, we have some of them which require the further deliberation, but of course, under or within the new format. Thank you very much, Sandro, for that 2 year where we cooperated together, we worked together. Of course, we wish to have such type of the meetings, I mean, meetings between the council and the administrator, all the recommendations to be fulfilled. Now, generally speaking about the future plans, yes, of course, we had to. We had many. The plan is not just to start the reform and the reform because the reform needs updating on a regular basis, working with the registrators, and maybe with this response, I answer many of the questions. That is awareness raising regarding the domain and around the domain. And it is also echo to Dato's question, because Dato is presented with the 2 registers in our company. So we really have very close cooperation, and each other's opinion we value very much. And we talked about the information. which should be delivered to the user, to the consumer, and why it really needs very active the participation. Unfortunately, many of the users do not consider it important. It's projects about the knowledge, project about the education. For instance, we started some lectures at the universities. We even had this special timeline when and how to meet and how to provide and deliver the lectures, especially with the young people, how to show them from the different angle the domain world. But the pandemic situation actually failed all of our this type of the objectives. But I do hope that we would be able to accomplish it. It's about the problems. And let me finish my intervention with the words that yes, it must be done from the side of the administrator, and of course through the involvement of the registers. But here the important locomotive must be, of course, administrator. Yeah, because our initiatives are, by the way, quite well accepted by our colleagues. Okay, thank you very much. And let's listen to our registrator, and then we have some questions. In the previous format, well, we once already talked about the DNS and about the future plans. And when I was listening to you, I think that maybe I would not be very open in my plans because we speak about 2022. Our major plan is just to see our user as a, for instance, a person who needs domain like in real estate. And so these are the people having the interest in the real estate. And on the other hand, we need the people to identify those who would like to be in internet, but they have no idea about the domain. Yeah? So they want their reality, their real life, their business to be in internet. So we have two types of people here, but here we need to have well-tailored the services for both of the category. The registers of the domain, we own the thousands of the contact data, and also we have the relations with the thousands of the users. Therefore, we can offer to the other players of the digital world just to open the access to our consumers, to our users. And maybe together, jointly, we can offer some Uberization, the transformation, etc. Any type of TION, let's say this way. But it is not the case which can be done in overnight. But Domain BG, we are going to move exactly in this direction. That is very, very briefly what we are going to do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Now let's go to the questions. Because we have a lot of questions here. David, you read some questions. I also have some questions here. Okay, maybe you start and then I continue. Here's the question to Mr. Chapek. In order just not to mix up the panel, let's first go through the questions towards us and then go to the Mr. Chapek's question. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed for very interesting the presentations. So what I'm seeing here, there are some recommendations, some questions, even some dismays expressed, but Ms. Hatuna already responded some of them. Many companies up to now hardly understand the meaning of this site. Hatuna, would you like to add something here with regard of the awareness raising related to the websites? Please be brief, very brief. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the recommendation. So I already mentioned that the roles of the administrators and the registers, we all realize that it is very important. We really need to spend some resources, and not only human resources, but also it requires the different type of planning as well as the needs assessment. Because of course the administrator will do it. Yeah, and will attach the greatest effort. So next recommendation, Miss Hatuna, that would be good just to have some statistics for active and non-active domains, because there are some people who already bought the domains at the lower price and they are going to resell it. But you mentioned, we do not have access to the final statistics. I mean, some or even disaggregated data, but these statistics may not say something very important. You just can underline about some segmentation of the market, and I would see it also with a great pleasure. But to have some NS, when you have already the parking NSS, you can include it in an active one, but then you have to see which one is in reality the active one, how it the parking is decided there. And I don't think that Mr. Shata, who is asking it, can see the picture which is under his interest. Also, the HTTPS, whether it exists or is there or not, it is not also quite specification. I just try to be very, very brief and fast because we are very much limited in time. Are there any more questions, David? Mr. David is another question about the usage and also some dissatisfaction that administrator takes more share, probably from the revenue, I don't know, sorry, he didn't say, and the registers have the less. You know, it is the financial business model question. And it is, by the way, on our website, so you can see it. And we are using this particular scheme. We have 16 registers accredited. It means that that is acceptable for 16 of them. That is our, let's say, internal kitchen. And sometimes we quite well agree on it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Miss Khatuna. Just 1 second. I'm also among those 16. There, what is important, let me share with you. And especially I say it for the users and not for us. The Caucasus, the policy, as we have seen, and already we saw some 2 years ago, that was minimization of stress during the time of migration. And that is very important to be taken on board. So migration of the consumer market, just to have from the Caucasus down to the registers, they wanted to have the minimum stress. Therefore, one of the part of this minimization and the component, it was retention of the price at a level. It was not important what is good price or bad price. It was just the maintaining the price. The author of the question is asking about the proportion, and we don't care what is going on in somebody's pocket. I would like to tell you that the price, which is today established with most of the registers, is the price which was established 20 years ago. So it means that the price is one and the same for 20 years. And of course, here, I don't know how, it's not maybe so important to speak how that 30 lari is distributed by the company. We just need to consider what must be which domain zone shall have what type of price according to the real life. We have some domains which is a price $900, and there are some keywords which are not restricted at all. By the way, you can see in abroad such exams. We have either 30, 12 lari or maximum 900 lari. Therefore, in this situation, we need to consider within us, among us, in our cooperative system, and then draft some proposals and explain to the user why we have it, and also we need to understand whether the policy is good and the new proportion is well established. But of course, we do not have any claim that somebody is going to get more money, more revenue, somebody less. No, it is not the case. We say that the economy which worked 20 years ago may not work today, and we need some new glance at it. So I think we have already described the current situation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, David, then I would like to raise this question to Mr. Chapika because they wrote me to raise this question, even we are late. Mr. Chapika, our users have the interest what type of risks we have in the Georgian this zone, as we do not have DNSK until now. Can you enumerate three major causes?
მე მგონი თარგმანი yes
თარგმანი არის კაცერ თარგმანი არის აი როგორ არის
თუ შეიძლება რომ
There was a question to you. Tweet ქართულად tweet.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes.
ეხლა ჩაერთო ეხლა.
მაშინ კიდევ ერთხელ კითხვას.
წაიკითხეთ. What type of risks we have the Georgian zone as we do not have DNSK up to now? What could be the three different reasons our users are asking to you?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You have to turn on your translation.
For Doji zone, for us, for Georgia, we do not have the NSSEC yet. So what are the risks? If you can define three main risks.
Okay, if you have not deployed DNSSEC in .ge, then any domains under .ge can be abused. Say, for example, like phishing attacks or the domain hijacks or the resolver hijacks can happen because there is no deployment of DNSSEC in .ge. So it is quite important that maybe you can have some plan in the future to deploy DNSSEC. There are two aspects actually. I think even if .ge is not yet ready, but still the ISPs in Georgia can enable DNSSEC in their resolvers because at least then the users who are visiting other sites, say .com sites, at least that can be protected. So maybe because validating DNSSEC in resolvers is much easier. It is much easier than doing the signing aspect. So maybe at least if still .ge takes time to do the signing. ISPs, network operators, they can enable DNSSEC validation in the resolver level. So that is something that you can start with. But anyway, to answer your question, the risks are the DNS abuses can happen, like phishing attacks, DNS hijacks. These things can happen.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's finish our session with this. Thank you very much indeed to all of you, especially to Mr. Champika.
Participation and for amazing presentation. და ყველას დიდი მადლობა გადავუხატოთ და ამით
Very
დაგემშვიდობთ.
much indeed to all of you, and I would like to say goodbye. Bye. Thank you very much indeed. Finally, I really would like to make fly of some doves, some peaceful doves, but I don't have them. Okay. So now let's announce the technical the break, some 3 minutes.
ხმარის მის ჩანგათიშული გაქვს
I truly apologize. Thank you very much, Mzia. Thank you very much to the panelists. I also would like to thank to Mr. Champika for his the involvement and very interesting intervention. Now we have 3 minutes as the technical break, and then we go to the next session. I would like to ask the next speakers, next panelists to be ready. Also, the moderators, please keep timeline, because we wanted 15 minutes for the technical group, for the interpreters. We cannot provide that break time. And of course, maybe the quality of interpretation will not be as good as we wish to. So only 3 minutes, and I would like to ask the panelists to be ready in 3 minutes. And do you hear interpreter's voice?
Perfectly, thank you very much.
Excellent, because previous speaker could not hear. Maybe he forgot to turn it on. Thanks a lot, sir. Welcome, everybody. I think that all of the participants are with us already in our Zoom session. Thank you very much indeed to the representatives of our session. We are going to speak about the child code and internet, and it is very, very relevant issue because first of all, we have to observe the best interest of a child and how they are observed in internet world. That is the most important issue. And today we have the speakers, Ivane Maharadze, who is the representative of the Audiovisual Media Service, also Tamta Muradashvili, director of Tavari channel, Tavari means major, Nicolas Simonishvili, manager of the media project, and Mr. Brian O'Neill, the professor of media and communications, and director of research, enterprise and innovation at Technological University, Dublin. So as you know, in 2019, we in Georgia adopted the Code on Child, and of course, we introduced some changes to the different the pieces of legislation, and the best interest of a child must be also observed in internet. So based on this order to secure the products which are already and the programs, films, in the internet, as well as the games and plays. In reality, whether it is well observed, whether it provides the protection of the best interests of a child. And now I would like to ask Mr. Ivane to speak briefly. And then our panelists will have also opportunity, maybe some 5-7 minutes for each of them. And then we start Q&A session. You are, feel free, please, just to add from your side whatever you find appropriate to this issue. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thanks a lot to the organizers because regardless of the pandemic situation, you have such an excellent forum. And it's a discussion on a very important issue because I try to confine myself within 7 minutes if possible and to speak about the resolution. Of course, you know that since September of 2020, the Georgian law on the code on a child, the special provisions went into effect in September. When it comes to the GNCC, GNCC was then entrusted with the task to approve certain resolution, and then they approved this resolution with the title, the information having some threats against the children and its regulation. And if I remember, maybe it is maybe the agency which was quite exceptional, who in fact managed to fulfill all the obligations until March of 2020. It must be mentioned that, of course, the adoption of this resolution was preceded with a very interesting project implemented together with the Council of Europe and its support, and Mr. Brian helped us. And through his assistance, we managed to investigate, learn the international practice, the approaches, foreign approaches, etc. We had the consultations with the different stakeholders. We also had many public hearings, also the oral hearings of the draft, etc. And we considered many questions and issues related to this particular project. As far as I remember, we had the Young Lawyers Association very actively involved. By the way, Mariam, they represented the Young Lawyers Association at that time. Also, quite larger operators were involved there. And I would like to thank them, all of them, because finally we got the decision, the resolution in a form which is quite a valid document and an acting document today. Of course, due to the pandemic situation, the parliament changed the day of the enactment, and that's why we identified September 1 as an enactment day for the resolution. Now, what is covered by this resolution? There are some obligations, and this obligation applies to the people who use the internet. They put the audio and the visual products. And there is a list of this production, and it's already identified. The programs, plays, games, films, animation, the serials, etc. At the same time, we need to take into account that the when we make assessment of the online threats for the children and also about the reduction of this rate, here the first role comes on the parents, on their shoulders. So that's why we need the activities, especially for parents. Based on the resolution, internet provider is obliged to elaborate the special provisions which can, upon the request of the specific prescriber, to restrict the access to these certain websites. And it is done in order to protect the best interest of a child, and it is done using some ratio for the ratio list. When we identify the threatening information, including some programs, etc., we need to filter them. So, and we have this list, this special list. It also, by the way, is already well divided according to the age group and is also published in the internet. The owner of the internet, of course, provide information to the ISP, and based on the information, the commission can just put such threatening pages in the list. So it is possible to add the new web pages there or new type of information if there are some signals, and then commission, of course, considers it. So the web page should not go the preliminary sort of investigation or checking, because we need that specialist to be kept updated. Some of them do not they need any special evaluation from the side of the council. But, and however, if the parents or the other legal representatives of a child, they apply to the commission with the application that there are some websites having the certain threatening information, and they require to classify them as the threatening information for a certain age group of a child, and they do not comply with the category which is already established and it must be changed or remodified, then of course the council will sit and consider this issue at this session. From the beginning, we really had very active involvement of the users, many different questions from the news agencies, whether they also were subjected to that obligation and obligation to put this sign on it. And you know why we heard so many questions? You know, it was not about when there is some live broadcast, etc., and the programs, but when, for instance, the journalist is broadcasting the news or video, uh, maybe the videos which they go as a, let's say, the background to the news material. Here, I would like to say that no, this type of the websites, they do not have such type of the obligation. And the list which we have in our resolution, and it is also reflected in the law, it does not include this type of the website and the programs. And we provide there quite a good definition which type of the website are subjected to such type of screening. So this issue also was removed over time. however, bringing some questions. Now about the responsibilities or liabilities. Of course, in the administrative code, under Article 144, the new provision was added under 144 prima, and if there is some violation, there can be defined up to 1,000 lari. And when we speak about the ongoing process, I also will be very brief, and we have to mention that we completed our pre-election, the time and the pre-election monitoring, and now we are monitoring the websites. The Communication Commission started identification of the websites which could be subjected to the science, because you know that these type of the websites are developing even every day, are developed even every day. Therefore, many of them require updating and updating in the nearest future. And as soon as they are updated, of course, by New Year, we think that to increase the list and our parents have better opportunity to secure the safety of their children using this list. So thank you very much indeed for your interest. And if you have any questions, please feel free. Thank you very much, Mano. As you mentioned, it is not about the online media, and I remember quite well that when you consider this issue, you made some maybe the precise feedbacks as well as explanations that it was also about online, because it is about the broadcasters, because the broadcasters are the uploading there the programs, they have them in the net of their air broadcast. Therefore, here we also would like to hear what is the position of the broadcaster, whether this resolution works, how technically it is possible to fulfill these requirements. And here I think that would be good to give the floor to Tamta, because Tamta is in a very good position to speak about it, because Tamta is a representative of the TV company. Please, Tamta Muradashvili, your position, please. Welcome, everybody. Do you hear me? I do. Yes, we do. First of all, thank you very much to the organizers for providing me with this opportunity. I just continue now what Ivaniko, the member of the commission, talked about. Since the decision, this resolution entered into force, then they had to provide these signs on their websites. And we, by the way, met the following problems. It was not only the technical problem, and when you have to put some mark or some sign on the website, it was not the problem. We thought about the type of marking. What type of mark, what type of sign? In the legislation, we of course have the provisions. Which of them, I mean, which of the broadcasts are not do not comply with the age group under 18 or under 15, etc. We thought that maybe in our broadcast we could have some materials which, based on the commission's interpretation, could be found as not compliant with the resolution. And we could, this is provide the category 18, I mean under 18. But those regulations for quite a lengthy period of time was under the self-regulation. And the people, in fact, discussed it based on their own assumption. But now we have the law. And that's why we wrote a letter to the commission. We also wrote a letter to Sapo Kiladze, because Sapo Kiladze submitted the proposal to introduce the changes and amendments to that particular law. So definitions were not very clear. We were afraid just there could be some misunderstanding. But then we decided that let's do this way, just to put 18 plus for our side. However, we found another problem in the resolution. Science. Also, we've seen Eastern European countries, Ukrainian, but I found in Russian one, Lentaru. Lentaru has this type of the mark or sign or symbol. And then we started to think if the other channels have no such approach, and we speak about the bigger channels, national channels, which are positioned in a quite a big manner at the national market, and if we have the same position, because we are just a news portal, news channel, and also the radio shows that major source for the news that is Tavari. So the people, they are the segment which would like to learn more about the ongoing events. Of course, we have some entertainment programs, but it is not our major topic. The news is our major topic. So if we attached 18 plus, it meant that every time they needed to go through the registration. Now, but then we decided to mark it as 15 plus. So if you go there, you find 15 plus. If in reality is encouraging the protection of child's right, it is not a problem at all. But there is another side of the medal, of the coin, because the information which comes from some websites, some threatening information, here we have this separate list. If you go through, look through this list, and it was drafted or designed by the GNCC, they are labeling this type of these sites, and you can find our site just be titled Ajara Sport, where you can, by the way, see the advertising of gamblings and other games or plays which can really be the threatening to the best interest of a child. Therefore, such a leading channels in the news field, of course, it is not good from the point of our reputation just to be together with the such channels and the such programs which are directly engaged, for instance, in advertising, gambling, and others. I only found such approach in the Russian TV world, where they have such labeling. Of course, from the very beginning, there was quite a big misunderstanding because we were not ready to adopt this regulation. And uh, we talked about news, whether it was necessary to label each and every news. But after consultation with the GNCC, we decided that no, only the site would be under the label, and we did it so. But at the current stage, still we find that it is quite problematic because not only our channel, but also the other news channels, which are positioning themselves as a news channel for political talk show, they are put just at the same level of the channels which are oriented and focused on the gambling, on the games, etc. Maybe in the practice, it is not such a big problem, but for the stakeholders, for the interested people who would go and see this list, it is not pleasant to see our channel also within that list. So that is the biggest problem at the current stage. It can be considered as the problem. Maybe at a level of the perception, such marking or such labeling as the channel which may have some threatening characteristics for a child. Um, so, of course, we all agree that we all need to take into account of the best interest of a child. It must be done in a proper manner, and the legislation must be developed in a better way. We should not damage the other subjects also. How well the legislation is well developed, and I would like to ask Nika Simonishvili. He's from the Young Lawyers Association, and I know that Nika was from the very beginning in adopting the child code in Georgia, and I do hope that he has more information about the legal issues and about the regulation.
Madlova Mariam.
Thank you, Mariam. My greetings. Let me greet the panelists, and I would like to greet the audience. I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to meet in this platform and to share our opinions with one another, because the practices and the knowledge that has accumulated here, it is very important to change it and to make the legislation better. Let me start by discussing the issues about legislative regulations, and this is what Mariam asked me a question about. And then I would like to say that, let's say, there was a discussion about the Commission's resolutions or their decisions and practical problems. And I think what Santa was speaking about, these issues are very relevant, very important. And then we need to dedicate some attention and really focus on these issues. But I would like to speak about the issues. Some of them pertain to the legislative regulation. And now we have the Child Rights Code, well, the Code on the Rights of the Child. And let me say that it created some kind of inconveniences and problems, not only to some individuals, but also the Commission itself. And why? The Parliament selected the legislative regulation, and what about the regulation of the content that creates some hazards or threats to the children? And we have some regulations about posting information on the internet, and it says that the information, the Commission regulates posting the information that may pose a threat to children. When the Code on the Rights of the Child was being passed by the Parliament, there were committee hearings, and I was involved in all these procedures. And one of the issues for us, and this is
ერთ-ერთმა წარმომადგენელმა თვითონაც დასვა შეკითხვა კომისიასაც უნდა უნდათ წარმოედგინა ასეთი ზოგადი მოწესრიგების პირობებში როგორ იქნებოდა შესაძლებელი აი ამ საკითხის მოწესრიგება. ამიტომ რომ კომისიასაც კი ერთგვარად უხერხულობა შეუქმნა პარლამენტმა, იმიტომ რომ ასეთი ზოგადი მითითება იმასთან დაკავშირებით, რომ კომისია არ რეგულირებს
kind of,
ინტერნეტში ინფორმაციის განთავსების
general
საკითხს, ისე რომ
option.
არავითარ ზოგად მითითებას, არავითარ ზოგად
And also,
დებულებას
there was
იმასთან დაკავშირებით,
no
რას გულისხმობს საერთოდ ეს
there was
ინტერნეტში
no
განთავსების
general indication
საკითხები,
about what does it mean,
არანაირ
issues about posting information on the
კონკრეტულ
internet.
რეგულაციებს ფაქტობრივად
And then,
აქ
in fact,
კანონმდებლობა არ
there were no
გთავაზობდა.
specific regulation offered by the
აქედან
regulation and
გამომდინარე,
by the legislation. I mean,
რა თქმა უნდა,
and
აქ
consequently,
გარკვეული დამატებითი რეგულაციები, უფრო მეტი კონკრეტული რეგულაციები აქ საჭირო იყო, რაც შემდგომში პარლამენტმა სამწუხაროდ არ გააკეთა და რა პრობლემამდე მივედით პრინციპში აქ. ანუ მივედით იმ პრობლემამდე, რომ ერთი მხრივ კომისია ჩვენ გვევლინება ფაქტობრივად კანონმდებლად, ანუ პარლამენტს რაც უნდა გაეკეთებინა და რაც უნდა მოეწესრიგებინა ის ზოგადი დებულებები მაინც ბავშვის ინტერნეტ ბავშვისთვის საფრთხე ინფორმაციის ინტერნეტში განთავსების ზოგადი დებულებები მაინც რომ მოეწესრიგებინა კანონში, ესეც არ მოაწესრიგა და ფაქტობრივად მთლიანი უფლებამოსილება გადასცა კომისიას, ანუ ერთი მხრივ კომისია გახადა კანონმდებლად და მეორე მხრივ თავისავე მიღებულ ნორმებს ზედამხედველად აქცია. რაც რა თქმა უნდა გაუმართლებელია, იმიტომ რომ ძალაუფლების ძალაუფლების ასეთი კონცენტრაცია რა თქმა უნდა მიუღებელი არის და გაუმართლებელია სწორედ იქიდან გამომდინარე, რომ არ შეიძლება ერთი ორგანოს ხელში იყოს ანუ ზოგადი პოლიტიკის განსაზღვრაც, ანუ ზოგადი ნორმების წესების განსაზღვრაც ამ საკითხებთან დაკავშირებით და ასევე ამ საკითხების ასრულებას. მე ვიტყოდი პრინციპში, რომ ალბათ
I would say that, Nika, sorry, you are speaking too fast. This is the technical team intervening.
კი, ბოდიში, შევანელებ ასე ვთქვათ საუბრის
I will slow down then.
ანუ აქ რა პრობლემა არის? ანუ აქ არის პრობლემა ის, რომ
What the problem is here?
ანუ ჩვენ კომისია მივიღეთ, ანუ გავუხადეთ ფაქტობრივად კანონმდებლად და გავუხადეთ კომისია ასევე ამ კანონის აღმსრულებლად. შესაბამისად აქ კომისიამ რა დადგენილებაც მიიღო დღეს, პრინციპში ალბათ, ჩვენც ვიყავით რა თქმა უნდა და მარიამ იყო საიდან მაშინ ჩართული. ჩვენ შეგვიძლია ალბათ ვთქვათ, რომ რაღაცა ოქროს შუალედი, არ ვიცი, კიდევ რა თქმა უნდა, ეხლა ეს არ არის რა თქმა უნდა ის საუკეთესო ფორმით მიღებული დადგენილება, კიდევ შეიძლება მასზე შევათ. თუმცა ალბათ ერთ-ერთი ყველაზე უკეთესი ვარიანტი არჩია კომისიამ, კერძოდ ის, რომ დადგენილებით მოაწესრიგა არა ზოგადად ნებისმიერი ინფორმაციის ინტერნეტში განთავსების საკითხი, ის შესაძლებლობასაც ფაქტობრივად პროდუქციით, რაზეც იყო საუბარი, ხო? იმ კონკრეტული აუდიოვიზუალური პროდუქციით, რაზეც ბატონმა ივანემ ისაუბრა. ანუ ამ შემთხვევაში დადგენილება ეს საკითხი დაავიწროა, თუმცა კანონი გაცილებით უფრო ფართო შინაარსის მატარებელია და ამიტომ პრობლემა არის აქ რა, ერთი ის რომ არ შეიძლება რომ კომისიას ასეთი დიდი უფლებამოსილება ზოგადად ჰქონდეს და რატომ არ შეიძლება, იმიტომ რომ შესაძლებელია ერთი წლის, ორი წლის, თუნდაც 10 წლის შემდეგ კომისიამ დადგენილება შეცვალოს და რადგანაც კანონის ნორმა არის ძალიან ზოგადი, გააფართოვოს სხვა პროდუქციაზეც და დაუშვათ თავის რეგულაცია გააუქმოს მაგალითად ონლაინ მედიაზე. ანუ ეს შესაძლებელია რომ სხვა დროს იყოს. აქედან გამომდინარე კანონის გარკვეული ჩარჩოდებულებები უნდა მოეწესრიგებინა. და ბოლო საკითხს მინდა უცებად შევეხო და მე დროში მინდა რომ ჩავეტიო და არ გადავაცვლო. ბოლო საკითხი რაზეც მინდა რომ შევეხო და ეს საკმაოდ პრობლემური არის და აქაც ისევ საკანონმდებლო რეგულირების პრობლემასთან გვაქვს ისევ საქმე. ეს შეეხება ის ასაკობრივი ნიშანდების საკითხებს, რაზეც ანუ პრინციპში კანონში არის საუბარი, როგორი ფორმით უნდა მოხდეს ასე ვთქვათ. ანუ პლუს 12 რომელი პროდუქცია, პლუს 15 რომელი პროდუქცია, პლუს 18 რომელი პროდუქცია. ანუ ამის ზოგადი ჩამონათვალს აკეთებს კანონი, თუმცა ზოგიერთ შემთხვევაში ისინი იმდენად ასე ვთქვათ ზოგადი შინაარსის მატარებელი ნორმები არის, რომ შესაძლებელია მათი ინტერპრეტაცია სხვადასხვაგვარად მოხდეს. და რატომ არის ეს პრობლემა? ეს ნორმები, როდესაც იყო თვითრეგულირებაში, ამ შემთხვევაში თვითონ განსაზღვრავდა კონკრეტული მაუწყებელი, რომელი პროდუქცია იყო თავდაპირველად ასაკობრივი ნიშანდების გაკეთება არის რა თქმა უნდა შესაბამისი ვებგვერდის ადმინისტრაციის კომპეტენცია და ის აკეთებს შესაბამის ნიშანდებას, მაგალითად პლუს 15, მაგრამ შემდგომ განცხადების საფუძველზე რამე კონკრეტული X ფილმი ავიღოთ, ხო? მიანეჭა დაუშვათ რომელიმე ვებგვერდმა ამას ნიშანდება +15, თუმცა რომელიმე მშობელი მიიჩნევს, რომ ეს არის არა +15, არამედ +15. შესაძლებელია კომისიამ სხვანაირად გადაწყვიტოს ეს საკითხი და როდესაც ეს თქვენ რეგულირებიან რეგულირებაში არის გადასული, ალბათ უფრო მეტი კონკრეტული რეგულაციები იყოს საჭირო ამ შემთხვევაში, რომ წინასწარ ცნობილი ყოფილიყო, ანუ კომისიამაც არ დაიწყოს დაუშვათ იმ საკითხის შეფასება, რაც ალბათ შედარებით შეიძლება ნაკლებად კომპეტენტური იყოს ამ შემთხვევაში, რომ აქ ეს სამართლებრივი საკითხი არ არის ფილმის ნიშანდებასთან დაკავშირებით.
Labeling the movie, whether it is +15 or 18+.
მერტებით გარკვეული წინასწარი რეგულაციები ალბათ კიდევ საჭირო იყო იმასთან დაკავშირებით, რომ ერთი მხრივ წინასწარ ცნობილი იყოს ვებგვერდის ადმინისტრაციისთვის ის, რომ ეს პროდუქცია არის
administration should know in advance whether this product is 15+ or 18+, so that they will label them accordingly. Not in a way that, for example, one website may think that this movie is a +15 and then the commission checks and inspects that and they say, no, it was 18+, not 15. We need to introduce the mechanism for this kind of assessment in advance or to inspect the content in advance so that the websites and the users are protected from that. These norms can be interpreted very broadly, especially with labeling issues, and this has been challenged at the Constitutional Court already, and the Mtavari channel is one of the claimants, and it will be very interesting to hear the opinion of the Constitutional Court, but we have to wait for the decision to be passed by the court, and as a summary, I would say that maybe it will be necessary to work at the legislative level, because maybe the resolution is good. I mean, the resolution that we have today, but it also depends on how things are written in the law, because these legal provisions may create problems for certain websites tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Thank you very much, and if you need some clarification or if you have some questions, I'm here for you. Thank you, Nika, and let me ask Mr. Bryan to talk about international experience in this area. As Vano mentioned, Mr. Bryan has been involved in all these processes, and I guess that all these issues are quite familiar to him. Thank you very much, first of all, for agreeing with us and for your consent to make a speech. And please, could you communicate what you can say about the international experience? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Thank you, organisers. I'm very pleased to be here, and thank you for the invitation to join Georgia IGF. It's a great honour for me. So just to introduce myself, I am a researcher from TU Dublin University in the technological area, and my research fields are in the policy for children's online safety and research related to risks and opportunities for young people, both at a European and indeed at an international level. So I was invited by the Council of Europe, Georgia Mission, and specifically the project in terms of supporting journalism and freedom of expression to make some observations and to try to provide some context for the innovation within Georgian law and regulation for children's online safety. If I might have permission to share my screen, I have a few small slides for a short presentation which might help to illustrate and perhaps help with translation, if that is agreeable. And I promise to keep within time. So thank you if that is okay. So that is the brief, the context. I was asked to make some comments in relation to the situation in Europe, both in terms of trends and challenges. And really to comment in terms of three areas. You are addressing a very live topic that colleagues in Europe also are facing. And there are sometimes no easy answers to that. So that's the first point. Secondly, to perhaps look at some examples which correspond with the developments you're looking at in Georgia. And thirdly, some brief reflections. As Ivan mentioned at the outside, I was invited to provide some support in the development and commenting on the development of the resolution. So briefly, if I could first say something about the situation in Europe. And it is to recognize, first of all, that there is a broad range of initiatives and instruments in operation within European member states, which range from self-regulation on the part of industry and providers through to formal legal measures, and where the state is actively involved in regulation, and everything in between, because there are different measures for different objectives associated with the issues. There are a number of different instruments at European level which address this area, but I highlight one, which is the European Strategy for a Better Internet for Children, because this encompasses the main objectives of European policy in this area and guide the development of specific initiatives. And this particular framework has been in place since 2012. There were previous measures, but this was the set of agreed positions to develop measures to support better internet experiences for young people. Now, there are four pillars, and they are different. One which focuses on content and positive content or quality content for children. Secondly, in the area of education, and teaching online safety. Thirdly, the most relevant here, which is tools and regulation for safer environment. And fourthly, in the area of illegal content, where there's very specific legal measures at play. And it's within this context that you must look to all of the European examples. I'm just picking a few by way of illustration. And I think it will maybe very familiar to some members in terms of Germany's quite elaborate and developed system of protection of minors in relation to media and internet content. The German system has been in place for many, many years and has a variety of different policies and legal supports involved in this area. And it is perhaps, in terms of objective, something that is quite close to the GNCC resolution and what it is trying to develop, which is a framing process to identify content that may be of harm to young people. And there is a quite elaborate system, the Jugendschutz system in Germany, which implements a range of measures with digital service providers. There are many good features and strong features in relation to the system. It is the most developed in the European context, but it is also highly complex. And as I mentioned here, it is expensive to implement. It involves a huge investment in terms of organizational supports. And of course, a real challenge for everything to do with online content and information. It only applies to content that is published within the jurisdiction, within Germany. It does not apply to free information available online from outside, where they do not have jurisdiction. A second example, which is somewhat related in Austria, is in terms of an additional measure to support the rating of content aimed at young people, which is the Bundesministerium, the federal agency for the positive rating of digital games. And it's an interesting example because it uses existing classification and rating systems, but it is also supporting an education initiative aimed at parents, aimed at guardians, and indeed at young people. But it recognizes that some of the fundamental choices lie with users, with children themselves, and with their parents in terms of choices of content. But the aim of this government initiative is to provide supporting information around that, which sits alongside a rating system. The third example I just want to mention is, in fact, the newly proposed system within Ireland, because you may be aware that regulation of online harms and content that may be a threat to children is a measure within the Audiovisual Media Services Directive, which is the governing legal framework across Europe for audiovisual content. This has been extended to include online content. So it is close to the interests in relation to the Georgian situation, and it includes in particular video sharing platforms. Ireland, as the host to many international video sharing platforms, will have the responsibility to regulate content. And this includes content from providers such as YouTube and Facebook, where services are based in Ireland. So we have a new system in place, which is to regulate specific categories of content that may be harmful. And this includes, in addition to extreme violence or sexual content, it also includes content related to bullying or threatening behavior, as well as content that promotes suicide or harmful eating disorders. So these are new categories of content which will be regulated, and it's a new measure. I should say that this legislation has not yet been approved, but it is due before the end of this year. So literally there are only weeks left before this becomes into law. The challenge, as I mentioned, is that it is new and untested. It will have a transition period whereby industry providers negotiate with a regulator codes of conduct against which they will be measured for compliance. And one major criticism that has been made of the Irish approach is that it is only at the system level and it does not allow for individual complaints. Complaints from members of the public about individual pieces of content. It is only at a system level. So these are some examples at the European level where we have similar efforts addressing issues relating to the best interests of the child in terms of online content and information. So just briefly, just some comments in relation to my understanding of the development of the regulations for publishing online information posing a threat to the child, and some of what I certainly feel and commented are strong features. So it is one of the few examples in international law where a resolution is developed based on principles of the rights of the child. So a significant development is in fact a code which has been reinforced at the legal level regarding the Convention of the Rights of the Child as an international standard. Sweden has recently also endorsed a law making the rights of the child as part of national legislation. So secondly, in terms of the organizational support, it has been an important area of good practice where regulators have a central role both in leading initiatives and providing a national consensus around regulations that can be applied to information which is either through broadcasting or increasingly internet delivered. And again, there are many examples in the European context where media councils or media regulatory authorities are assuming these responsibilities. The third area that I think is very strong is in relation to supporting media literacy and media education, which is a vital part of the overall enforcement measure. There's no one regulation that can ensure that children are safe online. It is always a collection of measures, and it always requires the strong reinforcement through education. And then fourthly, in terms of my understanding of the situation where there was wide multi-stakeholder support for developing measures to support children's rights, and in particular their rights to protection, and I think also for provision within the media field. And I think that is a very strong and positive feature. If I can be permitted just to identify, there are obviously, challenges for any measure of this kind. As has been commented during the discussion, this is a resolution which is focused on a specific aspect, and one must not mistake the fact that this addresses all aspects of children's online safety. That is not feasible, and no one actor can achieve that. It is also, as I understand, it is a new system. It is a new resolution, and therefore it requires time. It requires a transition period. It requires active discussion between the actors in the field, between industry, between civil society and government agencies and authorities. And then I think in terms of any measures within the field and respecting freedom of information, freedom of expression rights, and in terms of protection rights, is in terms of balances of accountability, that decisions made are transparent, that there are appeal mechanisms, and the ability to be able to handle complaints and develop an ongoing improvement and enhancement in resolution of this kind. So I hope those are helpful as observations. Thank you for the floor. I hope that is useful, and I'll stop sharing my screen, and very happy to participate in the discussion in this. Thank you, Chair.
დიდი მადლობა, ძალიან საინტერესო იყო თქვენი
Thank you very much, and it was very interesting to hear your opinions and to get familiar with your observations. I think that we have finished the presentations, and now we can start our Q&A. As far as I know, there are several questions already coming in, but before I read the questions, I would like to ask questions to the participants of our panel, to our panelists. Let me start by Mr. Brian O'Neill. Mr. Brian, you have shared the European examples, and in Georgia, we have the freedom of expression. This is the American standard of freedom of expression, and we try not to lower the standard, but at the same time, we want to share the regulations that exist in Europe. What would you advise? What would be your recommendation? So in this process, what we can do somehow to bring these two together, these two issues, how these two can be harmonized?
Well, thank you for the question. And I would say in Europe as well, freedom of expression is a fundamental right, and is one of the strongest influences in terms of the developing of policy in this field. So it is always a balance for any measure that seeks to restrict access to information, that it has to be balanced with freedom of expression. Protection of minors has been identified as a public policy objective on the justification that there may be occasions where information can be harmful or threatening to the child, and therefore merits some measure of restriction. And this may be simply technical restriction to the information, but it is not contravention of freedom of expression. But that is a general principle, and yeah, I think is a global ideal that all countries look to reinforce. It also reinforces the fact that protection of minors is always based on voluntary adoption by different actors. And I think every jurisdiction will be extremely cautious about anything that would contradict or contravene freedom of expression, which is central to European values.
მადლობა, რა თქმა უნდა, ბავშვის საუკეთესო
Well,
ინტერესი.
thank you. And the best interest of the child, that should be the central issue, but it should not harm other fundamental rights, as you have mentioned. And somehow these two should be harmonized or consistent to one another. Thank you very much. And I would like to move to Ivane. Ivane, you have mentioned that there are about 40 websites in your list. And do you have information about? Does anybody use it? What is the practical experience? Have you inquired this information? Has some users used it since September? I wish one of the internet service providers were one of the panelists here, but right now we're identifying the websites that are subjected to this kind of labeling. In the beginning of the year or at the end of the year, maybe we will inquire more information, and then we will do the analysis about how it is done and what additional mechanisms can be employed, or what steps we have to take to make sure that we can provide more information to the parents. Although we have made many public statements, but we will analyze that and then we will plan further steps. What the GNCC should take and what steps should be pursued. And then I will make some comments, but maybe later on. I will get back to you soon. There are some questions to you, but if you would like to make a comment, I think this is the right time for the comments, and then we will address other questions. Okay, now I will comment on what I wanted to say. First of all, I would like to state my position. First of all, we said that, well, when there's only one organization setting the policy and also conducting the oversight, that is not correct. But in the broadcasting field, the GNCC, in accordance with the current legislation, that sets the policy and also conducts the oversight. This is written in our legislation. But as for the general provisions, the Code on the Rights of the Child, yes, Nicholas, you are right. We wanted to make it more explicit, and we had some meetings, and we communicated our position with the legislative body. And by the way, our legislature, they took into consideration what we thought, and then they specified the frameworks for the GNCC, because there is the law on Georgia on electronic communications, and the law was amended to specify the respective parts, the programs, or software, the games, or the movies. Now it is more specific. And actually, this is what we have been doing based on the legislation. And last but not least, when we talk about the websites of the broadcasters, Tamta, you spoke about that. I understand your position. However, when we talk about the ratings or rankings or labeling, what can have a harmful influence on a child or an adolescent, we need to consider that this can be a website, for example, websites that host gamblings, or other websites where we see the programs that contain some, well, bad language or abusive language. That requires profound research in order to make sure that we label things correctly and adequately for our children. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nicholas. Would you like to make a comment about it? Anything you would like to comment on? Very briefly, I can do that. Very briefly, and what Ivana said, what the problem is. Unfortunately, well, we have the law on electronic communications and the code on the rights of the child and the wording. And by the way, we have a different wording in the law on electronic communication. And this is not the only case when we have different contents in two different laws. The rights and the code on the rights of the child, the wording is different. It is more, it's broader. As for the law on electronic communications, it is different. What I have mentioned, the Commission correctly remained within the limits of its boundaries, but we have some legislative shortcomings in the code on the rights of the child that creates some inconveniences. So what I meant, I just want to explain it clearer, but I absolutely agree with you that the policymaker, yes, GNCC is a policymaker, but what I want to say is that in regards to the internet, the general regulations, what it means, regulating. We're now speaking in terms of labeling, and this is what we have been talking about in the resolution. This kind of regulation, what it means, regulation about labeling, or should it also include other issues? I think the law should have specified it better. This is what I meant, in order to avoid the problems in the future. But I agree with you that yes, certain things have been rectified in the law on electronic communications, but the code on the rights of the child that is not completely consistent with the law, and we have some loopholes or some gaps. Well, this is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Ivana, there's a question. Internet providers, why they have the right to block the websites without the consent of the GNCC, and why don't we have the registry of blocked websites? Yes, I've seen the question, and it will be very difficult to answer to me because I do not really have the I don't have much information, but as for the we have communicated the owners, the companies, in regards to the rights, and if there's a case that we're talking about the copyright and the adjacent rights, if some contents are posted and if this content is not removed, if they violate the copyright laws, then in this case, based on the regulations, whether it's a movie or a series, then this can be blocked if they violate the copyright. I have not thought, why don't we have the registry of the blocked websites? That can be an interesting idea. We will think of it. And if we think it is reasonable, well, then we can have a website so that it would be foreseeable for our users, and they would have a chance to look at the list of the blocked websites, I mean, the websites that violated the copyrights or adjacent rights. A question, clarification question about the providers. What kind of sites? The torrent websites. So this can be interesting for the providers. Torrent sites, what kind of torrent sites? In this case, there were some claims from the right holders. The right holders can be Disney, Warner Brothers, Universal, and also the local ones, local film directors, movie directors. And one of the Georgian movie directors filed a complaint saying that, you see, this person has a movie, and the movie director doesn't want to have his movie available on one of the unlawful websites, illegal websites. The next question is to Mr. Brian. How we can protect the minors from the impact of the advertisements of gambling in Europe? How it is regulated in Europe, because usually we have the advertisements of gambling, and we don't want our minors to be influenced by these commercials.
Yeah, it's as in many cases in Europe, it is a matter for member states. So individual countries will have their own regulations regarding online advertising. It is a specific measure mentioned within the European strategy that I spoke of, and the European Commission provides guidance to industry and to member states about controls and measures. In relation to the broadcasting area, it's quite clear. There are very strict regulations regarding advertising directed at children. In the online sphere, it is less so, but individual countries have taken individual measures around that. It is one of those areas where it certainly it can be quite prevalent, and it can be challenging to direct. But it would be an example of one of those where countries developing more concrete measures with very specific controls regarding which advertising is allowable, particularly on services directed at children. So it is a matter for individual countries.
Thank you very much. So let me clarify then. This means that there is no specific approach that could be universal, like a blanket approach. So there are some regulations, then every country would select its approach. So that is or are there any kind of framework regulations about this issue?
Well, perhaps, yeah. I think this is an example where, in fact, a wider sectoral approach, in other words, with the overall the gambling industry providers, and where self-regulatory initiatives have been quite effective. More generally, within the advertising space, advertising associations which bring together the various different industry providers have been more effective in developing codes of conduct whereby the industry itself restricts any advertising that would be harmful to children or inappropriate. There are such measures, and they do exist, particularly among the European Association of Advertising Agencies, and there are individual gambling trade federations which have developed codes of conduct. And that is likely to be more effective than a direct regulatory approach, which is very difficult to implement.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask a question, if I may, to you, Mr. Brian. As you know, we are going to adopt the e-commerce directive which means that the content should be controlled. And who should do that? The GNCC or another agency or another body? Who can do that?
It's it's an interesting question because it is very much under current discussion. You may know that the e-commerce directive is now nearly 20 years old. There's a lot of experience, and there's been a lot of legal cases in this area. And Europe is currently debating a Digital Services Act to update provisions of the e-commerce directive. So it is creating greater powers and greater responsibilities for regulatory authorities at the national level. And this is the difference, I think, that the recent experience, particularly in the last 2 to 3 years, have shown increased measures at the European level with measures to combat hate speech, to combat misinformation, interference in elections. There are various measures which now limit freedom from liability through internet services. And the Digital Services Act, when there is agreement on this, and it is very current, it is currently being debated, is likely to place more burden on regulation and state intervention through agreed standards. But we don't know, and this is where it is awaited in terms of what who is the responsible agency and whether there are both powers at the European level or for individual regulators that each of our countries supports.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the speakers. I think it was a very interesting session, and I have to say goodbye, and I would like to ask Ucha, could you please join us then and take over? Yes, I'm getting back to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Brian, Tamta, Ivani, Nicholas, Mariam. Thank you so much for participating in this panel. I think there are still many questions, and hopefully the Constitutional Court will address these issues and answer the questions. So eventually there will be some light in the end of the tunnel. But well, let me now announce a break at 5 to 6. We will have another session, media literacy and COVID-19 challenges. COVID-19 and also this will be the last session, and tomorrow we will resume at 10 o'clock. The agenda says 11, but all right. Well, let me wish you success today and tomorrow. Now we can have a break for 10 minutes or 15.
So in case you have any problems, just let me know and I will ensure that everything is fine, because the translator should be translating everything that I say in Georgian from this moment on. And also, I think it's really good to keep your cameras, but in case you notice that there are any connection problems, perhaps it would be better to switch them off. But for now, it's really good. It looks really good when it's switched on. So we'll start with the switched on cameras and then we'll see how it progresses. And I'm just going to switch to Georgian now, and I'm just going to do the intro. And the way that we go is Mr. Palsa will be the first panelist speaking, followed by Mr. Iorio, followed by Kwanta Chayde, our only lady panelist, and then finally Mr. Archil Javanize will be speaking as our final speaker for the panel. Okay, so I'm just going to start speaking in Georgian now. Thank you. ბოლო რამდენიმე ათეული წლის განმავლობაში ციფრული ტექნოლოგიების განვითარების მნიშვნელოვანი და არნახული.
For the last decade, we observed that the digital technologies are expanding and technological companies are now becoming more powerful. Amid the COVID-19, online studies, online procurement, and online services have become prevalent, and the digital society has been divided into two parts. The users that use the technologies or others that create or that strive for the maintenance or development of these technologies. The media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Amazon, Google, and these platforms are the ones and without which it is unimaginable to exist and to use the internet. And the digital world is replete with digital, moral, and other types of challenges, and there are many legal or legislative initiatives increasing worldwide. And in the EU, there's a law on the digital services. And now the parliaments are working on that. Despite this, we cannot clearly see the universal framework for the social media where the platforms would be operating. But what we see, there is a regulation on data protection, and our panelists will be speaking about that. And quite often, sometimes it is just responding to a specific problem rather than a systemic approach. And we don't know what kind of ecosystem we will have in regard to the online platforms, especially after the COVID-19. And legal systems do not really have the answers about how these things should be regulated in the legislative framework. And amid the global pandemic, Google and the smart telephone providers, the producers, they use the data, customer data, to identify the sequence or the trends of the spread of COVID-19. The government agencies are now working with the Silicon Valley companies to get their personal data. That results in many different opinions among the organizations that are worried about the fact, for example, how these data are processed and stored in both continents. And here I mean the US and Europe. Well, there are many questions about how Europe and America are going to manage these processes so that not to have unlawful surveillance or unlawful usage of the data, especially during the crisis, that will ruin or undermine the images of the companies that might not have the good reputation even without that. The pandemic has just identified the problems and made it visible. The problems that existed regarding the personal data. There are regulations in the European Union that took the personal data protection at the different level, and now too fast, my God. And then in this digital world, there are many problems, and it is very difficult to cope with these problems. However, in this digital world, main coping mechanism is the media literacy. Finland is a success story in this respect, and let me say that Finland has been the leader in fighting against the disinformation, especially the Russian one. According to the Finnish model, the students start to learn the media literacy starting from a very early age. Today, we have speakers in the plenary session who will be speaking about the problems that the users are now facing in the digital world. And so we will talk about the media literacy in the local and international context. And we will have a discussion about these issues amid the pandemic, and we will touch upon what different challenges we're now facing with the digital citizens that we are facing today. As I have mentioned, Finland is the leading country in regards to the disinformation handling, and it's a great honor for us that we have a representative from the Audio Video Institute. This person works closely with the Finnish authorities, and this is the body that is responsible for the media literacy in Finland. And then our first speaker, Lauri Palsa, will communicate his opinions, and also Nicola Iorio, Deputy Head of Mission Embassy of Italy in Georgia, will speak to us about the social media from the standpoint of the diplomatic corps, because Embassy of Italy has been quite active in this respect. And it will be very interesting for us to listen to that, and for example, how these issues are addressed amid the pandemic. And we also have Ombudsman, Communications Ombudsman Gvansa Chede. She will talk about these issues which are of great interest. And for the plenary session, Archil Javelidze will speak about the personal data protection, about the problems. And we will discuss about the challenges about the COVID application. And that was actually the subject of international discussion, how we should keep the balance between the personal data protection and the safety, because, you know, for the sake of safety, the personal data should not be manipulated with. And Archil will talk about the GDPR that is somehow connected to Georgia. Actually, that's all what I wanted to say. And Mr. Lauri Palsa will start speaking now, and he will talk about the media literacy in Finland. Please, now the floor is yours.
Mr. Lauri Palsa, the floor is yours.
Mr. Palsa,
well,
was everything okay with the translation, what I've just spoken about? Or
sorry, was translation about...
Oh, no, I will get you.
Should I start?
Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't understood correctly the sign. Thank you so much. So hello everyone. My name is Lauri Palsa. I come from the National Audiovisual Institute from Finland. Our organization is a public organization under the Ministry of Education and Culture. One of our legal tasks here is to promote media education and media literacy nationally here in Finland. So that's basically the perspective that I'm focusing on in today's discussions.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you tell us a bit more about what National Audiovisual Institute does in this case, so CAVI?
Yes, sure. Basically, I can share. I have a couple of slides that I have concluded some of our thoughts in relation to this human rights perspective from the approach of supporting rights in the digital age in general through media education. This is a national Finnish context, so I just want to highlight that this is something that we are focusing on. So basically. I just move forward. Great. So we are all really aware of the fundamental human rights, but I think what is really important and what is really important that we are together gathered around to discuss in this very topical matter is to define and to continue the discussion that what do these fundamental rights mean for us in today's world, in different societies, in different cultures, and in different contexts and communities. Basically, the fundamental human rights needs to be constantly discussed so that we have the possibility to make sure that they are the relevant into today's ever-changing world. This is why it's really important that we come together and to consider what do they mean and how they are realized in the current digital world, in a, especially during these times of global crisis and the global pandemic that is currently going on. So, for example, from my perspective, it's really important to discuss what do we mean, for example, with privacy in today's digital world, where datafication, for example, is gaining momentum and growing role in our everyday lives. What do we mean by freedom of peaceful assembly and association within the context of societal polarization? Or, for example, when we think about the freedom of thought, freedom of expression, and freedom of speech, what do they mean? How we understand them in today's developing information environments among, for example, fake news, rumors, and lies, disinformation that is currently spreading in the media culture? How does everyone's right to education, for example, occur in these during this global crisis, during the societal lockdowns, in an age of distance learning, for example? And the human rights also state that everyone has the right to freely to participate in a cultural life of the community. So what does this mean in the age of digital art, for example, in a growing number and different variety of means of self-expression and art, and also the cultural participation? And in my perspective, I want to also highlight that these human rights in the digital world they are not just an empty words. They are not like empty words without content, but they form the principles and guidelines for our practice and activities that we are doing. So it's important that everyone we consider and reflect how does these rights are realized in action from the perspective of their own work. For example, as internet and digital media in general offers us a variety of different possibilities to enhance, to protect, and also to strengthen the human rights, there are also many challenges and difficulties that we face. For example, the mere existence of the rights are not enough, but it's really a matter of hard work, and we need to work to make them visible and realized in our everyday lives. From this perspective, I want to highlight and to put up is the perspective of media education. And we can see that without, for example, the needed competences in today's world, such as media literacy, there is a risk that these rights are not distributed equally. Thus, we need education to promote the equal opportunities for people to be able to enjoy and also these rights in the age of digitalization and this global pandemic crisis. In Finland, we consider media education as one of the key perspectives in realizing and supporting these rights in a matter of media culture. This is an infographic that we use to illustrate the central concepts that we recognize here in Finland in our this kind of a media educational framework. For example, it highlights the role of the media in today's society, in our everyday lives, in different parts of our life, in our personal lives, in our everyday life, but also in a professional life. For example, when we are talking about occupation work, in our studying and learning as well. But also in a matter of maybe more democratic perspective is to understand the role of media in a public life, how we use the opportunities offered by media as active citizens in today's world. Thus, we need different kind of activities that cover all people. So we need media education, and we need goal-oriented media education to promote the media literacy for people. And with media literacy, we mean all the different kind of media-related competences, skills, and abilities that are needed in today's society. Media literacy is not a goal or it has no value for its own sake, but because we see that it's a key matter to promote these broader, more fundamental goals, fundamental rights, for example, the peace, the democracy, and a good life in general in today's mediated world. And what I want to highlight in this presentation is to highlight that to protect and the actualization, the realization of these human rights, we need the comprehensive measures. For example, I'm sharing an example from the Finnish perspective to promote these kind of sustainable structures through policy development. Last year, the Ministry of Education and Culture published a new media literacy policy that was really in this kind of a participatory approach, prepared over 100 different organizations from different parts of the society in different sectors, in different professional fields participated in making this happen. The vision of the media literacy policy is that everyone's opportunities to develop their media literacies are improved in Finland. And this is like the basis for protecting the human rights in the mediated world. The media literacies are seen as a civic competence that promotes the good, meaningful life. And they are an important element for all people's abilities. So to achieve this vision that we have seen prepared in the Finnish media educational context is that the media literacy is promoted and supported with the help of high quality, systematic and comprehensive media education. With the high quality, we mean, for example, that the media education is research-based. The media education, whenever possible, the activities are developed, planned and practiced based on research. For example, the domestic research, but also the international aspect as well. And this kind of popularizing perspective, it's really important to make the research also available in different means and different kind of publications and communication on the research. The second one I want to highlight is the means of participation, that media literacy is a collaborative activity in which those receiving the education are respected. Whenever possible, those people participating in media literacy education, they can influence on the activities they are participating, the different kind of objectives and contents and practical implementation of the media education as well. And all those people are also respected. The value base is an important part of the high quality media education, so that those values that we are basing our thinking and frameworks and practices, they are lived and they are visible in our actions that we are conducting. The common value base for media education work is based on international human rights conventions in particular, but there are also sector-specific, organization-specific values that are really important to take into account in the work. The second aspect that I want to highlight is the systematic media education, which can be promoted, supported, and strengthened. For example, through enough resources, the financing of media education is improved to support non-discriminatory, high-quality, and comprehensive and consistent work. Wherever possible, the international, national, and local sources are used. The systematic media education can be supported through planning as well, by creating different kind of sectoral specific, organizatory specific local plans to enhance the systematic and sustainable media education, as well as the leadership and management, so that we have the leadership in media education improved in different levels as well. The last point I want to highlight in this presentation is the comprehensive media education. For example, not only that the media education work that is done is comprehensive in topics, for example, that media education covers different various media, not only focusing on specific ones, but also that they represent comprehensively the different people's lives, cultures, and societies in general. Also, the forums are created for discussion about media education. Media literacies are seen as an element of civic competence. So comprehensive media education also takes into account that everyone's media literacy are developed and supported. And Also, the last point is also that the diversity of different kind of peoples are acknowledged and recognized, that individuals may belong to different various target groups simultaneously, and also this diversity is taken into account when planning the media educational activities. So I want to thank you all for this opportunity. Was this kind of a synthesis of this media educational approach from the perspective of developing and strengthen the human rights activities in today's digital world. So thank you very much for starting this event and our discussions.
No, thank you. It's been a really interesting presentation, and it's really interesting to hear that your institution is investing a lot into research in order to deliver a comprehensive and sort of long-term media literacy strategy, and all stakeholders are involved within sort of the process of development of the media literacy policy, which is of extreme importance. I have to ask you, before official Q&A session, I just have to ask you this question because I think there is no way around it, frankly, and I'm probably going to ask it in Georgian, and they're going to translate.
So it is about the fake information and the anti-propaganda, which quite often comes from the Russian Federation. So coming and based from the location of Georgia, you know that against the pandemic situation, quite often we witnessed the fake news disseminated by the Russian sources, some myths. For instance, speaking that Lugar laboratory, in fact, they invented this virus of the COVID-19, and the Lugar laboratory is one of the successful story for Georgia and for Georgia's biological development. Then the Finland is always, by the way, found in the list of the fake news somewhere in the very, very low level. So you don't have much of fake news, much of the disinformation. So and maybe it is due to the good education, even from the kindergarten age, from the primary school age, and I have my Facebook friend, Sankari, is quite intensively involved in developing the syllabuses, etc. So I know about some colleagues in Finland. But what do you think? What is the cornerstone or milestone of the success of Finland? Is it only the education, or maybe some other aspects too? So, what is the most important cornerstone for the success of Finland?
Sorry, I cannot hear the translation.
Sorry, I'm just going to do a really quickly English version. So what I'm saying is, obviously, Finland is doing really well in terms of fighting Russian disinformation. And we understand that, the media education is part of your curriculum from very early stages on. I mean, that's clear cut. And I actually personally know Mr. Ari Kivinen. He's my friend on Facebook, and I know that he's involved in sort of devising syllabus for schools and Fakta Bar and all that. But in reality, because we face a real problem in this region due to the fact that Russia is our neighbor, strategic, really difficult relationship, you understand, and a lot of rumors about COVID, and for example, that the COVID-19 originated in Lugar Lab, which is obviously a fake news. I mean, Lugar Lab is one of these sort of success stories of the whole thing here in Georgia. So what would be your advice? Would it be sort of solely media education, or is there something else that we should be aware of when it comes to disinformation?
Sorry, a small intervention about the technical stuff. He have to choose the language inside of the panel. He have to find globe icon and switch the name from the origin to the English. And after that, he can hear translation. Sorry for intervention.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for clearing that out. I think that was the reason that I was a bit confused at the beginning of this panel. Thank you very much for the question, it's really important, and I think this is a question of, in a global scale, this is something that people are really considering. And of course, the Finnish media education, I see that it's really not an easy task, and there is not like a silver bullet that media literacy could offer and the problem would be solved, because I see that I mentioned some examples from what we have been doing in Finland, but I also want to highlight that I think these kind of questions are also, they are really interconnected in different kind of societal questions, which should be discussed together and in different forums and platforms. But media literacy is one of the this kind of practical aims, for example, in relation to disinformation and so forth, to enhance the possibilities for critical literacy and critical thinking in general among people. I think what I mean with that media literacy is not an easy task is that it really needs to be sustainable, consistent, and this kind of a long time perspective evaluation as well. In Finland, the media literacy is part of the, as you mentioned, the systematic, it crosses the curricula in different educational levels, and it really starts from the ground up in early stages. For example, in the early childhood education, pre-primary education, basic education, and so forth. So basically the questions are, it's a lifelong learning perspective that we need to take into account in media literacy. And by saying that, I want to also highlight that we need cooperation, we need a good trust among the professionals, the different people working in this field, so we can really promote the comprehensive, sustainable media literacy development. For example, just a few points that I made in relation to this question are, for example, the emphasis and the putting enough resources for education to promote the quality and the structures of educational system. It creates the basis for all the society. Also the systematic development for core curricula, the cooperation, and also the discussion between different parts of society, because this is a really important question, and which should be taken into account in various different levels and various different sectors. So that's my first thoughts that came to my mind when thinking about this question.
Thank you so much. It's been really informative, and if you do have time to stay during the session, I'm sure there will be more questions at the end. So thank you very much. And moving on to our second presenter, Deputy Head of Mission of the Italian Embassy, Mr. Nicola Iorio, გადავდივართ ჩვენ შემდეგ პრეზენტატორზე იტალიის ელჩისმოადგილესთან, ბატონ Nicola Iorio.
So the floor is given to the Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of Italy. Mr. Nicola, please.
Hello, good evening, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you do, because you're nodding. First of all, let me say that I'm very happy to participate in the 6th Georgian Internet Governance Virtual Forum. I would like to thank the organizers to invite me to join today such an interesting panel, and I take this opportunity also to extend my regards to fellow panelists. I look forward to a fruitful discussion with all of you. Well, as anticipated by Ms. Shengelia, my intervention will focus on a broader issue. Well, I am not an information technology expert, so I see this issue more from the diplomatic perspective, and so I would like to provide you with my experience with the use of social media in Georgia from an embassy's perspective. Well, to this aim, I think it is useful to briefly introduce myself and my duties within the embassy. My name is Nicola Iorio. I am the Deputy Head of Mission since September 2019. And since then, I had an opportunity to work on a broad portfolio that includes several issues, including the role of social media manager within the embassy. So what I'm basically doing in this respect is to direct and supervise the embassy's social media pages, and we have both Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube official pages, and under the guidance, of course, of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Italy in Georgia, Mr. Enrico Valbo, to elaborate a communication strategy, and especially in terms of social media for the embassy. This represents, of course, a challenge for me professionally, but I see it also as a huge opportunity. This because doing this job, I have a chance to see what is happening in Georgia and the public debate in such an interesting country from a different perspective, which is very useful in order to better understand what is happening in the country. I must say, one of the things that surprised me the most, being in Georgia as a foreign diplomat, is how advanced is this country in terms of connectivity and digital awareness. I think that it's very advanced in this region. And this is especially true for young people that are constantly pushing for more innovation and technology, and are very active in the field of using internet and social media. Seen from the perspective of an embassy, this is like a huge opportunity, because you have like a direct channel of communication that you can use to address directly the public of the nation. So not only the authorities, but also the public opinion of the country where we are working. And this is really a big opportunity to reach hundreds of thousands of Georgians in their daily lives. This brings me to the second part of my presentation today, which is short. I will not take much of your time. It's just a short presentation about our social media profiles. The mission of our social media pages as Italian Embassy is to spread information about our activity in order to raise awareness about existing and future cooperation between Rome and Tbilisi, and to foster cultural and economic ties between Italy and Georgia. Doing this, we organize a vast amount of events, and most of them were events in physical presence in a pre-COVID perspective. Now we had to adapt to what is happening, and so we had to diversify our offer, and so we had to organize many events that were normally organized in physical presence. We had to rearrange them virtually. And to make an example, we had to do this with the Week of Italian Cuisine, which is an event aimed at promoting Italian cuisine worldwide, including, of course, in Georgia. It is the 5th edition. We had to arrange it virtually, and that's not easy when it comes to Italian cuisine, that is much more easily appreciated when you have it in a dish in front of you. But we did our best, and as I will explain you, the result was very encouraging. Since most of our job is based on the promotion of the image of Italy and the excellencies of Italy in many fields, I mentioned the cuisine, but there is also the design, architecture, and many others, language, literature. So it's a diversified offer, and I must say this makes my job much easier, because I had the chance doing this to see how vivid and how genuine is the interest of Georgian people towards Italy, and that really makes our job here easier. Data and figures can confirm such tremendous interest within the Georgian society. Just think that over the past year and a half, the followers of our Facebook page, which is the most followed one, as you know, Facebook is the most used social media in Georgia currently, and our followers on Facebook nearly doubled, and now they are on the verge of 10,000 followers. I mentioned before the week of Italian cuisine, our posts, it was mostly virtual, as I said, because of COVID pandemics, but just think that our Facebook posts reached an audience of more than 15,000 users, which is an important number for Georgian standards, and it generated thousands of interaction. And what I also would like to flag is that we, as embassy, are not using any promotional tools for our Facebook or Instagram pages, so you can easily check online, and all the interactions that you will see on our pages are completely genuine and made by real accounts. Most of them, of course, are Georgian people living in Georgia or also abroad. Having said that, I would conclude this short intervention by saying that this visibility and how to say, being so in touch with the Georgian public comes with a challenge, because it's not easy to be synchronized with your public and to understand what we can do in order to arrange our communication offer and to make it immediately available and enjoyable by our followers, and at the same time doing it in an interactive way, stimulating discussion and this interactive dimension. It what really makes the difference between using social media and using other tools that can reach as vastly enough public, and I think to press or to television, which can reach even broader public still today, but still you like this interaction, which is a huge resource, but it is also a challenge from the perspective of social media management, which is a relatively new field of interest for me. That would be enough for my intervention. I, of course, remain available to participate in the questions and answers time. And again, thank you very much to the organizers, to our moderator today, Nini, and to people that are following our panel today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Iorio. It's been really interesting to listen to exactly what the embassy is doing, especially in these circumstances. And I know that it's very active, and it's very impressive that you have so many followers without promotion. Just one very small question, if that's okay. Can you hear me when I mean, I'm speaking in English, so I'm gonna ask the question in English, if that's okay. I just want to know, given your background, because I understand you worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Italy, and obviously it's a different setting. I understand, Georgia and then Italy, it's completely different. But you mentioned that you witnessed an unprecedented use of social media in Georgia. You can see how people use it, you know, like everyone is on Facebook, everyone is on Instagram. How does it compare to Italy? I mean, just generally speaking, what's your impression? Is it less used by official structures in Italy? And do you find that we are more active in Georgia?
Yeah, yes, I heard you. Thank you very much. It's an interesting question. By the way, I am listening both when you're speaking English and Georgian. I mean the translation. So luckily, this is working for me. Well, Georgia and Italy, in general terms, are country that, in spite of geographical distance, are united by evident similarities. This is true in several fields, and I think this is true also when it comes to the use of social media. As I said before, I am impressed by the level of digital activity that you have in this country, which I think is quite unique in this region, and it's a very good point because the push to increase digital connectivity and not only physical connectivity, which is also important for Georgia, is one of the key objectives for Georgia, and you're doing it very well. I think that one thing in common that we have in terms of social media is the use of Facebook. Facebook is very popular in Italy too. And again, as it was the theme of my intervention, this is opportunity, but this is also a challenge. It is a challenge, and we, for example, see that it is the most used one also for political purposes. And also during last elections in Georgia, we had a proof of that, of how Facebook is currently used also from the point of view of political debate. And you know, that is a big opportunity because Georgia is a democratic country, and in order to develop its democratic debate, internet and the social media are essential. It is also a challenge because, as we saw in Europe, in Italy, and in many other countries, this huge activity on social media in terms of political debate is also a challenge when it comes to possible disinformation, to possible fake accounts, activity. And as you said, having worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs dealing with NATO and security issues, I am quite aware of that too. So, well, as you said, there are similarities. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. That's been really interesting and really unique perspective on what the embassies think about social media scene in Georgia.
Thank you very much indeed to our speakers. Now we go to the next speaker. The speaker is not the new face in this format because participated many times in our fora, and of course the Miss Gwanza Chedze, who is the ombudsman of the consumers' rights. And I do hope that you have some presentation to share with us. Yeah? Yes. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event for giving us opportunity to participate, to be involved and engaged. And also, on behalf of my office, I would like to thank you. We have very little informational presentation, and based on the format which we have today, it is really very brief. And very briefly, we speak what is the interest of the consumer, what the public ombudsman protects the consumer's rights, what type of challenges we are facing in this field, and again, the pandemic situation, what additional challenges and problems we have. And of course, we also touch upon some ongoing cases as well as some already planned events exercised by our service or office.
ჩანს ხო ეკრანზე?
Can you see my slide? Yes, yes. Everything is okay.
დიახ. ანუ დღევანდელი
So, today's presentation is about the consumers' rights and the legal basis and legal tools for the protection of the consumers' rights. And from this point of view, the Ombudsman's Office as the human rights the organization, of course, it also comprises the communication field. At the first stage, I just decided to say a little bit about the service itself. What is this service? What is the basis for its creation? Also, what are our aims and objectives? And the major functions as well as the responsibilities. So, the protection of the consumers and their rights and interests, the regulating the Georgia has the law on the national regulating bodies, and under Article 15.1, there is a special services established by law on the consumers' protection. It's an ombudsman on the consumers' protection. So, under the wording of 2003 of this law, first this service was established. Firstly, it has the status of the ombudsman, the office, including the term of election, procedure of the election, mandate, the rights and the responsibilities, whatever is today under the competencies and the mandate of this service, especially when it comes, of course, to the communication field. Major role of our function is in the field of the electronic broadcast, electronic the economy, just to observe and protect all the consumers' rights, which is, by the way, obligation of any democratic country in order to guarantee the realization of the rights, consumers' rights. When it comes to the function of this national body, they are already mentioned in Article 15 and the national regulating body, the law on the national regulating body. First of all, it is the protection of the interests of the consumers, receiving the application complaints from the consumers, also to apply to the Commission for the administrative proceedings, to launch the administrative proceedings, and also the communication ombudsman at the same time is the, let's say, lawyer, the advocate of the consumers at the same time. And it represents their rights not only at the commission, but also at the court. And also, another very important function, which is also attached under the law, that is participation in the elaboration of the normative acts and the laws elaborated by the legislative bodies, as well as some other institutions having the authority to develop the normative acts, laws, and bylaws. So now about the activities of our service, I mean the competencies as well as the mandate, what we cover. First of all, this is the local telephone communication service. Of course, the here is remote calls, mobile, the services, internet service, as well as the transit broadcasting services. And with regard of this type of the services, if the consumer finds his or her rights violated, of course they can apply to our office, and within our competence or within the frame of our mandate, we will do our best to protect his or her rights. In order to be effective to protect the consumer's rights, our office provides advocacy, of course, the activity, the ombudsman's activity is absolutely free, and we try to protect the interests of the consumer, and we are advocates both within the commission as well as if there is any administrative proceedings or the court the proceedings. One very important activity done by the ombudsman, that is the mediation to the service provider companies. What does it mean? It means that, again, within our mandate, the ombudsman tries at the first stage just to use the mediation process and to the resolute the dispute between the user and the company. And I can tell you that the complaints, as well as the applications which come to our office, 80% is ended with the mediation process. Also, we provide the recommendations, consultations to the consumers, to the users. By the way, they can get the consultation through the telephone communication. It is not necessarily just to come and have the tete-a-tete meeting. Also, we can provide any type of the consultation and the advice related to the law execution of the law and the enactment, etc. Next activity we are engaged in, that is the monitoring. It is exercise of the monitoring, as well as the creation of the legislation, designing of the legislation, and the last but not the least, this is awareness raising of our consumers. So that is the package of the services. Here is a slide. You can see the statistics related to the applications, to the complaints. 417 applications or complaints we got last year, 714. And you can see by the categories, you can see it. One of the most important part, largest one, 58% here is taken by the low level telecommunication service. I don't know, let's say under quality. And as we have quite a wide audience here, you can use the special platform. It means the Czech G, but in Georgian Shiamotsme G, and quite easily you can check whether you receive in a proper manner under the agreement which you have with the service provider. And if you find any violation, very easily it is possible to send your complaint to our office directly, and then you really have very rapid reaction on your complaint. And of course, if it is the objective, it will be eradicated. But if the provider fails to correct it, of course, they may be subject to some the penalties, etc. So here you can see some statistics related to the complaints. As I've already mentioned, there were 714 complaints and the applications. In 460 cases, violation was not found. In 263 cases, we had the full the compliance with the violation, and they were fully eradicated, eliminated, and in 35 cases, only partially. So that is very briefly statistics for the the last year. Now let's go to the next issue. And again, of course, it is quite a salient issue. It's a COVID-19 and the challenges, difficulties, and not only vis-a-vis our the service and office, but vis-a-vis entire country and population. One of the major challenge for 2020, just like in the rest of the world, in our country, that was the epidemic situation, the stemming from the COVID virus. And you know that against this background, the most part of the public and private services, we also our ombudsman's office shifted to the distance service, distance regime of work. But I can tell you that for the staff of our office, that is, by the way, it's still quite easy to get in touch with us. It didn't create any impediment, just the opposite. We have even increased the referral and we have 723 new applications. And we also consider them within the frame of our competence. Now, one of the important challenges related to this issue, that although in Georgia, the access to internet is quite widely recognized and acknowledged as a constitutional right, and this right, in fact, of course, has its remedies at quite high level of the guarantees. The issue of the realization of this right, enjoyment of this issue was very important against the background of the COVID. Because with respect of the distance situation, of course, all educational processes, the biggest part of the offices, they now speak in online regime. Of course, we have the increased the importance of internet now. Many, I would say, the vitally important services now depend on the internet. Therefore, when it comes to the access of the internet, we have increased number of the referral to our office. We compare it to 2019, this year, in 2020, we have 100% more referral, 100% more complaints and the applications. So that's why every day our office, considering all of these applications, complaints, which we have received, different issues, and we on a regular basis provide the delivery of these services. We of course used to send and still send the information to the companies and provided them with recommendations. We ask the companies just to do their best to make the access of their users to the internet quality access, etc. The similar recommendations were sent were related to the first entry for the newcomers to the internet, as well as regarding the recalculation of the fees and others, as well as for the enacting some the privileged time, high quality, high level, high speed, and others and others. So, as we have also operators present at this forum, I would like to take this advantage and pay the special tribute to them because they did their best and they had very close cooperation with us. and they tried to use their resources in a maximum capacity and take on board our recommendations, our requests and demands, and fulfill the requests, first of all, of the users. So that was the most important issue here. Let me go to the next slide. And this is about the ongoing activities as well as some planned activities for the future, which is implemented by this service. And one of the function which we have, and I mentioned about it, that is the participation in the legislative the process. And here I would like to touch upon the service delivery, the protection of the rights, the special regulation, and the special rules with this respect, and its implementation in the practice. As far as you know, this regulation or these norms represent uh, the rights and regulations of the users and of course the suppliers. And it regulates, this act regulates the relations. Therefore, during this year, we were very actively involved in drafting of this regulation together with the other services, and uh, we initiated some changes and amendments to the draft, as well as together with the service provider companies, we had the consultations and elaborated some proposals together. Today, this process is still in progress, and we do hope that finally we will get the well-developed legal act providing the better possibility for protecting the consumers' rights. Now about the next activity, which I have in this slide, that is for the monitoring work, which is also provided by the Ombudsman's Office. And under our charter, of course, we have we identified rights and the responsibilities. And today I would like just to share with you some of the hints what we started with this respect. Maybe most of you know that our regulation it considers for the companies, providers, the special responsibility to have the web page in internet, and at the same time, this website, they have to allocate information. And at the current stage, we already started uh, the monitoring of the websites, and we issue also the recommendations to the companies which fail to either have the website or fail to have the proper content on it uploaded. And again, I would like to take this advantage and to remind to the operators to call upon them cooperation, because we really need them to have good informational background for the consumers to run properly their websites. And we know that Mr. Ucha is attaching the greatest effort to this issue. Therefore, very soon we plan some informational meeting which will be organized for company leaders, members, and through Mr. Ucha, we will try to explain them those minimum requests and requirements which they have to do on the basis of the law. And finally, Again, I would like to say a few words about the awareness raising. You all know that the well-aware consumer is the guarantee of the high-quality service. It is a precondition because when there is a high awareness about the internet, its quality, speed, etc., they are demanding towards the system. And of course, our service finds the awareness raising one of the very important issue, and in quite an intensive manner when to organize the meetings with the consumers, with the users, meetings with the students at the universities. We already conducted some informational meetings explaining them the rights and responsibilities within the telecommunication field, also provided them with information related to our office, how they can send the complaint and what type of remedies they may have use and apply, etc. And finally, I would like to remind to our users that they have to be active. They have to be very active in protecting their own rights and also to use Ombudsman's office, our service, as for instance, an assisting body to protect their rights because we try to be very flexible and of course with less bureaucracy and free of charge, what is most important. So that's all the information I wanted to share with you within the name of today's meeting. So thank you very much indeed for your attention. Thank you very much, Gwanza. Your presentation, your reports are always very interesting for me. And of course, I know about your service, but I'm very glad that now more people have this opportunity. Please, very briefly, you talked about the complaints, you talked about the legislation, what type of activities you plan, where you have been involved already, but it is quite interesting because it's an interdisciplinary approach. You have cooperation with the service provider, but stemming from the complaints, can you say what type of complaints you receive? Mostly, what is it about? Thank you very much, Nini, for this question. If we consider last year, the last year's statistics, the major part was about the quality, about the low quality internet service again and again, as well as the accuracy of the payment of the invoices they are sending to the consumers or users. I think that this year the topics will be slightly different because we already see this difference. Of course, it was also related about the suspending the internet communication, about some gaps, as well as about the first connection. So these are the issues on which they complain most often. Thank you very much. It was really very interesting, but we are very restricted in time. Uh, I see the questions, and Georgi Johadze, our online moderator, is sending them. So, so now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Archil Javelidze, the last speaker today, and he represents the State Inspector's Service. Of course, Mr. Archil's topic is very, very relevant. It's a COVID-19, COVID application, GDPR, and of course the personal data. Because whatever you look at today or watch on TV, you can find these similar topics there. Welcome everybody. Do you hear me well? Yes, yes, we do. Yes, I also. So welcome everybody. So I would like to thank the speakers for sharing this information. As you know, I represent the Office of the State Inspector, and the major function is, first of all, the legality of the processing the information. And in this respect, our major goal is just to make it accessible for our citizens. The simple access. Here, first of all, we think about the communication channels through which they can apply to us. So, mm, if they have any problems, they can deliver the information, they can ask for the consultation. So, the communication, the channels are very important to be well developed.
This is done in a way that any interested person may enter and they may actually provide information or get some consultation. Also, our website, which is quite adapted and it does not require any identification data because any person, even without specifying their information, they can specify or verify some information and so on. But as for the users, about what kind of referral we have, the issues are quite different. This can be disclosure of information about the healthcare, and also as the technology develop, biometric processing of data is also getting increasingly popular, and also issues about processing the marketing data and so on. These are the issues about which we get the requests. And also as for awareness, you know that there's a law on the protection of personal data that envisages that the subject of the data can inquire some data from a company. And in this respect, I would like to underline that the companies are approached by the users first, and when their rights are violated, then the users may come to us to request the application of statutory measures. Raising awareness is really very important in this respect because if the citizens are not aware of their rights, it will be difficult for them to approach us and to come to us. And I would like to specify and highlight the activities by the state agency that is also about raising awareness. One of the examples is, for example, recommendation that is uploaded on the website covering all the relevant issues. Also, we have started to publish the decisions as brochures so that any person can read the decisions and to understand the processes in a simple and easy manner, which usually represents a challenge. And that is a problem for many people. When we talk about the personal data, we have to mention GDPR as well, because the GDPR, based on the territorial principle, it applies to the other countries, even outside the EU, and it may apply the data processor. This can be the case when some goods or services are offered to the people in the EU. GDPR offers the new types of data processing, and we can say, for example, anonymity or profiling or pseudo processing. In this respect, the citizens should have information, especially if considering that GDPR also is related to the fines, and there is a big amount of fines, and many international companies have been fined with tens of millions of euros. In regards to the GDPR, I need to mention our draft law that was initiated by the State Inspectors Agency that was tabled to the Parliament. This is the new draft law that is more harmonized with the international standards. Also, in regards to the GDPR as well, Also, international experts have participated in drafting that, and the new bill, new draft law, respects the individual's rights more and also imposes more obligation on the data processors. Just to make it clear what I mean and to make things more explicit, let's speak about the direct marketing. For example, usually we receive text messages on our cell phones. These are about some certain offers by the companies, some promotion text messages, and we do not have information about the company. And the very first question we have is that how come that this company, this organization has our cell phone number? And this draft law can be one of the answers to the questions, because it gives the companies to obtain data from the open sources, and if there is direct marketing, then our cell phone numbers can be processed. This can be the answer, and the draft law, the new draft law, speaks about the data subject, and the consent of the data subject will be necessary for the companies to use our cell phone numbers for the sake of direct marketing. We will have some amendments in regard to the amount of the fines. The amount will increase, and this is that will act as a preventative measure, and that will contribute to observing the responsibilities in regards to the data processing. What else I would like to say? Of course, I have to mention COVID-19, because this is a new challenge, and we all agree on that. COVID-19 and COVID-19 acted as a prerequisite or precondition for some changes in many areas. As the infection rates increase, then there are questions about processing the personal data, and we got many referrals and many requests filed to our agency, and correspondingly our agency developed a recommendation. This is about, well, how the healthcare facilities process our data, and also the companies, because, well, the companies may process the data that is related, that are related to the health and welfare of their staff. And also when we use the remote services, how the personal data should be processed, and we produced our recommendations. For example, healthcare facilities are engaged in COVID-19 management, and they have to collect more data than they used to have. Let's say, close contacts of the infected individual, or also the travel history of citizens. They need to collect the data, and based on the need, current needs, it may not be against the current legislation. For ensuring the safety of employees, the companies try to continue their operations, and in accordance with the legislation, the companies can collect information about the infected staff even without their consent, if it is about providing safe working environment for their personnel. As for the remote studies and processing the data about that, unfortunately, there were cases when some photos of minors were disseminated from the remote study processes, and that may have negative impact on the minors. Let's say some may become the subject of bullying, and then for observing the best interests of the minors, then the people involved in these remote studies and distance learning, they should be more responsible. As for the COVID-19, there are some specific activities carried out by the State Inspectors Service. As you may know, there are hotels. The hotels are involved in COVID management, and they are turned into the quarantine spaces. Right now, we are monitoring them and also thermal screening. Some companies also process the data, and we are also studying these processes. We have inspected several clinics. That's where managing the situation, the health of the infected individuals. And first of all, we are observant towards the protection of the rights of citizens. However, the agencies should develop recommendations for addressing the best needs of the citizens. In regards to COVID-19, we need to mention the application stopgov.gov.ge. This is an application that was created by the state, and the state inspector's office inquired relevant information from the Ministry of Health, and some opinions and recommendations were communicated from our side. There were some ambiguities in regard to the confidentiality in the application, namely, there was no information indicated in full, and it was not compliant with the procedures. And also, there was no option for the users to delete their data. And right now, this is the right that the users should have in accordance with our legislation. So we produced the respective recommendations, and also for how long the data should be stored in this application. And the data processor should specify and set some time frames.
მიმართულება რაც ვფიქრობ აღსანიშნავი არის ეს არის აპლიკაციის გადმოწერის შედეგად მომხმარებელს ენიჭებოდა უნიკალური კოდი
Here we need to mention that when the application is downloaded, there is a unique code. And with the purpose of depersonalizing the subject, the recommendation was issued to change the codes. And we have the recommendation from the European Commission. The application should respect the human rights, the rights to personal data protection, and it should not be used for surveillance or stigmatization or for other commercial purposes. One of the important recommendations was that to revise the need of data processing, and only the necessary data would be processed that would be useful for fighting against the virus. Another important recommendation was that the data processing process should be transparent in order to gain the confidence of the public, so that more and more people would start using the application. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, then please. Well, thank you very much. And we have talked to our chair many times before this event. We both mentioned that that's a very relevant issue. That's a very topical issue. And me, myself, being a lawyer, I was interested in this kind of discussion. One thing I can do, I can comment on what you said, and let me also ask a question. As a result of the observation, we identified a trend that, you see, well, there are some problems in the internet, but the personal data for the Georgian users, what I mean, I don't want to mention the word less restrictions, but quite often, we have heard quite often that, you see, they share personal data to one another. Okay, I will give you my personal data and you can do something on my behalf. But Cambridge Analytica, we can remember the scandal about that. Then it was about GDPR, and there were many people, I don't want to use the word surprise, but they do not, or they did not understand the depth of the problem or the scope of the problem. Okay, our data were shared to the third parties. They used it for the targeted advertisement. So what? Because I heard it from many people, from those who were actually interested in the technologies in general. Is it the problem of awareness? Because this landscape that has developed recently, or let's mention the COVID applications or the activities that you have been doing, also the draft laws that you have been writing. Has this landscape changed? And the Georgian users, why, well, how much they are concerned about the personal data protection, and what would you say about that? Let me start by saying that year after year, the referral by the users increase. They send us more requests, and that means that more people are aware of their rights. And they also know if these rights are violated, who they should address and who they should refer to. But as for what would be the consequences of the unlawful processing of data, there can be many different actions, or we may argue about the financial damages a person may suffer from the disclosure of personal information, or private life or privacy can be the issue, and people may be affected by the privacy issues. Also stigmatization. There were cases, by the way, when Burma, so the person, I didn't hear, a person who recovered from COVID-19, the person was stigmatized, and some medical facilities rejected this person and did not want to provide medical services to him. The damage can be really very big, caused by the illegitimate data processing or sharing the personal data. Let's say it may affect our future life. It may have a negative impact on our future lives, of course. She's on mute, Nina. Okay, thank you very much. It was a very interesting plenary session, and we discussed many issues. And just let me summarize. In this session, we had global and local perspectives. We started by describing the international picture, international landscape, and we did not speak about only one issue, or let's say we discussed the social media, or we diversified our discussion. It was not about one component only. And we discussed the current problems, ongoing problems, and also the solutions, and how can we address these problems. And our speaker, Mr. Lauri Palsa, represents Finland, and he has been working on the issues of the media literacy. And it was really very interesting to share the international practice, especially to hear the success stories from Finland. And actually, they are very developed, and they are like role models, exemplary experience we shared. Also, Mr. Nicola, he was not able to stay until the end, but he spoke about the perspectives of the diplomatic corps and what the reality is for the embassies and the diplomatic corps in Georgia when it is about the social media. And we have heard many cases about what challenges are present in the social media and what activities the international organizations and diplomatic corps representatives are planning to promote their activities. Ms. Gvanza talked about the consumer rights and the currently emerging trends, especially on this severe background. And then what kind of complaints there are. At Gvanza, there were many questions asked to you. She already answered some of them, and directly or indirectly, she already spoke about these issues in her presentations. When it is about moving or actually visiting other regions and providing internet services, we know that, I mean, the pandemic, there has been a bigger demand on internet service providers. The demand is increasing, and the GNCC and Gvanza's office, they are working quite actively to ensure that the services are provided uninterruptedly. And our last speaker was Mr. Archel, who gave us an insight into the problems and the activities that the state inspector's office is now planning and which has become the daily life, our daily life. And I think I get 10 text messages on my cell phone. This is about offers from different companies. These are promo text messages. And by the way, I was thinking about, shall I download the COVID application or not? I know in some countries this is mandatory, but implicitly, you always speak about that. Actually, we are concerned about the personal data, and you don't know what would be the end result of the data. So I think that the plenary session was a success, and I hope that next year this will happen live, and hopefully we can see you in person. And I'll be happy to meet the new people as well. As for the question, and I know that we are far behind the agenda, but I see the questions here, but directly or indirectly, these questions have already been addressed by Gwanza, because most of the questions were addressed to Gwanza. But if you would like to add anything, then now you can do that now. But from my side, I would like to thank you and stay safe, and let me wish you success. Thank you very much, Nini. It was a very interesting and exhaustive session. It was a very kind of a decent ending of our session today. Thank you very much, Nini. And what I would like to say, we have some questions to Gvanza here, but Gvanza, could you please select one? Mostly it was about comments. Maybe you could answer to one question and then we will call it a day. The question was about the internetization, internet coverage, and the user was interested in our opinion. Let's say in Racha, one of the regions of Georgia, why we do not reach out to Racha, why don't we go there and study the problematic issues? In this respect, I already communicated my opinion, but let me say that last year, our office has visited many locations and we observed the situation locally, and we provided information to the users about their rights and obligations, and also how to approach us to get consultations. But this year we were going to continue these activities, and we had plans already, and we were planning to visit Rajasvanati and other locations and to have some business trips. But because of pandemic, we were not able to do so. And then we are using Zoom application to raise the awareness of the users and also to collect information about problematic issues that may exist in the field of telecommunications that the users may have in this area. We have had information meetings in about 10 universities, and right now we're thinking about visiting various municipalities and to get in touch with them and to provide information about our services, and then to study the cases that we have there. Perfect, Gvanza, thank you very much. I would like to apologize to the author of questions. Unfortunately, we don't have time, and also we were supposed to have our forum finished by 7 p.m., but we could not finish the discussion. Nini, once again, thank you very much for organizing a very interesting session. We would like to thank all the speakers. So this is the end for today, and tomorrow we will start and this is about legislation on information safety, and then you can see the agenda and we can see again on Zoom. So thank you very much. So bye-bye. Thanks everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye.